in the back pocket so we know exactly what those timers are for later when they do get to the 19. I'm a little surprised by ESC's choice to go into one of the new keys right away. I was kind of assuming that they would just go right into the City of Threads and try to get that 19 done right away so they wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of the day, but now that's just kind of it's going to be over their shoulder, just like at some point they're going to have to go back and do that, right?
I feel like a 19 city is actually a great key for like overtime. Like
that's true.
You only go in there one time. You spend some of your overtime period doing that 19 city. It's something that you should time with one attempt, and it's not something that you actually need to throw a bunch of attempts at. It's something that you could just like basically one and done, and you never have to think about it again. Now, the downside is if you mess it up, then you're in like a lot of trouble. But I think it's something that you could actually just put forth your overtime period. It's less difficult than 21 Necrotic Wake attempts. It should be less difficult and more automatic than probably like a 19 Stone Vault as well. And so I think that's one of those. I think that's one of those keys that you would actually just jump in at the very end of the day.
Yeah, I think it also might be a question of whether or not your team is better at playing at the start of the day versus after playing for a couple of hours. There are differing There are players that are more comfortable in different situations, right? I mean, we see that a lot in the Race to World First, where some guilds will like play really, really well right at the start of the day, or like right after a dinner break or something. We see that all the time.
Yeah,
so maybe they're a team that needs to settle into their day.
Kind of an interesting route deviation between Streamer Zone and No Speaky on the left-hand side here in the Necrotic Wake. No Speaky actually elected to kill off that Necromancer, where it looked like Streamer Zone actually ran straight to Narzuda, skipping the Necromancer. Skipping the patrolling Marauder pack as well, so it's kind of a question as to where they're going to get their count from. I do think that there's opportunities, especially with like patrolling Marauders and stuff like that. That's slightly further ahead, but a lot of the remaining count in this dungeon's forced. So I'm kind of interested in seeing where Streamer Zone are going to be getting their count. Are they going to make a larger route deviation than some of the other teams, or are they going to play something that's a little bit more consistent? Because for No Speaky, I feel like this route that they're playing is pretty much what most of the TGP level teams have been playing. Either this or that Marauder Patrol. It's been one or the other. Very rarely is it neither.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Streamer Zone to see what their play is when they get into the next section of the dungeon here. They obviously are going to show off this tech that we've seen from a lot of teams with the Necromancer here, where they hex that up, make sure that it's not casting any of the abilities on their team, and they're going to essentially kill that only with throw cleavers from the Fleshcraft here. If you can see that X marker on the top left side, hopefully they can get those cleavers there.
This is genius. Okay, so basically the only thing that they're doing is they're killing off these double Marauders with their hands, right? They're making sure that they break the shield every single time, and making sure that, because whenever you break the shields on these Marauders, they take damage from that shield getting broken. But by leaving that Necromancer in that hex, first off, it'll never actually spawn any additional adds, and like you said, you can guarantee every single time that cleaver is going to be thrown into it. This pack is really obnoxious to get the cleaver thrown into any of the mobs, because the Necromancer's got a bunch of trash on it. The Marauders also do that Gruesive Cleave frontal. And so it's really easy for your melee DPS to die, especially if you have to be on the opposite side. And so guaranteeing that you're just killing off that Necromancer, I feel like this for Streamer Zone is a super sick strat.
Yeah, but hopefully, maybe we can get a replay of the setup for that, because there was a lot of CC knockbacks. Even Landslide came out from the Evoker to make sure that the Cleaver was in place. Hopefully we get a replay of what they did there to show that off, because that's something you can easily replicate on live if you're running a similar comp here, and it really makes the Necromancers a lot easier to deal with. But yeah, let's see. They still haven't made up that count, right? There's a couple extra trash packs in this section of the room that you do skip past. I don't think they're going to be pulling that Necromancer right in front of them, though. So
no, I don't think they're pulling that Necromancer that's in front of them. I think they're going to fade by. Yeah. So they're going to skip this Necromancer. I think they're going to have to play this Sorcerer and this Bone Carver here, but I don't think a lot of teams have actually been electing to play that. And then there's also this Patrolling Marauder that I think No Speaky is going to be able to skip as well. You see that Patrolling Marauder that's off the top left for Streamer Zone? Yeah, they're going to have to end up playing that. Okay, so they didn't actually have to play the Sorcerer and the Bone Carver. Oh, okay, they actually have to play these two Bone Carvers that are in the corner, though. I think that a lot of teams have also been skipping those.
Okay. This is a little interesting, too, because, I mean, this is the lowest key level of the day in the Necrotic Wake, around the 17. When you get to the higher key levels, this won't be that much of an issue, but this is kind of a trend from yesterday that Streamer Zone was having, in which they're a little bit too fast for their Bloodlust timer. This is usually your second Bloodlust pull, right? Well, normally you pop that here to burst down these Marauders.
I think that we've seen something similar in most of the other teams' runs, where they're, again, like you said, just too fast. It's kind of like a weird,
same
phenomenon
thing for No
to have.
Speaky.
Oh, interesting. So, I wonder if Streamer Zone got more count in the first area that No Speaky didn't. I think it's going to have to be something that we're looking at in the 19, because it looks like No Speaky is doing the exact same pull as Streamer Zone, but Streamer Zone skipped some trash. So I think there's maybe something that we missed in the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, in about probably 15 minutes, if all goes well, we'll get to see that again from most of the teams, because they'll probably go right back into the 19 after swiftly 2-chesting this, so we'll have to hone in on that whenever we get back around there.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we got a replay as well for that Necromancer setup that you and I were talking about earlier. So yeah, this is something that you can absolutely do in your own keys if you're looking to push like super high levels. This makes this pull a lot safer. A lot of the times you're playing this pack with the double Marauders regardless, but by having this Hex on this Necromancer, you end up dragging this Fleshcrafter off to the side, dropping that MC, and you end up, like landslide rooting it, or you end up using like the Druid to continue to maintain that mob in that route, and then you just get these free cleavers on this Necromancer for all of eternity, making that mob do nothing. It also reduces the likelihood that your tank is going to die on this pull, because there's no chance that he's going to get hit with that Necrotic Bolt. I think this is a great setup and something that a lot of the other teams should be looking to adopt, and like Zyro said, if you want to do it on your live keys and you're doing high enough keys, I think that's a great strat.
I mean, obviously it scales better with the Cleaver doing more damage on the higher key levels, but still, removing a Necromancer from that pull just makes everyone's life so much easier. No Frostbolt volleys you have to worry about, no extra warriors cleaving things down. Very simple pull. We are getting our first look at Skarmorak here from Mandatory in the top right. It is on a lower key level, but still you do need to allocate, make sure you're allocating enough damage to each one of those shields.
Yeah.
Looks like, from the most part, what we've seen in past weekends was that usually it's the Shamans gaining most of the stacks unless they don't have their Ascendants, and like their Druid will have their cooldowns for the shield as well. But it looks like Stove is actually gaining the majority of the stacks here as well. And again, the Bloodlust does usually come up during or before Skarmorak, and this is where that second Bloodlust of the dungeon will be hit. So, see, here comes the second Fortified Shell. It's Stove with the majority of the stacks. Modemo takes a few of them as well to help out with the healing during this shield. And even on this 17, this Void Discharge does a ton of damage.
I think there's no wrong choice for actually picking up these orbs, even if you put them on Skylarked on this Paladin. First off, Paladin can do pretty good damage to the shield if he has his wings available, but he also does a lot of healing with his Word of Glories during that discharge phase like you're talking about. And so it's kind of like a nice hybrid combination as well, where he's able to do some damage to the shield, but also kind of keep his group alive with the healing. I think there's, like you said, as long as you are playing around your offensive CDs really well, there's honestly no bad answer, assuming that Maystein's not picking them up on that Hog Evoker.
Yeah, the Hog Evoker obviously is just there to buff everyone else.
Oh yeah, that guy's
personal damage, really.
Well, you would never pick it up as Aug because like almost all of your damage is tied to the Ebb and Might, right? So like you are getting that damage amp almost regardless of whether or not you pick it up. And whenever you pick it up, you're actually taking it away from somebody else, which is a huge downside.
This should be the last Fortified Shell of the fight, as that Ascendants will be coming up here in just a moment for Soda, and they'll be sending this shield home and hopefully being able to finish off the last 23% of the boss. That'll give them probably about a 330 Skarmorak kill on the 17, which is quite swift, if I do say so. So we'll see them hopefully getting through this 17 after dealing with Skarmorak here.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird kill timing. So Soda, kind of wants to press his Ascendants here, but he also doesn't. Like, you don't really want to ascend here because you want it for the trash pack that's right after the boss. It's one of those things that...
they beat the shield if they save it, though? It's going to be close.
You can do about 180 mil to the boss. I didn't see the... we don't see the numbers. The boss is at 18%, but you can do 180 mil to the boss. So... Even without cooldown, so it looked like he looked like he sent his ones on it, which is totally fine. And now he's going to have his twos for this massive trash pull. This Forge Loader, very scary guy. So I think that saving the Ascendants, assuming that you're able to, is important. Now we're gonna have to keep notice on them. Are they going to be able to 2-chest the 17? Because if you're actually able to 2-chest the 17 and just go straight to the 19, we could be in and out of Stone Vault in an hour, and then basically have that complete for the entirety of the weekend, pending any reruns for time tiebreaker or something.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of an issue for Stampther. Supreme did die in the Necropolis. He had a battle res on him. I didn't see if he actually took it. Looks like he canceled it and released to fly back upstairs. Yeah, they didn't use the battle res there.
What did he die to? He lost his Spy Master stacks, which is really bad.
That is pretty bad. This is usually where you'd be using them on this massive AoE pull right here. So you can see they're actually going for a lot more of a conservative pull here. They're not going for a crazy large pull. Interesting. It's going to cost them some time, but I mean, again... The timer in this Necrotic Wake, as we've covered many times in the past couple of weekends, is not necessarily that difficult to deal with. They have about 12 minutes left on the 2-chest, so as long as they're able to keep it clean, they still should be fine here.
I don't actually mind how they're doing this. So basically, they're unlocking this additional flesh crafter to take it into the next trash pack. Ooh, Tianzui going down there, a little bit unfortunate, but like you said, the timer should still be fine for the 2 chests. But now we're starting to get into the situation where you're going to be afforded fewer and fewer mistakes. Just the longer and more mistakes you end up having, you're just losing a little bit more time to that death timer. You also see that they're a Marth split at 13:11, about a minute behind some of our other teams. Like you see Streamer Zone in the top left with the 12:10, so they're already a minute behind on that boss split too.
All right, they've got this second Fleshcrafter unlocked, like you mentioned, and are going to now head into this loyal creation pool using the double Fleshcrafter strategy here to help get through this Necropolis that much more safely. Obviously, they'll have to do some little trigonometry questions as well, you know, making sure they put the cleavers in the correct place. They actually just hard killed off the original Fleshcrafter, so they only have that one that they've CC'd in the corner behind them now. So they're just taking this nice and clean and safe into the rest of the dungeon. They still should have time, though.
This pull is actually the most difficult to deal with, just because you get that throw flesh. You can have if you get people that like your priest, if they get throw flesh like 3 times in a row, they can just completely die. This area is very, very dangerous, especially once we see the 20s and the 21s in this dungeon. It's so easy for your priest to die 100-0 to the throw flesh. Supreme going down again for Stamp. 4 deaths. It looks like he's not releasing immediately. Maybe a DC issue.
Maybe he's just waiting to get rezzed, but they're not going to get rezzed with the Fleshcrafter in combat. Why would you not just instantly release here?
I think he probably is DC'd.
Oh, we can see that his abilities are like grayed out, so he probably relogged or something. Hopefully they're okay. We'll have to keep checking in with them. That might be why they're taking this a little safe as well if they're having connection issues. We'll keep an eye on Stamp, and hopefully everything's okay for them. Okay. Streamer Zone going quite a bit faster on the Necropolis here, already on to Gore Grind, so they're going to be heading on to Surgeon Stitchflesh pretty soon here. Speaky also making good progress on the Necropolis. Phoenix King Media, they had to reset their Siege of Borealis, by the way. Didn't see what happened for them, but...
Oh my god, wait, their DK's playing Moonkin. I've never seen this guy play Moonkin before.
Oh! Yeah, that's true. Interesting.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. He played DK Perma in the China finals. Moonkin, not difficult to play at all. So I'm not surprised that he's able to pick it up, but it's kind of interesting, because I kind of expected him to come in and only play that DK in every single dungeon. He's using the old Moonkin form too. The old textures. Wow. He's looking like a classic Nelf druid.
Disgusting.
It's my king right there. He's a man after my own heart.
I mean, again, mandatory. Their splits, while they haven't quite been on the level of Streamer Zone, they've been one of the faster teams, right? And I think something at the start of the show that we talked about with mandatory was that while they still had a pretty okay day by the standards of the competition, like, you know, the top 4 teams all being triple 19s, Mandatory is a team that came into this weekend really talking about how they were confident that they would win the competition. They were confident in their ability to go for 20s and potentially even 21s in some of the key levels. So you have to imagine that even though their day looked okay as a spectator, they might not necessarily have been super happy with how their day 1 went.
I think this is a situation, in this TGP, I'm interested in your thoughts on this. How would you feel about the statement, teams have good dungeons and then they have great dungeons, and your day 1 can heavily be skewed if you only had your good dungeons and other teams had their great dungeons? Do you think that that's correct?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair assessment.
There's some dungeons like Dawnbreaker that are really... Your rogue play is very polarizing for how much time you can save in Dawnbreaker. And then, like, we saw them in Borealis. Was maybe Borealis just an okay dungeon for mandatory? Is kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, that's something we'll be able to assess as the day goes on here. That is a good point, though. Like, you know, we did have 4 teams all tied at triple 19s, and ESC Gaming, even though they did finish off the day at 17, 19, 19, I think it's important to mention that their day could have gone way worse than it did, right? You mentioned at the top of the show, they only 1-chested 2 of their 16s, but were able to somehow capitalize and 2-chest both of those 17s. If they didn't get either of those 2 chests, they could have been even further behind where they were, so they were really able to clutch up and keep themselves in a position where they can have a really, really good day 2 if these dungeons really suit their strengths, and they can potentially still compete for the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the right side here, I kind of have an interesting decision point here, where Mandatory top right actually has Skarmorak killed off at 13:18, about to get the Master Machinist killed off around the 20-minute mark, where ESC Gaming, they had Skarmorak killed off at 14:20. We were looking at that 2-chest timer, trying to figure out how reasonably doable it is. I mean, Mandatory already having a full minute lead coming off of Skarmorak. If this could actually be a pretty big deal, where ESC Gaming only one chests this dungeon, and Mandatory is actually able to 2-chest it. That would actually, while, again, we have 15 hours for this weekend, this dungeon started at 17, it's not like the end of the world, kind of another situation where ESC Gaming, a little bit slow on the pickup on these lower level keys is going to be a consistent trend for them.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have speed on the Druid. He was on the Rogue for almost all of yesterday, so back on the Druid. He was playing Druid perfectly fine throughout group stages, so I don't think it's a downgrade by any means,
yeah.
but maybe, you know, not playing it at all yesterday, swapping into it today might be something you need to get a little bit used to playing, you know? Not too sure. We'll have to see. But like you said, yeah, I think the 2-chest timer on the Stone Vault is extremely tight, and ESC Gaming just going a little bit slower than Mandatory here is a little worrying.
Stamp looks like they're also not going to get punished in the bottom left. It looks like, you know, even though they had those connection issues on Supreme, looks like they're still going to be able to get the 2-chest, assuming that they don't have any more mistakes here.
That's huge for them. I mean, there's nothing more frustrating than connection issues because, you know, largely as a player it's out of your control. Of course, it's completely out of our control, so it's good to see them have the chance to still capitalize on the 2-chest here at the start of the day and not really suffer any consequences from that. Hopefully they can get that done and have all of that fixed up and ready to go. But it looks like our first completed dungeon of the day is going to belong to the team that ended day one at the top of the leaderboard, StreamerZone.gg, picking up where they left off yesterday with an incredibly quick 17 Necrotic Wake, 5.5 minutes under the 2-chest timer right now. They already have Nalthor down to 25%. A few more cleavers is going to seal the deal for them here. Just need to make sure they don't have any of those catastrophic issues we've seen that can happen at the end of the boss here.
Yeah. And in the bottom left as well, Stamp able to finish off Surge and Stitchflesh, having 4 minutes and 15 seconds for Nalthor the Rhinebinder. But we're seeing in the top left, Nalthor the Rhinebinder, only about a 2-minute fight if you play it clean. And all of these TGP teams should be very familiar with how to play this boss at, like, maximum capacity. Being able to optimize this Flesh Crafter is a huge deal. They even actually get this lust for the final few seconds on Nalthor. Man, they were...
Again, man. They're always just too fast for their lusts. They were, well, this is what, 2 minutes off of the 3-chest? Oh, they have to kill off the Flesh Crafters still. But yeah, this is like, yeah, maybe 2 minutes off of the 3-chest. That's pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
It looks like Stamp, like you said, plenty of time left. If they're able to kill him off in 2.5 minutes, they'll be fine. No Speaky also finishing off Rhinebinder. One more cleaver will seal the deal, or they can just do it the old-fashioned way with some DPS. Oh, the one cleaver will finish off the boss. Timbermaw is going to go ahead and run that in, and they're going to be good to go. Just have to finish off that Flesh Crafter once the Angel comes down.
Nice.
They'll have their 2-chest on the board as well. So, good start to the day for 2 of the teams so far that have finished off the Necrotic Wake, and it looks like Stamp will be able to also seal the deal on the 2-chest as well shortly here. Still 3 minutes on that timer. They're sitting pretty. And if they do have any mistakes, they do have a couple of battle reses that they can use to fix those mistakes as well. They did actually stun that cleaver there. They were delaying it for the shield. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out, but looks like they're okay here. Tien doing a good job topping everyone else off. You know, you have to remember, these teams make this look so easy, but they still are on the 17 key level. There's not a whole lot of people that are doing this level of key level on live compared to the, you know, majority of the population running keys. The damage values, even on this 17, even though it's the lowest level of the day, a little scary.
Stamp's in a really weird spot. The Fleshcrafter didn't break the shield, so they actually had to break that with their hands. They fortunately only got 2 stacks of that debuff there. That's actually a really weird spot. They fortunately enough had the Shaman up. If you had the Moonkin up, that's when it gets a little bit dicey. The Moonkin really bad damage to that shield there. But now they're going to make sure that they do a good job of getting this next throw cleaver from the Fleshcrafter straight into the shield as opposed to being off by like half a second. Yeah, that's perfectly timed. So they get 0 stacks of that debuff, which is like optimal.
I mean, that is perfect play. But, I mean, if you accidentally let it go a little bit too early, you can find yourself in a situation like we just saw them where they got a couple stacks there. They were able to break it, though.
They were half a second. Like, they were half a second too early. Like, he just needed to, like, tail swipe or something like that. And, but that's how quickly you can get punished. Like, I've wiped this boss by that half second of the cleaver being just a little bit too early, and then your healer's not prepared. The shield just does way too much damage to really be healable. That's kind of why you have to kill it with the Flesh Crafter. But yeah, Stamp not getting punished for those connection issues. 3 out of our 4 teams that were at that 57 score are now going to be going straight into the 19s. Now on the top left, the last team that was at 57 score, Mandatory, is going to be trying to 2-chest this 17 stone vault, and it looks like they're in an okay position, but they're going to have 0 deaths here.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. 3 minutes left. Bloodlust on pole here is going to do a ton of damage. This last boss, what would you say, probably 3.5 minutes needed to do it at the ski level with the Bloodlust on pole? So it looks like they have the time.
Yeah, I think this is one of the shorter fights, especially whenever you have lust. So yeah, I think about 3.5 minutes is fine for it.
It's important to mention Streamer Zone did attempt the 19 Necrotic Wake in the bottom right corner. Unfortunately, at the very start of the poll, their Enhanced Shaman, Crims, got hit by the very first Throwflesh, one-shot him, 100-0. Quick reset. No big deal, you lose 30 seconds, go again. But we should make sure we check in with Streamer Zone when they do the next pull, because we were curious about the count in that first area, right? Want to see what they're pulling there. Maybe they're pulling a couple extra trash packs after the boss or something to see where they're making up that extra count they're skipping.
Am I seeing this right? Does ESC have 5 stacks on the Rock Smasher? I saw they did a double, but they also don't have Bloodlust available, so they're definitely missing the 2 chests on this dungeon.
2 minutes 40. I mean, where are the 2-minute cooldowns now? They're only going to get one more use of the Ascendancy. Yeah, I think the 2 chest timer might be chalked for them. I think it's well, we'll have to see. What can they get done with their damage here?
It's just kind of that 1 minute difference between the Edna to Skarmorak split that I was kind of highlighting there for Mandatory, where they were able to pick up that additional minute that they needed to be able to 2 chest a very, very tight timer. For ESC Gaming, it's not that big of a deal. The difference between spending an hour and a half in this dungeon across the entirety of the weekend versus an hour in this dungeon in its entirety across the weekend is not a big deal. It's going to really come down to being able to one-shot the 19 more than it is 2-chest the 17, especially in this format, because you have a lot more time on a per-dungeon basis. But is this kind of telling for like ESC Gaming strat, especially in that higher level, in that 19? Is ESC going to be slow? Are they going to be able to have time for this dungeon? Because it's actually a really tight timer on that 19.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like, I didn't actually see particularly what the issues were, and it really didn't come to death timers, right? Because if death timers were a problem, you wouldn't see Mandatory with 2 deaths not being able to time this.
I don't think this is issues. I have a suspicion that this is just like slightly more optimal versus perfect play, right? Kind of a...
It goes back to the great versus good conversation we're having. Obviously, all the teams have a good dungeon run in most of these dungeons, but it looks like Mandatory's strategy in the Stone Vault is just great, as they're able to get the 2 chests on the board with, I believe, about 30 seconds left. So very, very tight, but able to get that 2 chests done, and we'll see them able to attempt the 19 here very shortly. But as we look at ESC Gaming here, at the last second here, they've got the boss at 60%. They only have 1 minute left. They're only going to get one final press of these cooldowns here. You can see everything is essentially ready to go. They're just waiting for the perfect moment to press it so they can get maximum DPS out of them. Where is it going to come out? Is it going to be able to do enough damage? And I think it's just going to be too little, too late, Tuttles.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to probably be 45 seconds, maybe a minute off of the 2 chest timer. I'm interested in like where they lusted. I actually didn't notice it at the time. I think that they either lusted the very end of Master Machinists or they lusted the first pull that was after that. It's going to be something that you're actually going to have lust on this boss in a hierarchy that's a little bit closer to the end of the timer. But in this strat, I think that they were trying to amend something that they thought was going to be a little bit faster, and maybe it was, but unfortunately they're just not going to have enough time to be able to kill this boss off under that 2 chest timer.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but again, I think one of the things we're going to run into today that we were talking about a lot at the top of the show is that with the dungeon selection that we have, with this Stone Vault being in play, even if you just 1 chest the 17, 1 chest the 18, 1 chest the 19, it really it's going to come down to how efficient you are at clearing the 19. But you're just going to spend the rest of the day pushing up that Necrotic Wake, getting that 20, and then even potentially going for something crazy afterwards. So it's really more about just putting yourself in the position to do those push keys as quickly as possible. ESC Game is going to have about 30 minutes less time now, but it doesn't really matter too much if those key levels are super, super difficult and nobody's really able to get them. So we'll have to see if those super high push keys are actually really even possible today.
I mean, ultimately, it is the Great Push format where your max cap is going to end up mattering more than how fast you're able to push these 17s. Oh my gosh. Elbro dying twice to Void Speaker Iric here at the very end, but ultimately it's not going to end up mattering. Maybe we can throw the leaderboard graphic as well, so we can just kind of show. So now ESC Gaming's starting to again fall a little bit even further behind. They didn't get that 19 City of Threads. They now were only one chesting the stone vaults, and I'm kind of wondering, is this the beginning of a trend? Because like you can see on screen here, they're starting to fall a little bit further into 5th, where all of the teams that were able to do a triple 19 from yesterday then two chested their 17s in the dungeons that they started in.
By the way, at top of our screen here, we're getting our question answered as to what Streamer Zone is doing at the start of the dungeon. They have about 4.5% extra count that they pulled from something in this room. I didn't actually see exactly what it was. Was it a Gatekeeper that they just killed with cleavers? Okay, that makes perfect sense. That's the difference here, and that's what allows them to skip the trash that we see No Speaky currently doing right now.
Yeah. So it looks like they're doing triple Gatekeeper. So typically you don't do triple Gatekeeper at the very beginning because it has a weird implication for like your timer. You really want to go into the boss with your 2s, but if you're doing the triple Gatekeeper, then your 2s are a little bit delayed, and you end up holding them for around a minute. So most teams elected to not do triple Gatekeeper in this first area, but the Gatekeepers are some of the most efficient like percent to HP threshold mobs, and so I do see why Streamer Zone, especially if you're flesh crafting it down with double flesh crafter, would be like, you know what, that's the mob for us.
I mean, it's super time efficient, right? If you're especially in this first section of the dungeon where you have 2 of those flesh crafters helping you cleave things down, and it only takes 3 or 4 of those throw cleavers to finish it for you. As long as you can like live through that initial AOE, you're totally fine just killing off the Gatekeeper.
Well, you only get one. You only get one AOE with double flesh crafter. So
right.
Yeah, I can see how the Streamer Zone is actually going for the strat. I think that their route is pretty good, but I will say that I don't believe it matters. It's kind of like the Flesh Crafter is the only mob that matters in this dungeon, and the differences between what mob you're playing in the first area, while kind of cool to nerd out on, I don't think like long term there's going to be a major difference there.
It's important to mention they no longer have John Fleshcrafter. They've upgraded in the 19. We have Bobby. You said Bobby Fleshcrafter?
Yeah, Bobby's big bro.
Yeah. Look at Bobby here, cleavering down the boss.
We got Unk. Unk shows up on the 21.
Fleshcrafter in the 21? Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
If we do get a 22, do we have a name in store for that one, or is that something we gotta workshop?
I gotta think about that one later.
Okay, bit of a problem for ESC Gaming at the start of the 18 Stone Vault here. Going to be a reset for them. Quick replay. 2 minutes gone at the start of the day for them. Again, these couple minute losses, not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, as long as you don't let these things tilt you, right? As long as you keep your head in the game and play safe, play clean, it's always good to just reset and go.
Here's the thing, is like the first pull of Stone Vault is by far the hardest pull in this dungeon, and so like it's totally fine to have a wipe here. You basically end up having to burn all of your defensive cooldowns and your spell warding. It's just like every single button gets pressed on this initial pull. And so it's totally fine for ESC to have like a reset here. You really need to make sure that speed's outranging the slams. You need to make sure that your solar beam comes out at the right time. If you accidentally miss a kick on the fear, that can also become a little bit problematic. There's also this weird issue where if your shaman doesn't high roll their lightning dogs enough, you can potentially wipe. Actually, Elbro high rolling his behind off.
Man. Just doing 30 mil, all good. 30 mil burst.
There was no chance to wipe this time. We decided that the pack is dead.
No Cliffords, no Baltos, only Baldos.
I'm pretty sure dude, he hit 25 million. The pack lasted 40 seconds. That is actually that's what you pray for. You pray for days like these. And
then, of course, he dies instantly to a melee right afterwards. Enhanced Shaman, please.
Bro, can we taunt, please? Like, I know...
Do you have taunt?
I know we're doing big damage and all, but, like, come on. Help our Shaman, please.
That's why Enhance is getting nerfed next patch.
I fear the nerfs have been overstated a little bit.
Yeah, they're probably still insane. All good. By the way, I love the set bonuses next patch. Have you taken a look at what they're called and stuff? Things like winning streak and jackpot. Someone made a Weekora for the caster ones that yells jackpot at you whenever it procs.
The theme of the raid as well is also very cool. I actually think that the Galagio theme is one of the best. I'm really excited for this next patch. I tweeted out I'm on some major hopium for the dungeons too. I think that this next season is going to be sick with some of the changes that they're making to the affixes and just the systems in general.
I 100% agree. Everything that they've been doing in regards to dungeon tuning has been really cool. Gotta hold that thought here. No Speaky having an issue in the top right corner. Thanks for the full screen production there. On this big pull, this is the Bloodlust pull, and again, they didn't have the Bloodlust ready for it, so it looks like we're going to have a reset here for No Speaky. Technically, they can still time the 19, actually. We know that there's time available, but they're just going to say, nah, we're gonna go again. No reason to keep going in this dungeon. They'd have to remind control the Flesh Speaker, then run all the way back.
It's a bit dicey to bring the Fleshcrafter all the way back here, and now Streamer's Zone in a very similar position. We're looking at tank deaths, especially whenever you don't have Bloodlust available here. The absence of the haste is very scary. They're playing double Bone Carver, which whenever that puts the bleed on the tank, it ends up lowering his maximum HP, making him more susceptible to dying to these gruesome cleaves. Parries play a huge part in this pull, where if you parry that bleed, that's a massive deal. Additionally, if you get the opportunity to cauterize the bleed off of your tank, again, another big deal because it just increases his survivability a lot. Kira hasn't rotated even through Bubble for Streamer Zone here, so this looks like he's going to be super, super safe, assuming that he's just not going to get one-shot 100-0. Now we have that Bubble coming out, so now we're just towards that final last couple of seconds of those Bone Cleavers going down, assuming that we can get kicks on any of the Sorcerers. This should be totally fine for Streamer Zone GG to be able to get through this pull. That just took down No Speaky.
You have to imagine in order for No Speaky to have wiped there, a lot of things must have gone wrong for them, right? Like not a parry, having to cauterize and then getting another bleed. A whole bunch of things must have gone wrong for them. Little unfortunate. Sometimes there's a little bit of RNG.
Parry RNG. It's just, dude, I swear this Paladin tank spec, they suffer kind of similar to parry RNG from what we saw from like Vengeance Demon Hunter in Dragonflight Season 3 and Season 4, where sometimes if your spikes didn't parry that season, you would just die. Paladin, if all of the auto attacks sync up from the mobs and you just don't get favorable parries, you can just like get completely one shot, especially against those Bone Carvers there. It's a really common situation where you just have your tank die, you go, what happened? And they go, I don't know, I didn't parry. And you're just like, okay, I guess.
It's important to mention we do have Stamp still playing on screen right now. I think they had an issue with their details from the OBS, so they're trying to get that fixed, but they did have to reset their 19 Necrotic Wake, so they're going again there. Keep you guys updated as we figure out what's going wrong there, but yeah, we'll keep you updated with them. But a lot of teams have had to reset their 19 Necrotic Wake. Actually, I think it's every single team that started the Necrotic Wake has had to reset it at this point, so there's a lot of things that can go wrong in this key when you get up to this key level. A lot of Fleshcrafter manipulation, a lot of extra jobs that everyone in the group is doing just to make sure Bobby can help them out with that extra DPS. And even, tiny things like on this first pull, like, if your Enhanced Shaman gets targeted by one of the drains and they lose out on like 2 or 3 seconds of their cooldowns, you can get situations like we have for No Speaky here in the top right, where their tank has to kite out, a lot more of the pull than they otherwise would like to. Or you can have what we saw for Elbro happen in ESC Gaming, where they can just blow up the pull in 30 seconds. There's a lot of RNG on the first pull.
Dog RNG, particularly with like Lust PI and Maghar Racial, is some of the most insane stuff, where you see like Shamans can do like 0 damage to the first boss of Mists of Tyranid Scythe, or they can one-phase it on a 20, and the fact that there's that much of variance, whether or not they're getting the Lightning Dogs or not, is crazy. Ooh, and it looks like Crim's actually going down on the side of Streamer Zone. It should be fine. It is a bit unfortunate that he ended up losing his Lusty and losing his Ascendance, but this is a fight that's largely on a timer just because you have that Fleshcrafter that's cleavering the boss over and over again. It's going to maybe make it a little bit longer, but ultimately this fight's going to probably be around the 2 minute to 2 minute 30 second window. Like, it's pretty static just because of that Fleshcrafter, and then he's going to have his Ascendance back up for the pull that's right after this boss. And so it's not like the end of the world that he died there, although, you can run into some situations where the ads get a little bit out of control, they don't die fast enough, and you maybe miss a kick. So it can spiral, but Crim's dying there is not like the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that we've seen that wipes you on a Marth is either just the AoE damage not being healed through for whatever reason, or the ads not dying before the final harvest. And they just need to make sure, as long as they get those Fleshcrafter Cleavers into the boss, everything's going to be A-okay. A couple Warriors left alive here for Streamer Zone in the top left, but very quickly dealt with. Not a single ad alive that they're worried about during the final harvest. Going to be A-okay.
I love how Kira's tanking this boss as well. It's a really subtle thing, but like standing on this side of of the boss and making sure that you're dragging those warriors and getting the crossbowmen like knocked into the right side. That way you have perfect line of sight from that fleshcrafter straight to the boss. It actually increases the damage that fleshcrafter is going to be able to do to the boss, and it makes this fight a lot more consistent. There's basically no situation in which the fleshcrafter can hit an errant target and make you actually lose a lot of damage.
They're starting to bleed out just a little bit at the end there, but nothing that they can't heal through. AJ doing a good job keeping everyone topped after the fact. Quick mind control onto that crafter as they move towards the Necropolis in the 19, with still plenty of time left on this key.
By the way, I hate that they're taking this fleshcrafter up here. That strat stresses me out every single time. Like, dude, people on live try to do it too, where they're like, "What if we brought the fleshcrafter up top?" And I'm like, "No, we are not bringing this guy up here. Absolutely not." Like,
I mean, we saw from Stamp they only had one fleshcrafter in the Necropolis the entire time, and they were still able to two-chest the 17. So it's not like necessary. But
no,
it gives you so much extra time.
The hubris.
If you're able to pull it off.
You just end up wiping to the hubris because somebody doesn't realize where that throw cleaver is coming from, whether it's from the pack or whether it's the one that you have in the back of the room, and then it's just completely over.
I mean, we've seen a ton of deaths to it, obviously, but even if it's just a DPS dying, you don't really care, right? Because they can instantly fly back up and get back with the group. But if it's like your healer that goes down, and you don't have things like the Nature's Vigil and the AG ready to help top off any residual AoE damage, you could be in a world of trouble. Streamer's Own GG, no issues here whatsoever, though, as they've got the first trash pack already dead. I think they're going to be killing off that Star Cleaver here very shortly.
Sometimes it's like Final Destination, your priest just gets picked 4 times and they were just destined to die. Like there's no saving them. Like at some point you're just like, all right, sack me, and then you're like, well, I've ran through all my PS charges, I'm going to just die here.
Oh, now we have 3 fleshcrafters available to us.
Yeah, me too.
Can they get the triangulation down?
Yeah, why not? This is crazy.
Normally we see them kill off the low one here. I think they're going to get it in the AoE and start killing it off. Because they do eventually at the end of this Necropolis here, when they get to that final pack in the corner, they can only have 1 fleshcrafter left, right? Because in order to progress to the trash of the RP to spawn Surge and Stitchflesh, you can only have that 1 fleshcrafter that gets mind controlled.
Actually, they could have the fleshcrafter from the very beginning of the dungeon, and they wouldn't have to mind control it. You would only have to mind control the one that's from up here. So in theory, you can have 2.
Does it actually work that way? If you have the original one, does it not recognize that as a mob? That's actually crazy.
Well, it's not the mob that's from the Forced Trash Gauntlet, so yeah, you can... Do not do this, but you could.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, there is a chance. Like, and you could take 2 to Dalthor if you really wanted to as well, but like, do not do this.
Oh boy. That'll just encouraging people to do the most crazy strats ever. You know, by pretending to not encourage them.
People do this on live, by the way.
Know.
Dude, people take the fleshcrafter all the way to Amarth on live right now. It's nuts. This dungeon is insane. I hate the strat. It's so hard. Like I think that this is a strat that benefits a lot from having limitless attempts on the tournament realm. It's something that whenever you're trying it for the first couple of times on live, especially since you don't have the opportunity to rerun keys over and over again, it is such a hard strat to get right, and you just end up wiping the Nalthor a bunch of times the first couple of times you try the strat.
Let's take a look, though, at the bottom right here. As, you know, while we've been talking about the Fleshcrafter, Mandatory has made fantastic progress in their first attempt at this 19 Stone Vault. I want to hone back in. Skarmorak is what we've kind of identified as the main wall of this 19 Stone Vault here. They're already 3 minutes in here. They've got the boss at 35%. This is usually going to be the hardest shield of the boss for them. They have no cooldowns available from anyone, no Ascendance, no Incarn, no Power Infusion. This is just raw damage coming out from their damage dealers. Mode still has the barrier available, but decides he doesn't need to use that at all to keep the team top tier. And
oh my god!
Looks like it's going to be no issue for Mandatory. Wait a minute, hold on. One more tick could kill them. That's the barrier. Oh, wow, they're able to get through it, but that was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Skylark immediately ripped the sack on Soda. Or actually, it was a spell warding, it looked like, on Soda, and there was the bubble sack on somebody else, and they had the Zephyr, and then the moment that tick the Zephyr faded, you saw them almost just completely die. And that's huge for Mandatory. Again, whenever we were looking at the splits from Cinema on this boss, a team that timed this dungeon on 19 during group play, but only barely. They had a 16-45 Skarmorak split. Mandatory is looking to be about 45 seconds under that. If they can get through this next shield, they should be home free.
So what's the play for them here with the cooldowns? They're going to have access to everything, right? They have Ascendance coming off cooldown. They have Power Fusion coming off cooldown. Their Druid has 1 charge. What do you send here? Is it only Stove that's going to send here?
I would send this Ascendance and just play for the safe play, but especially since you also get the Power Infusion, like you can use it for a bit of healing and just kind of bring us home with the Ascend, but it looks like they're going to go for the optimal damage play where they're just using that Incarn, and Stove ends up dying to the very end. This is really bad because he actually normally burns 40 stacks of Spy Masters that's on the pull that's right after this. So the Moonkin Death, while it's actually not the end of the world here, they're going to be able to still kill off the boss. It is a problem for the next pull that's right after this.
Well, also, they need to make sure they beat off this next shell, right? They had Skarmorak at 16% coming out of that last shield, and you can see they've already got the second set of crystal shards out. There's going to be a smash right before the final fortified shell when it does come out. Are they going to be able to beat this off? They have a little bit of extra push of damage at the last second here. Are we going to see the shell cast? Are they going to be able to beat it? This is the final smash. I think they're going to be okay. Yes, that's huge for them. And that's actually a pretty fast 19 split. Yeah, 1645.
But 1645 was the Cinema one. 1654 is this mandatory one. Again, Cinema was very close. I think that they were 30 seconds under the timer. So mandatory are pacing really well to be able to time this on 19. And if they're able to one-shot it, that sets them up for a long time in the Necrotic Wake.
It seriously does. I mean, great showing there from them. That was a powerful burn. But as we see a death go through, it's not me cursing them. Come on in now, Tettles. I'm so sorry. I wish we could talk more about this, but we're going to be saying goodbye to you for a little bit here.
I gotta go.
I cannot believe Tettles just cursed mandatory like that. As I come in and they have the time portal out.
I know. Tettles, go think about what you've done. And Nagura, let's get somebody else who's more reasonable and less cursed on the desk. Now, I say this knowing that we'll probably curse all of us, these teams, at some point. But Nagura, I mean, we've been watching already, and we can just see that, honestly, like, the story of this weekend is, just like Zyro and Tettles were saying, that really what's separating people from champions, from being champions, is good versus great. I mean, is that what you're seeing? That we've got really good performances, but it's the great ones that are really putting people in the lead right now?
Definitely. And I mean, the issues that Mandatory just had in this 19 Stonevault, like, of course 19 Stonevault is harder than a 19 Necrotic Wake, right? So that is something that we definitely have to say here. So the teams that are in a Necrotic Wake probably have a little bit of an easier time, at least on a 19. There, of course, the higher key levels on the Necrotic Wake are still going to be coming up. But the 19 Stonevault is the highest key probably that we're going to be seeing in that dungeon. So it is like the push key that they're doing here. But still, Mandatory, they are so confident. When they came into this tournament, they said they'll win for sure, basically. That was their expectation. Everyone else also thought they're the favorites to win. And yesterday, even though they did perform well, they did have some issues. They also said they weren't too happy about their performance. And now, coming into the second day, not being able to get this 19 Stonevault done here, having issues in Skarmorak, and then afterwards having this, even though they did manage to recover Skarmorak, which honestly was great, but then having this wipe afterwards, just very, very unfortunate for them. So we'll see if they manage to recover and get this 19 done now. But other than that, I do think Streamer Zone on the top left, they're doing incredibly well. They're now on the last boss with only this one death on the board in their 19 Necrotic Wake, looking really strong.
AJ got a little lucky there. I want to point that out. He got meleeed by the Fleshcrafter as he was placing it in the corner there. I think if that meleeed him in the back, it might have just one-shot him. Again, I don't think that would have been too big of an issue as long as his team didn't instantly engage Nalthor, but I think Streamer Zone's going to be A-okay here. More than 4 minutes left on the two-chest timer in this 19. They actually could two-chest this 19 if they're able to keep it clean here, which is crazy to assume, because we know the 20 is doable, but one of the things the teams were kind of playing up, talking about going into the weekend, is they think there's a few 21s doable, and I think Necrotic Wake was kind of one of the things that we were potentially looking at as being a possibility. There's definitely enough time left in the key. It's just a matter of whether you're able to actually live through the bosses on that key level.
Yeah, that's a major thing for Necrotic Wake, right? Because obviously, since they're so close to 2 chesting a 19, it definitely bodes well for the timer on the 21. But yeah, all of a sudden, when you're in a 21, things just do so much damage, especially in Necrotic Wake. The bosses are just so deadly. So yeah, also, even if they end up 2 chesting this 19, would you even consider doing the 21 straight away? Because we've seen EC Gaming yesterday, right, get this 2 chest in the Dawnbreaker, but then actually not going into the 20 Dawnbreaker, even though Teddles is sure that we're going to be seeing a 20 Dawnbreaker today.
I think that one's more of a play of, like, we know the 19 is still quite difficult, so let's try to get that done and on the board. Even though 20 might be a stretch goal for the weekend, I think you just have to do the 19. I think Necrotic Wake 21 is a little more likely than the 20 Dawnbreaker is, though, especially when you consider the environment on the tournament run. You know, perfect resets, you can go again, you have perfect gear, except for tertiaries, obviously, but we've covered that a lot. You can pretty much just rerun this as much as you want, and we know they're going to have a ton of time to run it today, right? As long as they get the Stone Vault done with quickly. So, yeah, why not? If you do just the 19, I see a real world where Streamer Zone can just say, okay, let's go to Stone Vault now, because there's no reason for us to do the 21 at the start of the day. Let's get the other key pushed up first, so there's, you know, less time for other teams to look at what we do if we do go for the 21.
Honestly, I would like to see them literally go for the 21, because there's no eliminations, right? So
True.
I don't think you have to like come back at the end of the day. If you want to take the risk and do the 21 immediately after 2 chesting this, which by the way they're on pace for, then I think they should just go in. Just do it. Which, to be fair, I would love to see that, but it would be a little bit ballsy, right? Which StreamerZone.gg, I do think they can afford it, considering that they're they're coming in today, being number 1, performing so well yesterday. I think if any of the teams could afford attempting the 21 here without playing it safe and doing the 21st, I think it would be StreamerZone.
Based off of the play we've seen this weekend, I absolutely agree. This team has been a noticeable pace ahead of all of the other teams, which is crazy to see. We do have an issue for No Speaky in the top right here. Timbermont does go down to one of those many throw cleavers. I think the first of our victims to that ability today, but I'm sure we'll see many more. Fortunately, not too much of an issue for them. They're able to get a quick battle res off onto Timbermaw there, and they're able to continue the pull. They had the cooldowns active there that were helping heal up the group. You can see Cryptics even peeking up on the healing meters there with that Nature's Vigil, doing a lot of work for No Speaky, but even with the death on the healer, they're still able to get through this first pull of the Necropolis, which has really been the one pull that's been the biggest problem for most of the teams when they get into the Necropolis. You know, having to set up the Flesh Crafters at the start of this area. Think back to Group A when Mandatory had issues in this 20 Necrotic Wake at the very start of the Necropolis. They actually ended up throwing like 12 deaths at the key, but still were able to time it. So it's good to see that No Speaky have good crisis management. You know, the healer going down is probably the second worst thing that can happen in one of these pulls. Obviously the tank dying being the first. So good to see them get through that.
Isn't Chopper Redhook also wielding a cleaver?
That's a good point.
I feel like the cleavers for this global titles are the number 1 problem for these
Take
teams
notes,
here.
Blizzard devs. If you want something to be difficult for the players, give them a cleaver.
Yeah, we're onto something here. Alright, mandatory now, bottom right. They are immediately going back into this 19 Stone Vault that they did unfortunately deplete earlier after having a recovery on Skybarak, just barely managing to finish off that boss with some issues there, and then unfortunately dying on a trash pull afterwards. But so far they're looking good. Obviously they're just now on Edna, but yeah, all the bosses in Stone Vault incredibly difficult on a plus 19. And to try, I mean, everything in this dungeon is really difficult on a plus 19. And then we have ESC Gaming on the bottom left. Oh, Streamer Zone. Oh man. Top right, they are in the 17 Stone Vault. Oh, I would have loved to see the 21.
I think this is the right overall play for time, right? Like we talked about this, about being the correct play. If you 2-chest the 19, you unlock the 21. So when you're in the back of your mind, you're like, well, it's kind of pot of greedy. You don't need to do the 20 anymore. If you think the 21's doable, why not just leave that on the table and go for the Stone Vault right away? You're giving yourself more options for the end of the day, and maybe somebody else goes and tries the 21 but before you even, so you get a little bit of extra information if you're not 100% confident about that. Little bit of an issue for ESC. We have 2 deaths to that Blazing Crescendo here. Elbro instantly onking. They're going to use a battle res on speed here. That was during the Bloodlust as well, so that's a little bit of an unfortunate timing for them. I don't think they had the damage cooldowns rolling for that, but just a more damage loss for them. Although we are in this 18, they're not going for the 2 chests, so we're really just worried about completing the key. I don't think those deaths are going to be too much of an issue for that, but using the battle res, losing a bit of time, 3 deaths on the board now, that's 45 seconds gone. It's going to be a little bit tighter than they otherwise would like as they get to the end of the dungeon here. And you can make sure they actually cleave these bosses down evenly here. A little bit of extra HP on Brock there. You do not want to let a tick of one of those final casts go off if you kill off one of the bosses a little bit too early.
Yeah, good recovery there by EC Gaming. And yeah, about the streamer zone.gg decision to go to Stone Vault. I agree. I do think it's the reasonable thing to do. I just hate when teams are reasonable, though. I would have loved to see that at 21. But yeah, we'll see what they decide on doing afterwards. And I mean, we're probably going to see this decision very soon, right? Considering that Stone Vault is not a dungeon that is going to go... is going to be played that much, considering that we started in 17. And looking at Mandatory, being able to 2-chest to 17, if Streamer Zone can do the same thing with that 2-chest, and then potentially even one-shot the 19 and play better compared to Mandatory having this reset, we would be at a position of where Streamer Zone is really early in the day, and they already have to do those like really high push keys, potentially even getting a key done that we haven't seen in this TGP season at all. So that'd be super exciting to see. No Speaky now on their plus 19 Necrotic Wake, getting through this area before Stitchflesh. Looking good so far. They had this 1 death on the board on Timber because of that cleaver. Deadly cleavers, as we talked about. But obviously, they did manage to recover pretty quickly. Sometimes when you have more... Like, the biggest issues in Necrotic Wake is if you lose... Like, if you have a wipe, sometimes you still have enough time to finish the key. But if you, for example, like if a Flashcrafter reset and you have to somehow go all the way back and get it back, that would be a major issue. Or if you weapon a boss and you've used a bunch of weapons on it and whatnot, that can also be a big problem. But other than that, I do think like a couple of spot deaths here and there for a 19 is still fine. But it depends on if you want to have the 2 chests or not, right? Because we saw that it's possible to have the 2 chests. And if you want to get that on a 19, then all of a sudden you can't have any of those bigger mistakes.
I like the way that ESC is playing this 18, by the way, hitting the Bloodlust on cooldown to make sure they get the 4th one off at some point at the end of Void Speaker Eirik as well. It just shows that they're prepared to go for the 19. They probably have that one in the bag, and they're playing the 18 like it. And they're taking it easy here. They actually have plenty of time left. They're just going for the 1 chest here, remember. They're not trying to go for a 2 chest or anything, so that 3 minutes we're seeing on the timer there is not too big of a deal. Just have to play it safe here when they're pulling these trash packs. Make sure they don't chain stack the rock golems like they did in their 17. They did have 5 stacks of that debuff heading into the boss, so that could have potentially gotten 1 shot, but they were able to play it clean. It just barely missing out on the 2 chest by, I think, like 20 seconds. It was really close for them. But yeah. ESC Gaming, I mean, even though they didn't get the 2 chests, I think you're okay with the start to the day for them. They're playing okay. They do have a little bit of catch-up to do still, right? They still do have to go back and do that 19 City of Threads at some point, but it's looking like the dungeons that we gave these teams today, Nagura, is actually going to take them very little time to push up to the max key cap. So, regardless, they're going to have a lot of time near the end of the day to start going for those push keys.
Yeah, for sure. I do think they have a lot of chances to catch up here. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that ESC Gaming didn't decide to just do that 19 immediately at the start of the day, because they obviously coming into the day, they did not know which dungeons are going to be played today, but they knew they have to do that 19. So if I was them, I would have been like, okay, we're going to do the 19 first, and then we're going to consider the other dungeons, right? But maybe EC Gaming is a team that just needs some warm-up time, right? And doing a 17 key first before you go into the 19, maybe that's what they were thinking. And obviously, if you do the 17 Stone Vault, you're not immediately going to switch to another dungeon. So maybe they just need some warm-up time before they go back to the 19 that they did struggle a little bit yesterday with. So it's definitely not an easy dungeon for them.
I mean, you and I both know after our many years in the Race to World First that there are different levels of play. Some people are more comfortable playing at the start of the day. Some people need a few hours to wake up and get ready. Some people like playing, right after a dinner break or something. So it's probably one of those things for them, if not multiple of them, and we'll see them ramp up through the day and get to those key levels and eventually go back to that City of Threads 19. Mandatory, though, in the second attempt at the 19 Stone Vault here. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean. We did have that one death at the very, very end of Edna. Fortunately, it was only on Soda, on their Enhanced Shaman, so not too big of a deal for Skarmrak here. It would have been a problem maybe if it was on Stove. He would have lost his Spymaster stacks and wouldn't have had the perfect burst going into the pull of Skarmrak here, but not the case, as they're able to chain those stacks into the boss here. And we saw how difficult this boss gets when it's at the high key level. We've been hyping up Skarmrak for good reason as being, you know, the major wall in this key. You can see they've had their Bloodlust off cooldown here for about 2 minutes. They're saving that. They're banking that up to use on the pull of this boss so they can do as much damage as possible. They're even pulling a little bit of extra trash for some extra funnel right at the end here with the cooldowns to do as much damage as humanly possible to the boss. You know, one of the reasons this boss is so difficult is because of the way it's actually designed, right? You need to kill off these shards, you need to kill off the shield, and most of the time you need to actually allocate damage cooldowns to the shield too, which means you're doing less damage to the boss, which means the boss takes longer and longer and longer the high key levels you go. So you need to make sure they have the perfect cooldowns prepped for every single one of these fortified shells.
Yeah, and look at the amount of damage the team is taking throughout the side before the shell is even up. This is insane. Mod is having to do a crazy job to keep everyone alive here. We do see the first shell coming up. The Bloodlust is still running that they have used beforehand to finish up these shards. And this first shield technically should be okay, as they still have this Bloodlust, as I said, which is also helping out Mode. And it is dropping lower and lower. They're still going to get maybe one more tick. No, never mind. They did get through the shield. So that one was really clean, but the next ones are going to be a little bit harder considering the offensive cooldown, or the lack thereof. No Speaky though, having a death on the top right side and their plus 19 necrotic wake. That's something I did want to take a look at, because we talked about the 2 chests for the 19 necrotic wake. Looking at their timer, they have 46% on the boss, and they have a minute left. So I don't think that's... I think that's going to be a little bit too tight for them, unfortunately, with this death coming in from Boomy as well. But I think it's possible. It's dropping pretty fast.
Boomy did get sent down. That was his Ascendance PI push right after the Ankh there, so that was a little bit of extra burst damage. Every single one of these throw cleavers is going to do about 5 or 6% of the boss's HP after dealing with the shield. You can see it went from 29 to 25 there. Can they get 3 more cleavers off in 40? Well, no, because then they have to kill off the Fleshcrafter after the fact. So yeah, there's no way they're going to 2-chest this. They're going to have to go to the 20 afterwards, and I think we will see them probably go right to that 20. Although now that I think about it, No Speaky was also the team yesterday that instead of pushing every key to 19 first, they pushed every key to 20 first. Sorry, to 18 first, instead of doing the 19s right away. So they might be content with just leaving this on the 19 time and moving over to the Stone Vault. I don't know. We'll see what their choice is to do afterwards. Regardless, they are going to get Nalthor down here. 1 extra cleaver plus a little bit of damage should do the job for them. That is a death to Anarchy there. They've got the battle res for that. There's the cleaver into the boss. Nalthor's at 2%. Should be able to finish him off before the next shield. And there you go. They'll be able to finish off this crafter and get the 19 on the board.
Yeah, nicely done by them. In the meantime, Mandatory on the top left did manage to get to 22% on Skarmrak. The next fortified shell is currently up. They are trying to nuke through it as fast as possible and also simultaneously stay alive. You can see the last couple of resources are being used. These 6, actually we do still have Disc Bubble available and Pain Set for Mode as well. So they actually are looking a lot safer this time around compared to the last run that they had. So definitely good on them. Stamp on the top right now also on Nalthor. They definitely quite a bit slower compared to No Speaky that we saw earlier. And then also Streamer Stone that obviously 2-chest to the 19. So Stamp not really in 2-chest range here at all. But again, might not really be a problem. They did have those 5 deaths on the board, so some spot deaths here and there. And they're also struggling a little bit, not being able to get the Fleshcrafter into the correct position here.
Yeah, it's a little bit off center here. Normally you have that in the corner. They did have a death.
Wait, they have a second
healer.
Oh, it's a Siphoner.
What did they have a Siphoner up here for?
I'm very
What? What?
Yeah.
We've seen some crazy things on this boss the past couple of weekends. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think the craziest thing we saw was when a Boomkin got sent down with the Dark Exile and was just flying around for like 30 seconds. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh man, we have a death from Supreme here. This is probably a planned death, going downstairs, instantly dying, so he can come right back upstairs and start doing damage to the boss again. This is a little bit weird for Stamp here, because they do have no further battle reses. Also, Supreme, no, he actually dies.
There's another
He gets it down
Siphoner
right
now.
away.
Huh.
Why is a Siphoner coming upstairs for them? What is going on?
They have a very interesting strategy here. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. This is interesting. So they do have Supreme down, and he still has the debuff. So I wonder if that Siphoner is even still down there. Like I'm confused. Where is Supreme? Is he gonna come back? Is he gonna be able to finish off his mob and remove his debuff? It looks like he won't be able to. I think Supreme might just die here downstairs. Oh no, he's here. He got it. But where is he?
He won. He
Oh,
won
he's
the
coming
1v1.
back. Okay, he got it. He got it.
That's good. There's a patch of ice right where he's about to land, and he instantly dies to it. Oh man, what
This
is
is
going
a problem.
on? This is a problem for the time being. They're gonna slowly lose players one by one as they come back upstairs, as long as that ice patch is there. Okay, actually no, they're fine. Their shaman comes back. The good thing is they still have the Fleshcrafter available. They've got Bobby Fleshcrafter with them. Every single one of those crit cleavers is going to do the important job on this fight, which is break the shield, make sure they don't take AoE damage here, and they can slowly whittle the boss down. The big problem is going to be if the shaman gets sent downstairs. On the next one, the Aug Evoker is going to get sent downstairs, and your Aug Evoker can't win that 1v1. That's a ways away, though. I think they're going to be okay here. Only 2 more cleavers should finish the job for them, and they will be okay. As long as this hits the shield? Okay, hits the shield.
nice.
I think they're okay.
Ooh, that
So
was close.
very, very weird occurrences here for Stamp, but they're able to play through it and get the boss down, hopefully. I don't want to speak too soon. We've seen tanks die at the last second here, especially once this Fleshcrafter comes in and starts
Can I get
nailing
another
here. So
shield?
get the
No, they
cleaver
got it,
in,
yeah.
get the cleaver in. Okay, now Thor dead. Stamp's able to fight through the adversity and get the boss down. It is only a 1 chest, but I think you're happy if you're in their situation where you had very weird occurrences with Siphoners teleporting upstairs. That was weird. Okay, Stamp gets the 1 chest. That's huge, though. ESC Gaming also got through their 18 in the Stone Vault here, wiping on the first pull, but we've talked about this a lot, right? This first pull in Stone Vault, very volatile. Things can go wrong very quickly if, one kick gets missed, a fear gets missed, your Shaman doesn't high roll. You can easily just reset that and go again. Not that big of a deal. Mandatory got through Skarmorak. They're working on this pull. Their tank didn't instantly die on the pull this time around. That's nice to see. We've got that versatility buff from being dwarves in here as well. And they're going to be able to chain into Master Machinist here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, and we also see no Speaky in the top left immediately going into this 20. So interesting, right? We've seen Streamer Zone move away from the Necrotic Wake after they had the 19, but they were in a different situation. Streamer Zone had the 2 chests, which means that they have the 21 available to do, which is definitely a super difficult key. Now, no Speaky on the other hand, they did only get the 1 chest in their 19 Necrotic Wake, and a 20 is something that we have seen teams time before, they themselves as well, so they feel confident they can execute this really quickly, or as quickly as possible, and then move on to the Stone Vault. So I think I like the decision to stay in the Necrotic Wake and get that 20 on the board, or at least attempt to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no Speaky. Yeah. We'll see them in the 20 here. I mean, they've already gone through the first pull on the first attempt, and I think that's one of the biggest walls in this key, right? The fact that they were able to get through on the first try means they're going to have a good attempt at this key, as long as they set up the Fleshcrafters correctly. They're into Blightbone. And, oh man, I didn't ask Tettles what the 20 Fleshcrafter was called. He said the 19 was Bobby, the 21 was Unk. Tettles, are you here? What's the 20 Fleshcrafter called? This is important information we need to know. We'll work on that.
We're gonna work on that. Tettle's gonna give us the level 20 Fleshcrafter name soon, hopefully. Now we do see Phoenix Gang Media on the screen for a moment here. Of course, they came into the day with not having done a dungeon at all. They did manage to get the 2 chests, though, on their 16, and now they're in this 18 Siege of Morales, which technically they should go up to 19 if they want to be matching the score of the other teams, of course. But, yeah, they definitely were looking quite a bit better today, so that's good. Again, lots of time. They have to catch up to the other teams, but really good sign for them. They managed to get that 2 chests on the board and now are in that 18.
We see again having issues on the trash right after the first pull. Here, Yant goes down, and of course your tank dying means that melee are soon to follow. Another reset in the 19 for ESC Gaming, another couple minutes gone. We have confirmation from Tettles that the 20 Fleshcrafter is still referred to as Bobby. You don't get upgraded to Unk until you get to 21. So No Speaky's still dealing with Bobby Fleshcrafter on Blightbone here. That Cleaver from Bobby doing a ton of work, though. Every single time that comes out, you can see Blightbone's HP just get completely chunked right here on Anarchy. You can see that red arrow over his head. There's the Throw Cleaver. Bang! 5% of the boss's HP gone just like that. And I think they've gotten to a point of stability here where they've gotten through the danger of the majority of the first section of this dungeon, right? Mostly that first trash pull is where we see a lot of wipes occur here. The next big pain point is probably that double Marauder pull in the middle where they hit their second Bloodlust, big tank death scenario, so we'll see if No Speak is able to deal with that on the 20 as well. We see Stamp has started off their 20 as well, and have also gotten through that first pull. That's huge for them. Someone we haven't seen a lot of today. In the bottom right here, Phoenix Gang Media have two-chested their 16 Siege of Borealis. They're in the 18, and their timer's looking pretty good, so you know, the slow pathway back to being in contention for them is definitely there. And I think something that's important to point out is even though they had probably the worst case scenario first day, the fact that we have only two extra keys added in today, and that they're very high-level keys, means that Phoenix Game Media actually has a lot of potential to catch up, especially if the super high push keys are incredibly difficult to push for. Like, we could potentially see teams stuck on the 19 Stone Vault, stuck on the 20 or 21 Necrotic Wake for a long, long time today, and be unable to add extra score to their scorecard. So Phoenix Game Media has a very real chance of potentially catching up today.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The most important thing for them is going to be the ability to shake it off from yesterday, right? Having some bigger issues, also having some technical issues on their tank definitely was not great for them. So being able to keep a strong mental and coming into today, being able to perform really well from the get-go is really good for them. So we'll see if they manage to catch up to the rest of the teams, potentially. We do see Mandatory on the top right, still working on the 19 Stone Vault that they had to, unfortunately, reset earlier after a full wipe. And they're now on that third boss, down to 8%. This probably one of the... I mean, I don't want to say it's an easy boss. It's actually a pretty difficult boss. But for these teams, it's one of the easier bosses in this dungeon for sure, in my opinion. And they are able to finish it off in just a moment, as long as they kill it off evenly, which of course is the biggest potential wipe point on this boss as well at the very end. But did manage to finish them both off without getting any of those AoE ticks in. And now they still have a bunch of that very dangerous trash left to do right in front of Eirik, where we probably also see some skips as well. We do have 2 Shadow Melts available, one on Moat and one on Stove, so we'll see if they decide on skipping. I think Stove is going to be the one running, probably with a Wurn Stone, so pulling everything to the side, using that Shadow Melt, and then Wurn Stoning back to Maysteen to the group. On the top right, you can see Stove getting it close, actually not getting the Shadow Melt off. Oh, okay, so it's not going to be an insane issue for them, but yeah, not ideal. Actually, wait, this was planned. All right, so they actually decided to do this purposefully, because we did see Moat pre-casting that res.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they were just trying to skip past that. They had the Shadow Melds available, so maybe they could have tried to Shadow Meld skip past there, but once he realized he wasn't going to be able to Shadow Meld, they could just let his team through and get the AoE res off. I think the important thing to mention is Mandatory is, like, really, really fast in this 19. We had 1 times 19 Stone Vault in Group B. It was from Cinema, on their absolute cinema of a day 1 from them. They timed the 19 Stone Vault with 30 seconds left in the key. It was the second timed 19 Stone Vault in the West, overall in the world. Mandatory, 25-second faster split on Skarmorak, a minute faster on Master Machinists. They are going blazing fast in this key. So they had the time there for that death. They had the time for whatever shenanigans just occurred on that skip. They just need to keep it clean on the trash from here on out, and they'll be able to get this 19 Stone Vault done in the first hour and 15 minutes of the day, which means they're going to have 3.5 hours to push up this Necrotic Wake. And this is the kind of start to the day that Mandatory was really looking for. I mean, you were talking at the start of the show about how even though their day 1 was pretty good by the standards of competition, you know, we had 4 teams at triple 19s, That's not what they're aiming for, right? They're the two-time defending MDI champs. They expected to just be at the top of the leaderboard. They expect to win the whole competition once again and go for the three-peat. And that's not the standard they played up to yesterday. That's the way they're playing today.
Yeah, definitely having to keep it together for Mandatory and trying to perform up to their expectations, right? But in the meantime, we do have Streamer Zone on the bottom right, being really close to the end of their plus 17 Stone Vault now, and they're looking really good on that 2 chest. So Streamer Zone also looking incredibly strong today, and yesterday too. I mean, they're just performing out of their minds, really. And we'll see if they get that 2 chests on the board. They have a little bit less than 6 minutes left, and still have like 1 trash or 2 trash pulls left to do. I guess they can also just pull it into the boss if they feel super confident, if they feel like they would be running out of time. But I do think they're not in a hurry, so they can just finish this off cleanly and then pull Eirik afterwards. So definitely looking really good on them. Also still on 0 deaths on their run too, so super, super clean by them. Now, EC Gaming on the bottom left, they had to reset their plus 19 Stone Vault at least once, but now they're back and they managed to finish off that first pull and are also at the end of Edna here as well with those 0 deaths. So looking a lot better on this run.
Yeah, and of course in the top left we do have No Speaky on that second Lust pull that we were talking about being the next difficult section of the dungeon for them. I don't think I've seen Yips's health bar drop below 100%, so he is very happily parrying every single one of those bleeds, and if one does happen to get through, I'm sure Anarchy is ready to smile and cauterize that debuff off, hopefully for him. Health bar dropping a little low at the end of the pull here, but I think they've gotten through the majority of the danger of this pull, so No Speaky looking good in their 20 Necrotic Wake. Mandatory they've gone from Rock Speaker 1 to Rock Speaker 2, and I think they've managed to drop the debuff on that Shatter. Yes, they have. That's huge. They won't be chaining the damage of the Smash Rock into this pull, which is good because you can see a no debuff Smash Rock just did about 70% of everyone's HP. But they're good. They're going to be able to live through that, and with 5.5 minutes left on the board, I think they're more than in the clear. Eirik, as we've alluded to many times, is not the longest nor the most difficult boss of the dungeon. There are potential one-shots, right? If you have a debuff on you when those AoE circles come out, you can be in a little bit of danger. You might need an external to pop personal, but it looks like they've mostly gotten their externals and personals laid out for the most part, and with 5 minutes left on the key, they're going to have more than enough time to finish off this boss. Also, for the extra cherry on top, they're going to get that Bloodlust off cooldown in about 3.5 minutes, so going to have plenty of time to use that in, with their cooldowns at some point later on in the boss fight here. They actually might kill off the boss before the Bloodlust comes off cooldown. I mean, these guys have been lights out in this key. It's actually really unfortunate they had that wipe in the first pull of the 19. It's one of the most normal wipes I think we've seen over the course of the TGP. It was just at the start of the pull when your tank is gathering up mobs, they just die because their mitigation isn't prepped or they don't have a pain sup. Also, I just want to point out, I have no idea how Mainstein is alive. I don't think I saw a single sliver of green on his health bar there on our UI, but I guess he had 1,000 HP left, so he somehow lived that? That's crazy.
No, that's not crazy. That's just skill. I mean, he knew.
True.
He just knew.
True.
Mode also dropping really low before being able to get rid of that debuff with the portal. Skylight, of course, also just sticking to the debuff a little bit longer, making sure that everyone else can get rid of their debuffs first. And yeah, they're doing a good job finishing off or working on Eirik here. Boss is, even though there's a fast boss on a 19, of course, it's still going to take a little bit of time. We'll see if they manage to finish off before the Bloodlust comes up or not. And we do see them positioning themselves again around the room, making sure that they pre-locate their portals. You can see markers in the room as well, which makes it a little bit easier for them to shot call and communicate. And be like, yeah, I'm going to take the portal around purple, I'll take the portal around X, which something I like to see. Just making sure that they're playing it kind of like a raid boss, right? Having all of these raid markers being used here. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the other teams that are in those Necrotic Wakes. Both Stamp and No Speaky are in that plus 20 Necrotic Wake, which is obviously a really high key level that can cause basically instant wipes if there's anything that majorly goes wrong. And that dungeon has a lot of potential for things to go wrong, especially with the strategy that they're playing with those cleavers, as we talked about multiple times. Yeah, lots of cleaver deaths, but on top of that, just like huge potential of just having instant wipes, right? So we do have a Marth here being worked on by No Speaky on the top left side, and they do have their Fleshcrafter nicely secured in those entangling roots by Cryptics.
Perfect.
And they're making sure that they are utilizing the cleavers on the boss, and it's looking very clean by No Speaky so far. Stamp on the other hand.
Well, streamer zone. Okay. Okay.
Whew.
That was close. That boss at 1%. You're happily under the 2 chest timer, and your tank dies at the very last second. They have count, right? Okay. Streamer zone continuing their blitz of nearly perfect runs over the first half of our competition here. 2 chests to 17, they'll be moving on to the 19. That mandatory is currently attempting. 40% left on Void Speaker Iric. The Bloodlust is active, used alongside the Ascendant's Power Infusion combination here. Druid cooldown soon to follow, surely. And you can see with these cooldowns, the boss's HP is absolutely getting shredded. As long as they can live these last couple of debuffs and AoEs, they will be getting this 19 done in the first hour of attempts or so, which is still pretty impressive to get done, considering the only other look we've had at this key is Cinema's just absolute trouncing of this key last weekend. Mandatory, though, playing very, very strong. And this might be the fastest 19 Stone Vault in the world, actually. I kind of want to go check this out right now. It's definitely up there, but they're going to be going to the Necrotic Wake here pretty soon, Nagura, and we're going to get to see what they can do in that key.
I mean, I just love to see that plus 19 there, but mandatory. The boss is going down in just a moment. 1 minute 10 seconds left on that timer. So yeah, a really nice performance by mandatory. Very likely going to be moving on to Necrotic Wake unless they decide to maybe start taking their first break.
Third fastest. Darn.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, we do see a bunch of teams taking breaks now as we did pass that first hour of the tournament day. So we do have streamers on a 10-minute break, and mandatory now also deciding to go on that 10-minute break before they venture into that Necrotic Wake afterwards. But yeah, we do see Stamp on the top right also in a plus 20 Necrotic Wake, as I said earlier. They did have some issues earlier on, but now it looks like a pretty decent run so far. They, of course, are still moving through the trash here before a Marth. There's some of those dangerous pulls coming up in just a moment that we've seen some teams wipe too. We'll see if they're able to execute that one. And in the meantime, we have ESC Gaming as well on the bottom right, now fighting Skarmorak. Skarmorak, that boss causing so many issues for the teams. We do have a Bloodlust being used almost immediately here, making sure that they get the most out of their initial cooldowns here to start. Very interesting, not using it for a fortified shell, it looks like. Unless it lasts into the fortified shell, but I don't think so.
The very tail end of the Bloodlust will last into the fortified shell, but yeah, the very first fortified shell you do not have a lot of cooldown damage for, so it's one of the more dangerous ones. They have a bunch of personals and defensives allocated towards it, and you can see Elbro is really going to be taking the majority of the debuffs here. He's at a 4-stack right now, going to be chaining that into a 5-stack here very shortly at the very last second, so he's got a ton of extra damage for this, and you can see personals being used, Zephyr being popped by the Augavoker here to keep everyone topped, and the tail end of their damage from that Bloodlust is going to help them finish off this shield very, very quickly. That's very important for them to get through. Very, very smart there. The next one should be Druid cooldowns with buffs. The thing that I think is very interesting, specifically for this 19 Stone Vault for ESC Gaming, and I think you need a little bit more than what we're just showing on screen here. So if you're watching and listening to my voice, I want to direct you over to V-Speed's stream for this. We got a link in the chat for that. If you type !teams. A lot of our teams are streaming the competition, and I think it's very fun to go to the individual player POVs because you get a little bit of extra information about their practice in these dungeons. A lot of them are running the same week or that we're running on screen right now, which kind of saves your best times in the key. And if you look at ESC Gaming, their splits for the bosses, they have a good Edna split for their best run. They have like a 652 for their Edna split. But their Skarmorak best split is 1 hour and 13 minutes. Their Master Machinist split is 1 hour and 21 minutes, which means that they actually haven't timed this key in practice from what we've seen, unless they reset their weak aura settings, which they could technically be doing. But if they actually haven't timed this 19 Stone Vault in practice, it would be very impressive to see them get done in competition on one of their first attempts.
There's no way. I do not believe that. But I mean, it's obviously possible, but I feel like if they wouldn't have timed this in practice, then they would not even be attempting it before going to like Necrotic Wake first or something. But yeah, it is possible. One thing to note as well about, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter for the weak era, because if you switch characters, because obviously you can make as many characters as you want on Tournament Realm.
That's true.
And I don't know how it saves the information. Does it save it across your account, or is it character specific?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, there we have
POV.
the speed POV.
Perfect POV, and you can see the weak aura on the right. It saves your best splits. Now, again, you technically could potentially just reset the weak aura settings, but it's nice to have those splits to know if you're on pace. So, I don't know what the case is, but they're making good progress in Skarmrak here. You can see Speed has a 7 stack of that buff with the cooldowns here, absolutely blasting this fortified shell, and that is one of the more dangerous ones for them. But they dealt with it perfectly. They even had the barrier pre-planned for that one. They're good to go.
And the spell warding on Speed, because, I mean, they know how important Speed is here for the shield, basically soloing that fortified shell. So spell warding him, making sure he doesn't have to switch into bear form, making sure that his damage definitely does go out. So definitely pre-plant those defensive cities and offensive cities as well. So really nicely done by Easy Gaming. And hopefully they can skip that last shell.
They're going to get one more for sure.
Yeah, they're
going to get one more for sure.
Now, yeah.
It's really about how low they're able to get the boss here. 21% is quite high. They might not be able to push the last shell. This one's a little bit dangerous here. It is Speed with the cooldowns once again. That's going to be the primary damage dealer here. It's the cooldowns with the Nature's Vigil. You can see once again lots of personals being pre-placed here. They're going to get one more tick of the Void Discharge. If they get one more, it could be a problem there. Pillow's able to keep everyone topped through it though, and they're through the shield. But again, we have sort of a pot of greed question here. You have your Ascendance and Power Infusion ready. Do you use them here and guaranteed beat the next fortified shell, or do you think you have enough damage without the cooldowns to beat the next fortified shell? This is the one that we saw Mandatory beat in their 19 earlier. They had the boss a little bit lower after that last fortified shell. They had it at about 16%. ESC Gaming had the boss at about 19% here. It was very close for Mandatory. We'll have to see if ESC Gaming is going to be able to beat it here. If they're not able to beat it, it could be a full wipe, as it doesn't even look like they're trying to get those buffs. No, this is just a full commit on the boss here. Going to be one last smash, and then the next cast after the smash is going to be the shell.
Nice.
Okay, they're able to beat it off, though. That's huge for them. And look at what they have prepped going in the next pull. They're going to have all of their cooldowns. They're going to have a fresh set of Spymaster stacks on Speed, and they're going to be able to just blast through this pull. Big thing, though, make sure Yaunt doesn't die on the pull. We saw Skylark go down to that. Big problem for Paladins. Let's see. Is the setup right here for them? Oh, they're good. Okay. We're going to go into this next pull. Going to blast this Forge Loader, and ESC Gaming making fantastic progress in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely looking good after having some initial issues. But let's take a look at the other teams. We do also see Stamp being now up in this Necropolis in their +20 Necrotic Wake. And No Speaky also progressing nicely. They are actually engaging Stitchflesh now on No Speaky side here, top right side of the screen. Let's see if they can execute this boss fight. It does so much damage, especially if these creations are let alive for too long. We did see some different strategies coming in from the teams in the group play, at least. We did see some teams even focus down the creation with the cleavers on the higher key levels, making sure that they're not going to start pulsing too much AoE damage onto their group, and just kind of playing it safe, waiting for the second creation to come up to get the boss back, not even trying to, quote-unquote, like one-face the boss. They did just not care about that escape coming through. But No Speaky committing their bloodlust here, as you can see the boss dropping incredibly low. They will get another cleaver in here, I think. Oh, never mind. Okay, so they also did finish off their creation, as I said, playing it safe, making sure they don't have too much AoE damage ticking on the group, and now they are waiting for the second creation to get the boss back down. This is like the safer way of playing it, but also takes a little bit longer, which again, the time of this dungeon, not the biggest issue, so playing it safe does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is the extremely play safe big IO play out of No Speaky here that we've kind of seen a lot of teams adopt, making sure they're playing perfectly. You can even see Scriptics there actually Bearform taunted the creation away from the boss there just so they could guaranteed get that throw cleaver on top of the boss as well. Very, very smart play from the squad there, and they're able to get through Stitchflesh, and they have like 9 minutes left in this key. So I would not at all be surprised, especially since they just sent their Lust on a Stitchflesh there for safety, for them to actually spend like the next minute or so just perfectly prepping the pull of this boss, so their cooldowns are active again, so they have everything. No, never mind. I'm wrong. They just pulled the boss instantly. Never mind. Forget everything I just said. No speaky, don't care. No speaky, no smile. All focus. Just go on the boss.
Why would they wait for their cooldowns when the Flashcrafter is killing the boss for them, right? So think about it.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
it was Bobby, right?
Yeah, this is still Bobby. They don't have Unk yet. They don't have Unk until they go into the 21.
All right, well, we'll see if they manage to finish up Nalthor here to see if they can actually time their cleavers correctly. I think that's like the major thing on Nalthor, right? First of all, obviously, do you deal with the exiles properly? Skip the ones that you want to skip and deal with the ones that you want to deal with to get that extra buff. But the other important question is, can you get your cleavers into the boss perfectly for the shields? The shields are the number one thing on this boss fight that can wipe you if you don't get rid of it immediately. It does so much AoE damage to the group. So they need to make sure they're timing these cleavers correctly or breaking the CC on the Flashcrafter in the perfect moment to get the cleaver into the shield. And it looks like No Speaky did do a pretty good job. Did get one tick off, so not absolutely perfect, but if you play it too close, then it's possible the cleaver goes in before the shield comes up, and that is obviously not ideal. We do see Cryptics actually potentially come back to a group, but maybe not. This might be just 30 seconds flying around kind of thing that we see. We did say, we saw the spell warding come out onto Cryptics, and they weren't stoned back. All right, so this is a strategy they sometimes use on their Moonkin players, mainly to just get the Moonkin back for the Entangling Roots. It's like a safe strategy to have the Moonkin always in the room to get the Entangling Root out. So yeah, sometimes you get that spell warding through, and then they use the Wernstone. Unfortunately, Cryptics does get the Exile again. Not able to skip it this time, or not wanting to skip it this time around. Because there is another potential to skip it with Wild Charge, for example. But then you don't get rid of your debuff, which means that you will die.
Hopefully, we won't see that death coming through until a good time for it, right? We've seen that timing pan out as these teams have figured it out as they do those avoidances here on this final boss. But we will keep our eyes on No Speaky as they tackle it. And Nagura will be having to wave farewell to you for a little bit here I'm so sorry, Zyra, will we say goodbye to you? Oh, excuse me. Bye, Zyra. We'll wave to you.
Bye, Zyra.
Bye.
Nagura, we're keeping you. And
Thank you.
We're going to bring you on the desk.
Too.
No, please. No. No. We'll keep you both. We'd love to have your insights more. No Speaky obviously going to be finishing off this boss, but while they do, let me just ask, No Speaky, whose name comes from Boomy saying that they have to stay locked in, no smiling, no speaky. They have a big opportunity to give us a North American TGP winner. Seeing their performance and focusing it in, I mean, today they're getting this plus 20 down right now. What do you think they need to do to break ahead here at the top of the leaderboard?
Let me just get that straight. You're asking the European what the North American team needs? Come on, Rook. Correct. How can I answer this without being biased?
Betray your region.
Well, I do think with the dungeons that we gave the teams today, that Necrotic Wake has very high priority on the overall frame of things. And then the Stone Vault is going to be very difficult. We already saw that 19 for mandatory, which is not to be overstated, to be honest, because it's a very, very difficult key, and it's going to come down to the wire whether or not these teams are able to get that 20, potentially a 21 Necrotic Wake done, and that 19 Stone Vault as well. So a lot of stuff happening there for No Speaky, but all the other teams as well. And I did see someone in chat from the StreamerZone.gg team right before they started their respective 19 Stone Vault. Jizo was saying, are you guys not entertained? And honestly, I kind of have to give a little applause for him, just riling the crowd, being out there, entertaining them while also playing on a top level. What more can you do, really?
I mean, I don't know about this. Yes, they are entertaining us, but they didn't do the 21 immediately after 2-chesting 19, so they don't fully care about my entertainment in particular. So Yeah, I don't know about this one, Jiso. Next time, I want to see the 21 straight away. But yeah,
I think you're so right for this one. Please,
Right.
maybe we can facilitate an interview at the end of this event. Just like talk about that. What was that, guys? We had our hopes up for that 20, and it just didn't happen. Do you believe in the 20 Dawnbreaker on the overall?
Yeah, after looking at StreamerZone's performance here, I mean, if they manage... Oh, we do see ESC Gaming have double death here. One of their the tank and speed going down. They did use the battle rest to get Yonta back up, but now we do lose Elbro as well to a melee because Yonta is not able to get him back up. We do see more people dying. They have one more battle rest, but Yonta goes down again. This is actually going to be a reset for ESC Gaming. Oh, and this was 26 minutes into their plus 19 Stonewalled. A big disaster here for ESC Gaming, losing out on quite a lot of time. And this is back-to-back big time losses for teams. First, we did see Stamp having to reset their Necrotic Wake 20 after already being done with Amarth. There we go, we have the replay come through. It looked like their healer just went down to just AoE damage, and then of course everyone else also falling. This was a big pull coming through at the very start here in Necropolis, and just not being able to recover their healer going down here. Just, yeah, huge time loss for them as well. We talked about the fact that this dungeon has a pretty lenient timer, but on a plus 20, having a full wipe coming through and not being able to recover, yeah, this is a 20-minute time loss for them approximately here for Stamp.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate both for ESC Gaming and Stamp. A big part of when you wipe in this Necropolis is that you lose the Fleshcrafter you carried from all the way back on the platform. And so then your count is a bit sketched and you have to like port back down unless you have a way to retrieve it. So we've often seen teams have a little bit of issues to that, but then still being able to recover it and go downwards after the final boss to still get that remaining count. And then of course, like I was just saying, this 19 Stone Vault is very, very, very hard. And we just saw what that looks like on ESC Gaming as they did unfortunately wipe to the Machinist. StreamerZone.gg after a fantastic day one, now hoping to prove once more that they definitely know how to play this dungeon. We've seen it from them before, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a one-shot for them.
And going back to what you asked if we see the 20 Dawnbreaker today, I mean, StreamerZone, right? They already have the 19-2 chest in the Necrotic Wake that they have available to them. And now they're in the 19 Stone Vault. If they continue to perform incredibly and manage to get this 19 done, well, at that point, we're at a stage of the day where we only really have big push keys left. Now, of course, they could still do the 20 Necrotic Wake, which is a key that we've seen before. But they could also do the 21, right? Which is definitely a super high key. We haven't seen it in a group stage yet. Or they could also try that 20 Dawnbreaker. So I think if a team can do it, and if a team is going to attempt the 20 today in the Dawnbreaker, I think it would be StreamerZone, and they're on a very good pace for that one. I'm super excited for StreamerZone and what they have to show us for the rest of the day. Because, yeah, they're just crushing it.
So we actually got interesting intel from Tettles, because No Speaky are on a break, as we mentioned, and there might be some reasons behind this that we can talk about, because No Speaky is a team that said their players never smile, but we have a report of a smile coming in on Anarchy's end after Cryptic said, "We'll need a break. My playtime is expiring in 30 minutes after this dungeon run." So, No Speaky really playing it close here in every possible regard.
And this wasn't the first boss. Like, they had to time that key within that 30-minute timer. Could you imagine they're just on the last boss, and the boss is on 10%, and Cryptic's like, "Okay, guys, you got this. I'm out of here."
Absolute legendary from No Speaky. I mean, what more can you want?
Oh, this is just beautiful. All right, well, I do hope that No Speaky manages to get game time on all of their players while they are having that 10-minute break that they're on. In the meantime, Stamp on the bottom left is now back at their plus 20. Necrotic Wake that we just saw them deplete, unfortunately, as they had that wipe in the Necropolis. So hopefully this time around they can time the 20. This plus 20 Necrotic Wake, this is definitely a key that we have seen so many teams have issues with. As I talk about that, we have Phoenix Gang Media in the bottom right, also have a death here on Amarth. They have the Battle Rust available to get their Evoker back up, and hopefully they're able to recover from this. But yeah, Necrotic Wake, that was like the bane of everyone's existence in the group stages, where we had so many teams struggle with this one and having to reset the dungeon so many times before they managed to get that 20 on the board. So to see that some teams already got that 20 and also just a 19-2 chest is incredible, and hopefully Stamp can follow through and get the 20 on the board this run as well.
I just hope all of the other players have active game time and, are saved. Hopefully we got Cryptic sorted as well. A little bit of help here and there, but I am quite curious about where this Necrotic Wake is going to go. And we are seeing something that's very interesting to me, because of course we know yesterday, at the end of the day, ESC Gaming ventured into the City of Threats for the first time. They were unable to get the 16 plus 2, but turned it around because they got a 17 plus 2. Unfortunately, in that 19, things went awry. On Fangs for the first time, they wiped, they restarted, locked themselves out of being able to maybe squeeze one more run into the day, and then after overtime, depleted that plus 19 a second time. So that was still open for them, and hopefully this is the last time we'll see them here in the City of Threats. But with this dungeon potentially capping at the 19, they'll also need to be fast with it, and I'm very, very curious on how that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they choose to go to the city here instead of continuing their Stone Vault, right? We just saw them wipe on Master Machinists, having to reset that key, losing out on 20 minutes of their day. A lot of teams still just decide to go back and continue, but I guess they're looking for maybe like a mental reset, not getting the 2 chests in that 17 Stone Vault, having to do the 18 afterwards, and then having to reset at 19 again after spending quite a lot of time in there. Definitely something that could potentially affect the players a little bit, stress them out. So maybe going into this dungeon and maybe even one-shotting the 19 here after you said having to reset it twice yesterday might be able to bring them back and reset their mental for the rest of the day. So let's hope they can finish it this time around. We did see a death there on Phoenix Gang Media, as I talked about UC Gaming, but they did manage to get their player back and recover. They're still at 17 Necrotic Wake, and of course Phoenix Gang Media still has some catching up to do. They did timed at 18 siege though, after 2 chesting the 16 at the start of the day, and they actually left it there. They didn't attempt the 19 to match the other team's score. They decided to just go to the Necrotic Wake first, and if they want to catch up some time, they definitely also need to put the 2 chests on the board here as well, which they still are in pace for.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm looking at the split timers, and of course, they're not 100% comparable for ESC Gaming in that 19 City of Threats, because they do a little bit of an extra swoop around, but I'm comparing it with the fastest 19 City of Threats that we have, which was put up by Streamer Zone, and that has 6 minutes 17 seconds on the first boss, and they are a good chunk below that. So I'm very happy to see ESC Gaming at least have some speed there at the beginning, and I'm curious where our teams are going to go after their breaks are over. We're still seeing, of course, the 17s on the right-hand side by both PGM and Mandatory, like you just mentioned, and then Streamer Zone working away on that 19 Stone Vault. I can also pull up the split timers for Mandatory if we want a little bit of a comparison, because obviously that Stone Vault is very, very tight on the timer.
Yeah, and they're currently on Skarmorak. Skarmorak, one of those bosses that are incredibly difficult to execute. We do see them having some unfortunate spawns here, it looks like, for the shards, as they are moving the boss around quite a lot. And we do have the fortified shell coming up, and look at how low everyone is already. They still have to finish on 1 shard potentially. There we go. That is a big shell. We'll see if they manage to get through this. They don't have the Bloodlust, but they do have a lot of other offensive cooldowns available for this one. It looks like they're still going to get quite a few ticks through here for Streamer Zone. One more. There it is. All right, so they did get through that second shell now. As we do have no Speaky on
Let's
the
go.
plus 21 Necrotic Wake. Not even deciding to go to the Soul Vault first. They're just saying, you know what? We got this. 21 immediately after that 20 Necrotic Wake. Wow, we'll see how difficult this is going to be for them.
Well, it's plenty difficult, as that first death is going to tell you there straight away. Game time has been recharged. No Speaky are locking in and logging in after the break and headed into that 21 Necrotic Wake. Now, I am refusing to call our Fleshcrafter friend Bobby. To me, that's Tony, and I hope Tony is going to help us out
It's not Bobby anymore.
here.
It's a 21. It's Ankh.
No,
Keep
it's
up,
Tony.
mates, keep up.
No, I'm just refusing these names. I like Tony. Tony's a good helper. So we'll see how No Speaky is dealing here, but that looks like a quick reset, as they are maybe walking towards that gate there and dying off just to make sure that they can run out and get that town portal in. In the meantime, I was mentioning the split push timers in the Stone Vault. And I checked in with the one that we saw from Mandatory, because they already timed the 19 Stone Vault today. Their Edna was 7:16, which Streamer Zone is under by a lot, nearly half a minute. And then their Skarmorak was 16:03, and it looks like Streamer Zone is also going to be under that as well. So once again, we're seeing incredible speed out of that team together with flawless execution. It's absolutely crazy what they're putting on the board.
Yeah, it definitely is. We do see that shell coming up, though, and everyone did drop a little bit low. Looks like that is another set of Moonking cooldowns that is going to be used for this shell. They need to make sure they keep Yargi alive, as he does drop really low for each tick here. But there we go. That was an incredible amount of damage on that 45 shell for Streamer Zone. That was absolutely crazy. But yeah, that wipe that we just saw for No Speaky at the starting pool, we potentially might see a lot of those wipes. That first pull is incredibly difficult. And once you're through that, it's not that the rest of the dungeon is easy, but there's just a lot of, like, they're just doing a high-risk pull at the very start. And since it is the start, they're obviously not going to be losing out on too much time, so it's very possible that they might have to reset the dungeon quite a few times to get past that initial difficulty there. But Streamer Zone skipping that next 45 shell pretty easily there on their plus 19. I mean, Streamer Zone just lights out again in this dungeon here so far.
They were actually a little bit slower in that split, because the very end of Skarmorak there took them a little bit longer than I expected when I looked at the HP totals. So they're now a little bit slower than the Skarmorak poll timer that we saw from Mandatory. Now, I will say Mandatory had 2 deaths, so there is some wiggle room of round about 30 seconds with that entire timer, but we'll need to keep an eye on what Streamer Zone is doing to see how they will fare on the Machinist split. We saw other teams wipe to that just a couple minutes ago as ESC Gaming ventured in there, but we're going to get another look at No Speaky in the 21 Necrotic Wake. And like you're mentioning, front-loading a lot of the difficulty makes sense, because then you can just go again in case it doesn't work out. But this pull is so hard with all of the damage that's going out, with everything that needs to be managed in terms of kicks, in terms of CC, in terms of your tank being able to survive, which is why you're seeing a lot of kiting, and still there will often be just the occasional death every now and there. This one, however, another reset.
Yeah, unfortunately another reset for them, and I do quickly want to explain the format again here in case some people are not aware. So in the global final here, we are kind of going back to the old format and not the one that we were playing in the group stage. So the way this works is that we don't have eliminations at all in the final. So the 6 teams that we have in this global final, they played yesterday, they played today, and they also play tomorrow. So the score that matters is the final score. That's going to be the only thing that matters for the prize pool here. So technically speaking, you don't necessarily have to do a dungeon at all today. So technically, No Speaky, they could just attempt this 21 Necrotic Wake for the whole day and not even step foot into the Stone Vault. Would that be a smart idea? Probably not. But I do think that is worth mentioning, that they don't have this pressure to go into these other dungeons straight away, because there's no danger of being eliminated at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's right. You still get one more day, but at the same time, you kind of have to look on the overall because there will be, of course, yet another dungeon tomorrow that you then also need to push up. Teams don't know what's waiting for them there. It could be an Arakara, right? That is a dungeon that goes quite far, that is well within the possibilities. It could also be a Grimbatol. Then that would be a dungeon that's very quick. We don't know what's waiting around that corner, and I think that is something teams will kind of need to be ready for, to know that there is a kind of cushion that they can maybe allocate time for in case it is a dungeon that requires a lot of time and attention.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We do see ESC Gaming on the top left now back on NX and VX, which is that boss that has caused some issues for them yesterday. So hopefully they can execute it this time. They did immediately use that Bloodlust at the start of the pull, making sure they can get as much damage onto the boss as possible here. And let's see if they can execute this. This was, of course, incredibly difficult on a plus 19. In the meantime, streamers on the top right, also in their plus 19 vault. This is their first attempt in the 19. They did play incredibly cleanly so far, still on those 0 deaths. Their timer also looking really, really good. As Mix mentioned earlier, they had a really good Edna split. Did lose a little bit of time on Skarmarak in comparison to Mandatory, but still very much on pace to time that key. Mandatory had, I think, a minute and 10 seconds left after they had finished the dungeon. So a little bit of wiggle room as well in case they're a little bit behind on some of the splits.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting seeing how all of these are kind of coming together, right? We got everything kind of on the board, and now as our teams are going in here, as we return to that original format, as you two gave such a great summary of, we are actually getting to see how some of this plays out this weekend, where, you know, trying to figure out how they play this larger strategy is a big element of it. And, you know, I was curious here, Makes, I'll toss to you as we keep an eye on the bosses going down here as well. But up until now, so No Speaky and many of the other teams seemed to be kind of going with the get something for everything on the board strat, which we've sort of identified, right? Versus the kind of push one key really high strat and see if you have to kind of set a bar for everybody else to pass. So I was curious, Makes, what you think that landing this might mean for them, or how it would affect the competition as we're sort of, you know, looking at it now.
I mean, if one team does a 21 Necrotic Wake, that will pressure everyone else, and also having to do that if you want to stay comparable. Because, of course, the way our tiebreakers work, the highest key wins over the other tiebreakers. And so that 21, as of right now, is the highest possibly achievable key that teams can get. Now, of course, you can even it out if you have more points, but I would argue with how our key scaling is working here, it's going to be very hard to have more points than a 21 Necrotic Wake if you are unable to get that 21 on the board. That would mean you need to get like a 20 Dawnbreaker, and the team that has the 21 Necrotic Wake does not. So a lot of weird stuff happening there, plus then, of course, another point to surpass them and avoid getting into those tiebreakers. I do think it's a lot of pressure on the rest of the competition to see No Speaky in this 21 already, but maybe it also kind of gets them a little bit excited for the challenge. You know, that's what I would hope.
Yeah, definitely super excited to see them in the 21. And so even though Streamer Zone Jisoo earlier said that, you know, are you not entertained? It's actually No Speaky that's entertaining us here.
That's
21.
True.
So they're getting my
that 19
points.
Stone Vault is pretty good as well. I will say.
That is true.
We'll check in with their timer once the machinists do go down here in the top right corner. Of course, in the meantime, we did see other teams working on their respective Necrotic Wakes, as we can see in the bottom left as well. And I will check in once more with ESC Gaming and their 19 City of Threats, as they have defeated the Fangs of the Queen on 16-17, which is nearly 45 seconds faster than our fastest 19 City of Threats. So if they can keep this pace up, they might be looking at a new record key in terms of speed as far as these 19 City of Threats go, which would also set them up for great tiebreakers. Of course, they still need to get into the other dungeons and then put them on the board, so they still have a lot of work ahead of them as they're now going into this big poll in the top left corner here. But that is something that is the first step towards the right direction for ESC Gaming.
Yeah, definitely looking strong so far in that plus 19. That is very good for them. And yeah, also executing that boss quite nicely on their side too. In the meantime, we did see PGM finish off that plus 17 Necrotic Wake and actually also getting that 2 chest on it, which is something that I mentioned earlier they need to do to catch up to the other teams. So they have that 19 available to them right now. And Mandatory in the bottom left are also on pace to 2 chest their plus 17 Necrotic Wake and move into that 19 afterwards. Now, I do want to take a little bit of a closer look. Well, first of all, no speaky in that 21, of course. That's something that I always keep an eye on because that's an incredible key and would be like a world first if they manage to execute this. But Streamer's Stone on the top right, they're about to reach the tail end of this dungeon on their plus 19, still on those 0 deaths. And now we have to split. It's 23-59. You said you had the splits up from Mandatory.
So Mandatory had 23-48, but they also had 2 deaths. So Streamer Zone is on a great pace here.
All right, so Streamer Zone looking good on that split here. We'll see if they do a trash skip as well. That's something we saw Mandatory do. They actually had a death on Stove to do that skip. They pre-casted that mass rest on their healer to make sure Stove immediately gets rest back up, even though they did have the Shadow Melt available. We just decided that the mass rest is going to be used. Looks like Streamer Zone didn't have to end up using that death there. So no 15 seconds penalty for them. They did use the Shadow Melt on Yargi and the Wernstone afterwards to get them back to their group. So really nicely executed by Streamer Zone.
Yeah, I really like that as well. Smooth skip on their end. I'm also looking towards the bottom right because, of course, we have Uncle Tony. I'm ready to roll with that name if you're ready to roll with that name. Uncle Tony is ready for no speaky.
Perfect.
They locked in our first timer for a 21 Necrotic Wake after defeating Blightbound and getting through that massive first pull and are now on their way to a Marth. Now, Amarth is a boss that unfortunately has claimed many lives throughout the TGP and throughout his existence, really, when you're thinking back to the Shadowlands. So definitely a boss that they will need to be careful here on the 21. All of the ads need to be managed. We saw, I believe it was Streamer Zone, kind of carried the boss to the side so that Uncle Tony would always have a good angle on those axes. Hopefully No Speaky has something similar planned up for how they're going to tackle this boss as they are working their way towards it. I'm looking towards Streamer Zone. We're finishing out with the trash here as well. Still need to get through the 2 big guys there before they can start Void Speaker Irish. But I think they're looking fantastic in this 19 Stone Vault, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're definitely looking super strong. And just taking a look at Stamp as well here in the bottom left. They are now fighting Stitchflesh in their plus 20. Unfortunately, earlier they had to reset the key after a full wipe on the trash in front of Stitchflesh. So this time around they did manage to get past that area, and now they do have to deal with this boss. Their creation is still alive on quite low HP. It looks like they are trying to keep it alive to get the boss back down after that first getaway. And they will just barely being able to keep that creation alive to get that hook through. So not playing the safe strategy that we've seen most other teams do, where they just finish off the creation, wait for the second one to get the boss back down. Stamp actually just playing it a little bit on the riskier side. And
we had Kira go down here to one of the stone bolts and they're trying to recover this pull. Everything is kind of out of control as we did see Kira lose some of that aggro. They're now kiting back to get it back together on the top right corner. Lots of damage still going out. That is 1 death against the timer for them. Challenger's Peril kicking in, but it looks like they are able to recover this one. Hopefully Kira is still dropping so low.
There's just so much tank damage going on throughout this whole dungeon here. It looks like some of the casters are going down at least, but yeah, these stone bolts going through is doing so much damage. There we go, they are about to finish it off. We do get another Smash Rock come through here, dropping everyone incredibly low. They need to make sure they are finishing this one off as fast as possible. They do have 6 minutes 20 left, so they're still looking good on the timer. But yeah, obviously cannot afford any major issues from here on out, as that last boss does take quite a bit of time on a plus 19. It's not generally a boss that takes like majorly long, but on a 19, every boss takes its time. So hopefully they do manage to get this done.
Yeah,
No
I mean,
speaky on-
it's also the last time, right? If you have to cast that rest on your tank, if you have to recover the pull, everything is kind of split apart. You need to group the mobs back together before your DPS players are going to cry about not being able to do optimal damage. You're losing DPS, you're losing time. So it definitely did cost them a little bit there. I am confident enough in the timer to still say it's doable, but they need to be very careful from here on out with the Challenger's Peril, just adding so much deduction on every single death that could come in here. So hopefully Streamer Zone are going to be keeping it clean from here on out. We'll also check back in with ESC Gaming as soon as they deal with the co-acclamation. That is also one of the boss fights that takes really long and does a lot of damage to the team. So something we'll need to pay attention to. But no speaky. We're getting closer to a Marth as well. So lots of exciting action that's going to be happening all at once.
I was just about to say, I don't know where to look. There's 3 teams in a plus 19. We have a team in a 21 and a team in a 20. Like, there's just absolute insanity going on our screens. Everything that we see right now is just incredibly high level, super difficult to execute. We do see a stamp on the bottom left now on Nalthor. 46%. We do see that Flashcrafter being CC'd, making sure they do break it just before they get that shield up to make sure that they reduce the amount of damage onto the group as much as possible. Otherwise, that shield is just going to nuke the group. We do see the break coming through now, and that shield immediately being broken by that Flashcrafter. They need to make sure they are seeing the Flashcrafter again in the corner, so it is positioned correctly, and everyone that does get targeted by that cleaver can get it to the boss as fast as possible. Then we also see Streamer Zone now engaging that boss on the top right for that plus 19 Stone Vault. They have the boss down to 78%, so the trash done. They didn't miss anything, 100% enemy forces. They have a little bit under 4 minutes left, which definitely is enough time. But yeah, everything just does so much damage on this fight.
It does. So we are going to be keeping at least one eye up there. We'll also have to keep one eye on No Speaky. They are currently in a massive pull where they use a Bloodlust to make sure that they can deal with it. Only the Marauders remain as they have finished up the rest of the mobs. So very well done by No Speaky as they are working away at that world record key, the 21 Necrotic Wake. A little bit of kiting there for Yips as he does get big hits from these Marauders. They need to be killed off rather soon. He doesn't have too much more to keep tanking these guys, so the rest of the team hopefully being able to get them under control. But of course, every single time these shields go up, the Marauders live for a little bit longer. Finally, they are finished, and Stamp is also finished with their boss. They already have dealt with their Flashcrafter on their end, so that's a 20 time for them very nicely. ESC Gaming finishing out the co-acclamation. We'll get a timer in a couple of seconds. I'll check back to see if maybe they can continue their trend of being the fastest City of Threats here. And Streamer Zone now getting closer to that 50%. I do think their timer is well within the possible limits, but they can't really afford any oopsies here. There we go. Bloodlust being used now.
Yeah, they just got their Bloodlust back up, so they need to make sure to pump as much damage into this boss as possible. Not only to be able to time this key, but also because the timer actually is really important for this plus 19 Stone Vault, because we're pretty certain that we're not going to be seeing a 20 at all. And we also are, I don't want to say certain, but it's very possible that we're going to see some tiebreakers at the end of tomorrow. So it is actually very important to get a fast time up here for Streamer Zone. Unfortunately, Mandatory did have a death here on Maysteen, actually, on their plus 19 Necrotic Wake that they're working on the bottom left. Did manage to recover, though. It looks like Maysteen actually just... we actually lose Soda as well to a Cleaver here. Anking and releasing. So holding on to this battle rest, just playing it safe.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the world to have 1 or 2 deaths here in the 19. Of course, Mandatory would really like to have that 19 plus 2 to save themselves from another run in the Necrotic Wake, being able to also go into that 21 that No Speaky is showing off here in the bottom right. So that is probably what we're hoping to avoid, but the timer on Necrotic Wake is lenient enough that with 2 deaths, it could still be possible. An update on ESC Gaming and their City of Threats. They are now a little bit Wait. Oh no, we're still faster. Okay, so still 16 seconds faster than the fastest City of Threats that we have seen yet. But here's Streamer Zone on their Stone Vault. Can they beat the timer that Mandatory has put up? They had 33 minutes and 19 seconds. Unfortunately, Streamer Zone is going to be a little bit slower than that here, but that is a time 19, so a great run for them as is.
Yeah, really nicely done that they managed to get it on the board. As you mentioned, they weren't as fast as Mandatory, so potentially a dungeon that they maybe would want to rerun at some point if they care about the tiebreakers at the end of tomorrow. But for now, they are probably going to be moving on. We do see no Speaky though on that 21 Amarth. This is an absolute insanely difficult fight on a plus 21. Everyone is just taking so much damage. They need to make sure they get all of these cleavers onto the boss, not waste any of that damage onto these soldiers that we have spawning throughout. So they need to make sure that they're playing this as clean as possible. So far they only have this one death on the board, so definitely looking like a good run for No Speaky here, after having to reset the dungeon a few times after wiping on that first pool in the dungeon. The first time they got through that pool, being able to finish off Blightbone and get to Amarth is actually incredibly crazy to see. Now, it's still possible that they wipe at some point later in the Necropolis or in Stitchflesh.
Don't say that.
Everything here is very difficult, so the potential of wipes is very high throughout the dungeon. But yeah, definitely a really good run so far by No Speaky.
Yeah, absolutely right. One more time, that Throw Cleaver is going to come on in, and No Speaky have defeated Amarth the Harvester, harvested himself by this team of players, looking absolutely amazing in that 21. Now, I feel like the Necrotic Wake just keeps on ramping when it comes to the difficulty. Every single thing you get through is somehow harder than what you just went through, and they're now going to have to deal with the Necropolis, then Stitchflesh, and then Nelther, and it's a lot that's still waiting for them. As much as they're trying to front load the difficulty, it is going to matter. And Mandatory here working on getting to Amarth as well. Of course, 2 key levels lower. They're looking to get a +2, ideally, to maybe unlock that 21 Necrotic Wake right out of the gates. That's exactly what they're hoping to do. And ESC Gaming is hoping to get the fastest City of Threats 19 in the top right corner. So let's see.
And we see StreamerZone.gg back in the Necrotic Wake, and they're not going for the +20, they are going for that immediate +21 after 2 testing that 19 earlier. So really cool to see that they're not joking around. They're just in at 21. We'll see if they time this. It would be so incredible, because look at No Speaky, they're in at 21, but they haven't even stepped foot in the Stone Vault at all. And StreamerZone already has put up a 19 there. So StreamerZone really just blasting through the keys today. And now attempting this 21 is just incredible. We'll see how they're doing here. But yeah, as you said, Mandatory on the bottom right. If they want to keep up or catch up rather to StreamerZone, because for now they definitely are behind, they would have to 2-chest this 19. And they already have those 2 deaths on the board. 2-chesting 19, definitely not super easy. They have to play pretty fast. So we'll see if they can match StreamerZone's +2.
Yeah, it's going to matter whether or not they can get that on the board. Other than that, they will need to run the 20, which is, of course, a significant time loss. So if you can avoid it, you will have to try to do just that. But StreamerZone, as you're mentioning, in that 21 as well. And that also means we'll get a little bit of a comparison between No Speaky's 21 and StreamerZone's 21, as No Speaky, of course, are a little bit further in that dungeon. Let me just quickly remind you of what ESC Gaming are trying to beat on their dungeon run. Fastest one is 33:56. As of right now, they're on 31:45. How are you feeling about that timer, Nagora?
I think it's looking very good. They might be able to actually get the fastest time here. I think ESC Gaming also have they have the Bloodlust running right now, and as you set that timer, that was 2 minutes, and the boss was like 40-ish%. So I think they are on pace to be able to beat that. They're actually looking really strong on this City of Threats +19, which would be so good for ESC Gaming, because we talked about them having some issues yesterday, in this dungeon in particular, and today as well, having some issues in the Stone Vault, not being able to finish the 19, having to reset because of that wipe on machinists. So that would be a really good thing for them to get not only the 19 on the board here, but also the fastest time potentially.
Yeah, exactly. They already have the fastest time in the 19 Dawnbreaker. Now, there is a little bit of, a bittersweet feeling to that because we are expecting the Dawnbreaker to go to a 20, but hopefully they can pull off the 20 and also get a very good time in that 20 then and there. But for now, ESC Gaming trying to finish off EZO here. Can they get the fastest time on the board? They have 1 minute left to be under the timer that we saw being put up by streamerzone.gg. And ESC Gaming are looking to play for everything, trying to get that on the board here. 40 seconds to go to be under it. 13% on the boss. Don't let this fool you. This is a 19. It takes a little bit longer than you might expect just looking at it.
Yeah, it looks like they were slowing down in damage a little bit. They get one set of cooldowns up still from their Archivoker and from
3
Albro
seconds.
here, so it's not happening. Unfortunately, they're not going to be putting up the fastest time. Again, it's not actually the biggest.
We're not under it yet.
all
I
of a
said
sudden-
3 seconds for the cooldown, so we just have PI Descendants
I
come
thought
up.
3 seconds for the
No.
timer.
So
Okay.
they did put the fastest City of Threats there. You can see it on the split.
Nice.
Sorry if I bait you.
Wow,
But yeah,
all
very
right.
well done by ESC Gaming.
Wow, okay, that's
Let's-
incredible, right? This is actually very interesting to talk about because we know that EC Gaming is behind to the other teams, but if they manage to get these fast times on the 19s once they actually do it, like it's very possible that EC Gaming said, you know what? When we asked them in the pre-show interviews, we asked them, so what do you expect? What do you want to do in this tournament? And they said, go big or go home. We want to win it all. And looking at the performance afterwards, maybe they really are going for these like super risky strategies to get these super fast timers on the board because they potentially think that the tiebreakers are very important. That causes them to maybe like having to rerun the keys more times than others before they can actually put the timer on the board. But potentially, once they do get those 19s and those highest keys on the boards, they might just be crushing those timers and end up winning against the other teams with those tiebreakers. That might be their strategy. And I think that's actually a really cool thing to consider.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're doing exactly what they need to in the position that they are in. Of course, they are still behind on the overall scheme of things, but there is still a window where they can catch up, and that's exactly what they're trying to do, and that is the first step, and I love seeing it. Now, what I also love seeing is a no speaky continuing in their 21 Necrotic week. I am seeing questions and requests for an Uncle Tony chant. I will leave that to Chad to do. We do have a little bit of an update there for streamerzone.gg because they had AJ go down during Blightbone here. That combat rest was used to recover that pull, and thus far they are working away on Blightbone. We'll get that first comparison between timers on the board, but it does look like no Speaky has the upper hand when it comes to speed in that 21 Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, that 21 Necrotic Wake just looking... Oh, we do see Yargi actually go down for Streamer Zone there at the end of Blightbone. They don't have Battle available. This means that they are going to wipe and reset and go again. So not able to one-shot this 21. This is actually the first reset for Streamer Zone today. They played so well. This is actually the first one that we see. And I did want to mention earlier, before they wiped here, how impressive it was that they managed to finish that first pull in the 21 first try. Because they didn't do the 20 to quote-unquote like practice. Oh, we actually see another death here. Bono Speaky, Timbermore going down to the Spooty Seas. Actually just absolutely one-shotting him there on that trash mob. It looks like they're trying to get Timber back. Oh, and Rodspew did go down. So they're going to be able to recover here. And hopefully they also didn't lose that Flashcrafter.
There it is.
Flashcrafter also rooted the corner.
Uncle Tony.
They're able to recover here.
He's back with the team. No worries. He would never leave them in dire times. Uncle Tony has the team's back. And yeah, 1 death, 2 death, who cares? They will still continue their run here. They're looking phenomenal. We're going to be seeing Streamer Zone hopefully retry that 21. But another team that's working on that is Stamp, who have now entered the 21 Necrotic Wake as well.
3 teams in the 21 Necrotic Wake. This is absolutely amazing to watch. No Speaky now on Stitchflesh, top left side of the screen. We'll see if they manage to execute this one. This is just such a dangerous boss fight on a 21. It does so much damage. We see the Bloodlust being used here as they got the boss down as well. They need to finish up this creation because otherwise it's going to be pulsing for so much damage onto the group. You can see them aiming some of these cleavers into the creation rather than the boss. They are trying to play it safe as possible, but the boss is also dropping so fast for them. They're actually doing an amazing job getting some of the cleavers into the boss too. Mandatory though, on their plus 19, having some issues as Mold does go down to a throw flash here. Looks like they did. Looks like he released actually, so he's trying to get back to the group. But yeah, no Speaky getting the boss down to 17%. They're looking pretty strong. The creation's still alive though. They are taunting it away. Cryptic's making sure that the creation does not get hit by the cleaver.
In comes that meat hook.
They're looking good.
Come on, get that cleaver hit onto Stitchflesh. They can do it. They can do the Surgeon Stitchflesh in this 21 Necrotic Wake. It needs one more. Cryptics taunting. They're trying to protect. Yips, in comes another one of these hooks. Need to place this one. It's on the boss of right now. One more hook, and they will be able to down Surgeon Stitchflesh. No Speaky on their way to claim this world first key with Uncle Tony as they're walking towards Nelthur.
That was so impressive, incredible to see. No Speaky. I mean, they took a little bit of time to kind of play their slower game, play a little more cautiously, get some points on the board, but they are going all out right now. And to see the culmination of their run, we're going to be bringing in Tettles and Dratnos and Nagura and Makes. We'll catch you later, all right?
Have fun.
It's smelling an awful lot like an NA world first.
Let's get the European casters out of here.
Get them out. Get in here. Dratnos, take us into it. NA supremacy.
Right. Well, as it stands right now, we're doing the common thing of in NA.
We lost our Fleshcrafter. This is bad. Okay, so we have to go back and get him.
Take a little 5-minute break before the boss. Timbermaw will die and reset the boss. So, okay, what's happening here is Timber needs to go and re-dominate mind the ad. And it looks like Cryptix is thinking about town portaling. Okay, we might need to get the European casters back in here, as unfortunately it does seem like this is going to cost them the ability.
Our Fleshcrafter didn't port? I'm so shambled.
Yeah, tragic here. Somehow the Fleshcrafter just didn't come with them, and with that, that boss is going to be way too lethal, last way too long. The problem with that boss is that without the Fleshcrafter to break through those shields, it just does so much damage to your group, so... No Speaky are not going to be able to do that dungeon. They were so on pace as well. That is heartbreaking. I wonder what happened there. I wonder if it just ran out of its 5 minutes. No, there's no way, right? Like, okay, so let's see how this... this is... Okay, we're on mandatory now. We're going to work on a replay, though, to figure out what happened.
What can happen is whenever you dominate minded and you try to bring it up, sometimes it can actually just get stuck down below and it's like spam casting on your group. So your priest has to die and then go re-dominate minded and bring it back up. There's also specific spots on the Nalthor platform where it can just like fall into the void and then just get stuck forever, and you have to basically like reset and go get him again. It happens occasionally. It's just
that is an unfortunate time for that to happen.
It's the price of doing business, right? But it's so annoying whenever it happens because, like you said, it just completely bricks your run because you can't kill that boss without the Fleshcrafter.
Okay, now we have Mandatory working on Stitchflesh, also in a Necrotic Wake. This one is just a plus 19, though, but saying just a plus 19 is, of course, a crazy thing to say. This is a very high-level key, even in this dungeon. It's very dangerous, this boss fight, and they're already, I think, on the wrong side of this 2-chest timer, in all likelihood. Maybe still possible.
Streamer Zone were able to 2-chest it. I'm pretty sure that this is pretty easily 2-chestable for Mandatory here, assuming that they're able to stay clean throughout the remainder of this dungeon.
How long does the last boss take on this difficulty?
230.
230? Okay.
Yeah. The fight's ridiculous because it goes from not being doable if you don't have the Fleshcrafter to being 2 minutes and 30 seconds if you have the Fleshcrafter.
I see. Well, hopefully that Fleshcrafter joins Mandatory here as they make their way upstairs.
Okay, sounds like we have a replay as well of what happened for No Speaky here. So you can see they have that Fleshcrafter mind controlled, which is fine. Like, you dominate mind it, and then it's supposed to teleport. But
yeah,
no
I saw it. It's up there. Oh, it was up in the back. It was flying up in the air. Timber
was
looking
it
at
up
it out in the distance.
Oh, it's stuck behind them. So that's why he
no.
couldn't. That's why he couldn't die and then go get it, because it's literally stuck outside the terrain. Like, so sometimes it actually gets stuck down there on the Surgeon Stitchflesh platform, which is totally fine. You can just go back and get it. You know, you just like sack your player. No Speak had enough time to where they could actually just go kill the boss, even still with that death, right? It'd still only be like a 3 minutes to 3:30 fight on a 21 whenever you had the Fleshcrafter. But if the Fleshcrafter's gone, there's just no way that you can even kill the boss, and it's just no.
Brutal.
I was love watching. I always hate watch, but I was love watching for one time in my life, and now I'm disappointed. This is why I hate watch.
I see. That is indeed a tragedy for No Speaky. Good news for them though; they're back in the 21. They're at it again. Hopefully, they're able to. I mean, they were able to put this together in a pretty quick fashion, right? In that previous go at it. So, I think they're likely to be able to make this happen today. Although it might be not on this attempt, as we do have Anarchy going down on this one. In the meantime, Streamer Zone down in the bottom left also at the start of a nice fresh 21 Necrotic Wake, and Stamp in the bottom right also in a 21 Necrotic Wake. So depending on where Mandatory go after this, we may have 4 teams in this dungeon at this key level. That would be pretty impressive. For a little look across our leaderboard, No Speaky and Stamp, though they're both in those 21 wakes, they have not got the Stone Vault up to 19, which both Mandatory and Streamer Zone do have. So that's the reason that the score is so lopsided in favor of Mandatory and Streamer Zone right now. Streamer Zone in particular doing a really good job of just portioning out their time today, already in the 21 wake with that 19 Stone Vault already on their card as well. They are in great shape. If they can put this 21 on the board, they are going to be so far ahead because they'll basically already be at the ceiling in all 5 of our keys, and they'll have to start doing, I mean, they'll already have done one world first key. They'll have to then start looking for some more across the other ones on the list here. So extremely impressive for them. Soda goes down for Mandatory, but it looks like it may have been an intentional skip the bottom section death that we do sometimes see here.
Yeah, I mean, that bottom section, especially as you get to higher levels, is actually really difficult to deal with. As
it looks
as
like he may have
Moonkin.
pressed Ankh while he was still down there. Interesting, because I still don't see him up here on the platform.
Oh, maybe his body wasn't going to get ported. Like, if you die to... It depends on what you die to. So if you die to the ad, you don't get ported up top. If you die to the ground effect, you do get ported up top. So that might be
back.
that situation. How
Hooray!
many stacks does he have of the debuff? Are we about to completely cover the platform?
I think it's quite a large circle showing up here for Mandatory, but it's not the entire platform, as the boss does go down, and now just the Fleshcrafter remains. 28 seconds to kill the Fleshcrafter. Would be close,
they're
except
fine.
for the fact that they're going to land that cleaver on Xandria there, and she's going to contribute a couple of punches here to eliminate that Fleshcrafter in no time for Mandatory. So they do, despite those 4 deaths on the board, secure a 2 chest in this 19, tying things up with StreamerZone.gg, although it is a slightly slower plus 19 Necrotic Wake than StreamerZone did put up. That is, of course, not going to matter, as there's no way a 19 will be on these teams' scorecard when it all counts at the end of tomorrow.
Are you worried at all about the teams that haven't gone into the Stone Vault? So Stamp and No Speaky?
So, I mean, you only probably need to spend like an hour in the vault, right? To put up 18, 19? So...
Yeah.
I don't think I'm that worried, because then tomorrow we're going to reveal 1 new dungeon. I mean, ideally you'd want all your time tomorrow for that new dungeon. Like, if you need it for that new dungeon, you want to be coming into tomorrow capped in all of these dungeons, or close to it. So we do have another death coming out for Streamer Zone up in the top right. The first death of their run. Looked like it was a mind control auto attack death. Those do happen. They're going to be continuing this run, though. Not going to cost them a B-res. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, ideally you would end today with the 19 Stone Vault and the 21 Wake, right? I think failing that, if you're a little bit behind that pace, you should have some time to fix it tomorrow. But the problem is that if some teams like Streamer Zone are at that mark, they're going to have so much time tomorrow to either make their time tiebreakers completely indestructible or put up a +1 in one of these really difficult keys.
Necrotic Wake is actually just such an interesting dungeon because it's one of those that is very... The texture of this dungeon from like live keys to tournament realm keys is like so different because you just see what the optimization of this Fleshcrafter really can contribute with just how much damage it's able to do throughout the course of the dungeon. Like, especially once you get up to this 21 level, it's probably your top damage on every single mob here.
Yeah, it is absolutely the main thing, huh?
The main character. It's weird because like in a 17, because the throw cleaver scales with dungeon level, it goes from being probably below all of your DPS and the 17 to being by far your top DPS in like the 19 and the 20 and even the 21, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's what makes the 21 even possible. It's probably what makes the 20 possible, right? Like,
I don't think you can kill the last boss.
The problem is that last boss is just so... Those shields happen so often, and there's so much health, and while they're active, the boss is pulsing so much damage. The entire strategy that all these teams use on Nalthor is to make sure that they have a cleaver right as each shield is coming up. But if you don't have that, that is extremely difficult.
It's kind of this weird situation as well, where like not all 5 of your people are up top because people are going downstairs,
and a lot you're playing of times an Augaboker comp as well.
Yeah,
so whenever any of your DPS get sent down, it's a disaster, and it's always like either your Augaboker gets sent down and they can't kill the ad down there, or one of your other DPS gets sent down and you're missing half of the Aug value while they're down.
I mean, Stamp. By the way, I'm pretty sure this first boss area is the hardest part of this dungeon. Of course, you're going to have to be able to close it out, but getting through this first boss area and the first couple of pulls of trash on the 21 is by far the hardest
how does Stamp have a 543 Blightblown split? Do they just do less trash before that boss?
So Streamer Zone does a lot of trash before that boss. They notably do the additional Gatekeeper. So most of the other teams aren't playing that third Gatekeeper. Instead, they're going straight into the boss whenever their Ascendants and their 2 minutes are up. Streamer Zone normally ends up getting the boss pulled probably by like 3:30. So they end up doing an additional Gatekeeper, which allows them to skip a trash pack in this area right here. And so the count's going to be basically identical coming out of this area. Stamp having a death here.
Oh, that's going to mean another death coming out there on their Shaman.
A wipe.
A quick onk, but another death to that just ticking damage. And that crossbowman is just freely shooting out in the background here, picking off members of Stamp. This is going to be a reset. Down they go.
Oh, dude. It's a bit unfortunate, but
Streamer Zone having deaths as well. 3 deaths, 4 on them, and that's also going to be a reset for StreamerZone.gg to the Narzuda pull. That is a pull that claims many a life in my runs as well.
The Narzuda tank death, an ever so common one. That Necrotic Bolt, whenever that gets put on your tank, it just is so difficult to live. So you have to have basically like perfect interrupts on those mobs every single time to be able to make sure the Sorcerers and Narzuda itself doesn't end up killing off your tank.
Yeah, very scary section of the dungeon. ESC Gaming working on it right now, putting up a masterclass though, but it is a +17 for them. So this mob is doing 50% less damage basically than it is up in the 21s, close to it. I guess like it's doing like 35% less damage depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, today's kind of interesting because, like you said, the fact that Stone Vault is capped at that 19, and that's you basically just 2 chests of 17, and then you are able to do the 19 immediately. You, in theory, could be done with that dungeon after an hour if you have 2 perfect runs that are back-to-back. Whereas this dungeon, the 21 Necrotic Wake, first off, best time tiebreaker. There's a lot of advantage to doing this, and this is just a really difficult dungeon to get dealt with. And so this is where you should want to spend a large portion of your time, not only just today, but like this weekend, to make sure you're able to get that world record +1, because it's a great tiebreaker as well.
Yeah, exactly. So what you're saying, for anybody who's unfamiliar with our scoring system, the first thing that differentiates team, of course, is number of points. But if that's equal, the next thing we look at is who has the highest level key. So if I have a 21 Wake and a 19 Stone Vault, or if I have a 21 Wake and an 18 Stone Vault, and you have a 20 Wake and a 19 Stone Vault, I beat you on that tiebreaker because I have a 21 and you have a 20 as our best key. So that puts a lot of pressure on whichever dungeons do go a key level higher. That's dungeons like Necrotic Wake, Mists, and Arcara this season.
Aura, yeah.
Yeah, which Mist and Arcara aren't in our pool yet. Of course, one new dungeon's coming to tomorrow, so it could be potentially either of those dungeons. Could also not be. If it's not, then this Necrotic Wake is by far going to be the highest key level dungeon, and certainly the most valuable for tiebreakers. Now, the problem is you're up against all these other great teams that are attempting the 21. You can't be feeling good about the chances of none of them timing it, so I suspect that whoever wins TGP is going to have a 21 Wake, and they're also going to squeeze a +1 out of one of these dungeons we don't see it as being easy to do in, right? So something like, say, a Dawnbreaker 20 is something that I think maybe will be a required part of winning TGP. The other option is, multiple teams get that 21 Wake, and then we go to the time tiebreakers, which is our third tiebreaker. So if we both have identical sets of keys, right? We have the same exact key levels as each other. Then what we do is we just look at the timers across those keys. Coming into today, we had 4 teams that were all at the same key levels, and so it would have come down to time tiebreakers if we'd stopped the tournament right then. And I suspect there's a good chance that many of the gaps between different placements at the end of this weekend will be based on those tiebreakers. So having quick runs is extremely important. You know what that puts a huge amount of pressure on as well is the 21, as mandatory wiping again near the start of their 21. Because if you put up a 21, but you have like 3 deaths in it, and somebody else puts up a perfect 21, like there's no way you'll have the ability to rerun that for time tiebreaks.
No,
it's just
you don't
such an
wanna rerun
inconsistent key, right? So it's actually really valuable if you can get a clean and quick 21 on the board, rather than like coming up right up against the timer. It's not just a question of timing the key, although of course you'll take a time 21 of any kind, but it's super valuable if you can get that time tiebreaker there because you won't be able to really fix it later.
Exactly. I will say though that this 21 Necrotic Wake has this kind of interesting issue where like so much of the difficulty is in the first like 6 minutes, particularly the first pull of this dungeon. You're doing like the middle pack with that Gatekeeper, and you just have to be able to like cleaver down everything with the double cleaver. It's so difficult to actually deal with. But not only that, there's also, once you get up to this 21 level, just white swing damage from all of these mobs on your tank leaves your tank with this opportunity to basically die to any singular trash pack in the entirety of this dungeon. And so there's always this opportunity to have like this full wipe, even though the first, I would say 6 minutes of this dungeon are the most difficult. There's always this possibility that you just have this full wipe looming over your head at any given moment.
Yeah, there are lots of sections of this dungeon where, like you said, just the auto attacks. If you go into a pull with 3 mobs and all 3 of them successfully auto attack your tank, there's a good chance that they're just going to die. So it's a very difficult thing for a tank to be ready for that in every pull, especially because it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you're going to naturally parry or block or dodge one of those attacks. So of the times you practice this dungeon, there might be pulls that work for you to do a certain way 9 times out of 10. And then, you run in and you hit the 1 time out of 10 where all the mobs auto-attack you successfully on pull, and you just die and you feel very silly. So Paladins do have a little bit of recourse against that. There's the Gift of the Golden Valkyr talent, which they all play, that gives them when they drop super low, they get a free Guardian of Ancient Kings, and it's on a fairly short cooldown. So they are somewhat resilient to, getting killed in that fashion, but especially whenever that's off CD, you got to be extremely cautious. And Paladins also, on pull, that's when they're the least likely to have, Shield of the Righteous rolling. That's when they're least likely to be standing in their consecration. Those are both extremely important for Paladin durability. So also even just casting an Avenger Shield gives them a bunch of parry. So something that you want to make sure you've got done right near the start of the pull.
We've reached the point of the broadcast where everybody, not everybody, but most of the teams are actually trying to progress this 21. So we're just kind of waiting to see who's able to get successful runs. It seemed like Stamp, by the way, just talking a little bit about the top Chinese representative, prior to the China finals, they were hyping up their Necrotic Wake and particularly said that they had 21 very, very fast and down to an exact science. Now, it could be really good if Stamp is able to get this 21 dealt with. We did see them wipe around 15 minutes into that Necrotic Wake a bit earlier. Looks like they had their Moonkin going down, and but like I was talking about, and like you said earlier, their tank death to that crunch on Blightbone. Any singular mob can just cause your tank to die 100-0 here, and that's kind of why this 21 is so difficult.
I loved that you brought up Stamp's sort of goals, Tuttles, because I was thinking about this too as we watched them all here. Like, Stamp set out, one of the things they told us beforehand was that they were like, we can put up a world record run and we think it can be Necrotic Wake, right? But to look at some of our other teams too, right? We have SZGG, so Streamers on GG, who felt like Necrotic Wake was the easiest in the pool for them, though they didn't really say much about like, oh, we think we can hit X, Y, or Z. Like they just were kind of like, we think it's the easiest. No, Speaky thought that plus 21 Arakar probably was going to be the one that they would like have the best success in, but that they thought they could do another of the 21s in the batch, probably Necrotic Wake. But like clearly they're trying to prove that now. And then Mandatory thought as well, the Arakara. So they were like, oh yeah, that plus 21, but we think we could do Necrotic Wake. So it's kind of interesting seeing all of them, what they thought with this, and then with the dungeon reveal, what they had to do here. So Dratnus, I was just wondering how you think that their Necrotic Wake runs here are kind of comparing to what they thought about them coming into the competition.
Yeah, I mean, obviously every team has practiced Necrotic Wake, and I suspect that all of them that are doing the 21 have timed it in practice. So, you know, when the team says they have it and they have it successful, fast, and reliable for a plus 21 key might mean that they think they can do it like 1 out of every 5 attempts, right? Or it might mean they think they can one-shot it. Obviously, if a team thinks they can one-shot it, they've all been wrong about that. Although, you know, No Speaky maybe have the most legitimate claim to being really solid in here, because that arguably wasn't their fault at the end of it when they had the incident with the Flesh Crafter.
Unlucky, by the way.
And they're putting together another good run right now. But, you know, even if you can only do this 1 out of every 5, 1 out of every 10 attempts, there's a lot of time, right? We have 15 hours, and the other 4 dungeons that we've revealed so far either cap out at 19 or 20 is a huge stretch goal for them. So they should be able to have a bunch of free time to throw at Necrotic Wake. As long as you come away with the 21, I think it's okay if it takes you 3 hours to do it. If it's taking much more than that, or if it's, you know, if it takes much more than that, that's probably bad. If it takes less than that, obviously you're incredibly happy. What's happening with No Speaky? Do you see that there? The Marauder was just dancing around before coming to join in there.
It's his lip. That lip right there that you can see, like that little bit of a Z-axis
They're
elevation
just getting
area.
confused.
Yeah, it can kind of just like run around in a circle a couple of times before walking all the way up there. I've seen that happen before.
That actually worked out to No Speaky's favor.
Following up with what you said, I mean, you're spot on. Like, whenever we're doing 6 dungeons, basically your worst case scenario is if you're actually only able to do 2 dungeons a day. That would be, you know, you're spending like 2.5 hours per dungeon. No Speaky finished 3 dungeons yesterday. If they even only came away with the 21 Necrotic Wake today, in theory, you know, this wouldn't be great, but like in theory, they would still be set up for being able to have like a fine final day. I think that would actually be kind of a unfortunate situation for any of the teams to not actually come away with finishing up that Stone Vault 19 today. But like you said, as long as you get the 21 Necrotic Wake on the board, I don't think it really matters too much. That is by far the most important thing to have happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think ideally you'd come out of the day with the 19 Stone Vault as well. It's just, you know, if you haven't touched the Stone Vault by the end of the day, you are in debt by like an hour tomorrow that, you know, doesn't feel great.
Let me pose to you some potential options here. Would you rather have 19 Stone Vault and 20 Necrotic Wake, 21 Necrotic Wake and 17 Stone Vault?
21-17, especially the 17 with the 2 chests.
What about 21 and no Stone Vault?
I think I would still take the 21 and no Stone. Like, I do think that's better. It's just, you know, it's much worse than having that 19 Stone Vault as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you have both, that's like setting you up to win the TGP, in my opinion. Like, I think if any of the teams or multiple of the teams are getting both, those are probably the teams that we're going to be looking at that have the highest likelihood of winning the TGP tomorrow.
A lot of it depends on which dungeon we reveal tomorrow as well, right? Because what are the possibilities, right? It's like, it's either Mists, it's Arakara.
Grim Batol, which caps out on 18.
Yeah.
Arakara, which caps out on 21, or Mists, which caps out on 20.
If we reveal Grim Batol tomorrow, for instance, that is the lowest time tax of those dungeons tomorrow, and you'd have the most time to fix any of these keys. Whereas if we reveal Arakara, that's probably the one that's going to cost you the most time because it goes up to that highest key level, and you would probably also feel some pressure to do, say, a 21 in there as well.
Yeah.
So I think
if it's Arakara, you need the 21 Necrotic Wake today. If it's any other dungeon, you're probably fine with not having that 21 Necrotic Wake.
Exactly. Yeah. Like if you know, obviously, like, there will be time tomorrow, but you'll be entering the territory where it's like, okay, we need to put up a 21 Arakara within an hour and a 21 Necrotic Wake within an hour of starting attempts on both of those, which is, there's not a lot of flexibility there.
we're getting a deep run by No Speaky, Streamer Zone GG in the bottom right as well. Probably on one of, if not the hardest trash pull that they have left to do in the dungeon. But I mean, both of these teams made it through the hardest section, the first couple of pulls of the dungeon, and they're making their way onto a Marth here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, this is looking very good for No Speaky. This is a pretty scary boss as well, although I think No Speaky have looked really solid at this when we've seen them do it. There are a couple different ways you can wipe, of course, but they've looked pretty good.
So it's a fight that is, again, I think that this is the hardest boss in the history of man for a pug. Multiple assigned kicks and a kick rotation on a Marth is nuclear. In addition to that, Paladin's Divine Toll, Divine Resonance Interrupt doesn't work on the boss, and the boss will bolt you straight through it. So that's something that you have to factor in. However, we have things like Turn Evil from our Paladin, so we're able to automatically CC any of those mages whenever they come out. Then you're going to have Anarchy kicking the mage into melee. Then you're going to basically have Boomy and Yips permanently interrupting the boss, and Cryptix has a backup Solar Beam anytime the boss needs an extra interrupt. Say Yips doesn't get enough Avenger Shield resets. And then they have the Fleshcrafter basically making the fight only last a maximum of like 2.5 minutes. And so if you do this dance perfectly, this should be fine. But if you let any of those kicks go off that you weren't ready for, then it can become a problem. And right now, you see that No Speaky, they have to deploy that Solar Beam. So if Yips gets really bad RNG on his Avenger Shield resets, then we can start to run into some problems. And like you said too, having, like you were pointing out there, they need to really be hard AoEing all of this trash, those warriors and those crossbowmen every single time they spawn. If they don't get them killed off in time, that will also automatically cause a wipe.
Yeah, exactly. That you can see they did a good job of actually finishing off all those, but the capacitor totem went down at the perfect time as well.
I love this knockback that Cryptix is doing every single time as well. So Timber's actually shackling. They're actually not turn eviling that mage at all. Timber's getting the shackle, so basically the second puddle that spawns on a Marth always contains the mage. So Timber's getting like a frame perfect shackle on that mob, and Cryptix is knocking it away that way that there's no chance that a lightning rod can transfer from the enhancement shaman, and there's no way that the penance dot can also transfer to that mob. And so it's actually, I think this way of setting up this boss is perfect from No Speaky.
Yeah, because when a Marth casts Final Harvest, it's really weird. It'll kill you if any of the ads are alive.
Yep.
But if they're CC'd, it won't. If they're stunned, if they're shackled, they won't. Now, if they're being like knocked, it will. It depends on the exact CC on them. Yeah, you need them to basically like they can't be allowed to cast. If they're in a CC where they could be casting or shooting or attacking, then they're going to get you. But if you've got them hard CC'd in some way or another, then they won't.
So 1631, this is a perfect split for No Speaky. You typically want around a sub 17 as like our worst case scenario for like, we're barely going to time this key. But they also have perfect Fleshcrafter management, so I think that they could even probably have something as bad as like a 1730 or maybe in like an 18-minute Amarth split and still be in range to time this dungeon. But a 1630 is just an absolutely phenomenal split. They need to just kind of not choke this finish. They need to make sure that their tank's not going to die here. That's basically the only fail case that I see from here on out. Of course, there are like weird lower variance things that could happen, like the Fleshcrafter doesn't teleport up top, they wipe to the boss, but like tank deaths I think are the biggest cause of potential depletes here. Like Boomy dying to that throw flesh, that just happens. That corpse collector does 9 million damage per throw flesh. Occasionally your priest also just is determined that they're never going to live, and they've been thrown flesh on 3 times in a row, and we've gone through all of our pain subcharges in sack, and it's just time to die. We can still time this key easily with 2 deaths. It's not one of those dungeons where it's like super tight. It is a huge coordination check.
Yeah, and they're actually so fast in here that even with 2 deaths, this is going to be a fast 21 timer if they can hold on. Of course, It is a scary dungeon, but they're doing such a good job of landing these cleavers as well on the priority targets there.
Look at Streamer Zone. 15-minute Amarth. Okay, 1530 Amarth.
Wow. Nope.
Oh! Okay, so we're back to the beginning. So we all ended the boss and didn't kill the ads. And then... Okay, can we get a replay? Okay, why... Did we miss a cleaver? Did we just miscalculate how much damage we had?
I think what happened there was you said, look at Streamer Zone, and that caused a plague upon their bloodline there. So I would say just never say a team's name again.
We have a replay.
All right, let's take a look.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, it looks like they were just kind of all-inning the boss. They weren't even worried about getting this crossbowman into melee.
Yeah, those shoots. Look at the players' health bars there. Each time those shots come out, if it's not on the tank,
Jisoo
that
gets
just
the
inherently
cleaver
does
here.
so much
This
damage.
should kill the boss.
Oh,
Does it not
did it
hit
go
the
to one of the
boss?
ads?
Oh my god, it went into one of the ads. It went into one of the ads, and then they got the bolt off that they weren't expecting, and then AJ dies, and then they just don't have the warriors and the crossbowmen killed off, and then they just wipe. It's just, it's a very small thing, you know, that warrior gets knocked. If the warrior gets knocked half a global earlier, and that cleaver contacts the boss dies, and they would have made it through there. That's just so unfortunate by Streamer Zone, and now they're back to the hardest part of this dungeon, the very beginning.
Yeah, it is tough. Meanwhile, ESC Gaming have put up that 17 in Wake with the 2 chests, so we'll be expecting to see them up in the 19 as well. And No Speaky are working their way through this Necropolis. This is the last pull before we start that gauntlet of trash. So much time still on the board here for No Speaky. They're looking so practiced, so polished in this dungeon, which is really good news. I mean, compared to our other world-class teams, No Speaky are looking like they are the most consistent Necrotic Wake team by quite a bit.
I'm love watching right now.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Here comes that gauntlet. Meanwhile, Mandatory are also on a pretty good run. Mandatory are on a 0-death run as they approach a Marth. Although this is a pretty dangerous tank pull there. You can see Skylark already getting beat up for Baron's active. Divine Shield now.
Oh, he bubbed. He's in bubble right now.
Yeah.
The dangerous mobs are those bone carvers. They apply that bleed to you that makes you have lower maximum health, which on a pull like this, Paladin is very susceptible to just getting one shot in general, and a pull like that, especially with those gruesome cleaves from those Marauders, if you don't have max HP, you can just die very easily. But now they actually press this late lust right as it comes up, and that should allow Skylark to probably stabilize. The additional haste should kind of keep him safe here.
Yeah, it's a dangerous pull, but it does look like they've probably got the better of it, although Skylark is now out of pretty much everything. There's another one of those debuffs on him. Another 2 of them.
Bro, they're so fast. Their Blightbone splits very quick.
Yeah, Mandatory are doing something criminal here with that timer. If they can get this Amarth down cleanly, that's going to be like a 15-minute Amarth, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a situation where we're play safe. Big IO is on the line here. If we're able to time this key with this Blightbone split, like walking into a Marth here on this timer, we are going to be. There's going to be no time tiebreaker that's going to beat us. Like we are.
They've just avoided the random deaths in this section. I guess they're fighting this monstrosity here for a little while.
Well, I mean, yeah, you fight this guy solo with the Fleshcrafter anyways. He's like a 45-second pull.
Yeah. That Sorcerer joining as well.
Takes care of that guy. Oh, Phoenix Game Media checking out the talents of the priest. All right, closing the talent page. Nothing to be seen there, I don't think.
No Speaky working on Gore Grind, the second of 3 pulls in this gauntlet, so they are nearly ready to challenge Surgeon Stitchflesh. You can see they have so many of those weapons still on their characters. 3 spears, 2 shields, ready for use at the final section of this dungeon.
So most teams are actually lusting Surgeon Stitchflesh and committing 1 shield, and then they'll commit a spear. And then they typically have like 1 shield and 2 spears for Nalthor, because that fight is really, really easy to wipe on. But the lust is like the big thing that's committed to Surgeon Stitchflesh. And how you play the Fleshcrafters on Surgeon Stitchflesh, whether or not you're getting them into the creations or whether or not you're getting them into the boss itself, is actually a huge differentiator for how fast you're going to be on that fight. Yeah,
absolutely. Something that we will keep track of here as, the final concluding part of this dungeon is coming up. A quick survey of what's going on with our other teams in the meantime as well. ESC Gaming starting up that 19.
Yeah.
Streamer Zone starting up a new 21 after that disaster down in the bottom right. And down in the bottom left, we have Mandatory working on a Marth, which is also very interesting to me, this particular boss for this team.
They're going to have like a 1430 a Marth split.
Yeah, compare this to No Speaky, right? No Speaky have a 1630 a Marth, which we said that's pretty fast. I mean, this is going to be incredibly fast out of Mandatory if they can clutch this fight.
Yeah, they just have to clutch up. Like this is one of those things that you're kind of emphasizing earlier. It doesn't really matter whether or not like how fast you are in the 21. It just really matters a lot that you time the 21. But if you have that 21 run that everything just like clicks and everything is just like perfect, you're going to have the ultimate time tiebreaker that you never have to go back and improve, because improving a 21
there's
like
just
you said,
no way. Like,
it's a
even
1 in
if you're
10, a
2
1 in
minutes
15
slower in a
chance.
21, you're just never going to have the ability to go back there because it's just so unreliable,
Exactly.
right? It's going to take you an hour and a half to even time another 21, and there's no guarantee it'll be a clean run. So, yeah, it does look like Mandatory here starting to have things maybe fall apart a little bit. We have a mage free casting. A volley goes off for Mandatory. It's going to take out Mode and Stove, and I think that is going to be the end of this run for Mandatory. Soda dies soon thereafter. Lack of a healer, spelling his doom. The rest of the group follows, and that just goes to show you how deadly a Marth can be. They had a mage that was uninterrupted out in the backfield there, and that took them down very quickly.
No Speaky having a death on Boomy here during the Bloodlust, but it looks like they're actually playing the safer version of this strat here on Surge and Stitchflesh.
Yeah.
They had the Stitchflesh's creation down to 7%. Basically, if you don't have two of these up at the exact same time, Timbermaw's HPS should be enough to be able to keep everybody through. Cryptic's electing to even sit in bear form here to try to keep himself alive. A shield has also been deployed to try to keep everybody up. That creation needs to die. We're at 1% on that creation. If you end up keeping it alive for too long, it can start to cause problems, especially once you have that hook. And it looks like Cryptic's might have to kite out that boss. Actually, able to get the boss hooked, and now No Speak, you need to land the last couple of cleavers of this fight.
Just
and
one
they're
should
totally
do it here.
fine.
Once this boss gets knocked below 5%, it won't escape again. So there's no need to land that hook at the flesh on the stage. So down
All right,
goes
chat,
the boss.
tab in.
Okay.
Tab in. Love
The
Watchers type
Fleshcrafter has
1.
to come with us. Dominate mind on the Fleshcrafter. Up we go.
Bring that guy. Please don't get stuck. I'm begging. I am begging. Okay, he's here.
All right,
he's
all
here.
6 members of the team.
Unk is at the unction. We're here.
He's here in the corner. And releasing from mind control in a second here as they're getting ready to now pull the boss. Entangling Roots activated. The Cleaver.
We're waiting for Ascendance.
Yep, coming up. There's the stun on the Fleshcrafter. Resources are being built on it as well. And now another Cleaver.
Yeah.
It's going to be into a fear.
So basically, you actually build like the Tempest stack, so you'll build Astral Power as well on this guy. And we're just sitting here waiting for the Ascendance to come up. We actually used 2 of the Javelins on the boss and double shield. You saw their fight was kind of falling apart at the very end, so they actually only have 1 spear for Nalthor, which is going to make this fight take a little bit longer. But this fight should only be, like, worst case scenario, about a 3-minute fight. So if No Speaky, you're able to get their Fleshcrafter dealt with appropriately, they're able to get all of those shields killed off, that's a huge deal. Basically, how this works is every 25 seconds or so, the boss is going to shield itself. You are going to break the boss out of Sleepwalk and make sure that Fleshcrafter's Throw Cleaver is tagging the boss at a perfect time. You saw Timbermaw there penance it, and and it's basically perfect time. They do have 1 stack of the shield debuff on them. Not a huge deal. That 1 stack is totally fine. Whenever you get up to about 3 stacks of that, that's unhealable, and that's why this Fleshcrafter strategy is very, very important. You also can't greed Fleshcrafter damage, so the Fleshcrafter wants to cast every 15 seconds. We have to leave it in a CC to make sure that it lines up perfectly with the shield every single time, and Timber is doing a good job of making sure that that's broken out himself. He's taking that job upon himself to penance that.
Yeah, we see sometimes the Evoker doing that with like a Living Flame, but it looks like No Speaky have decided to overload Timber with responsibility, a common strategy for the North American team here. Put as much work as possible on Timber's back. He loves it.
Yeah. Looks like Boomy got sent down by the first Dark Exile cast. He was able to actually get that ad killed off. Ooh. Doing a great job. Oh my god, Cryptic's actually got rooted by Anarchy's circle, but actually being on that Druid, it's fine. So he's able to shapeshift out of that root, not actually going down. I think Cryptic's did get spell warded on that Dark Exile cast and then Wurnstone to back up. That's really nice because he's not actually going to die after the 45-second Dark Exile debuff expires. Now, that is the remainder of their Wurnstones that they have for Cryptic's. Oh, Anarchy's probably going to swap the Wurnstone to Boomy, but this is not an issue. And again, it's all about the Fleshcrafter. It's making sure that you get that shield broken off.
Yeah, we had another little mishap there with the circle there, and actually Anarchy is going to go down to a Comet Storm here. Now, No Speaky do have 2 B-Reses, and Anarchy dying isn't the worst case here, right? It's not like your Priest, which will then cause some problems with that Fleshcrafter. The Sleepwalk is going to land on the Fleshcrafter, so I think we're going to be okay. There's a Dark Reprimand to break out the CC on that Crafter. Up goes the shield. In goes the Cleaver, down goes the shield. Anarchy now playing without that cheat death, though. And they've also had a couple of mishaps with those freedoms. You can pre-freedom the Frozen Binds, but it looked like one of them went on the wrong target.
So It's also a little bit weird too, because if you don't freedom at the perfect time, like basically the freedom is really, really tight on the timer as to whether or not your freedom is actually back up or not. And so if you're a little bit late, it can actually start to cause problems. But no speaky, they are automatic with making sure that that Fleshcrafter is breaking that shield each and every time. That is the big fail case for them. Boomy has come back upstairs. The power infusion and ascendants have been sent onto him. And once the boss is actually below 20% HP, then no other player will actually be sent down by the Dark Exile. That's a really big deal, because then it's a lot harder to wipe. It's still possible. We're reliant on this Fleshcrafter to break the shield, but once you have all 5 players up, everybody can really help Timber make sure that this job with dealing with this Fleshcrafter is as consistent as possible.
2 minutes left on the clock here, so no speaky know that they are good as long as they can survive probably 1 or maybe 2 more shield phases. Here comes that next shield in a second, so Timber going to activate Dark Reprimand, break out the crafter, move in position for that cleaver, and the shield breaks instantly without even ticking once. Perfectly timed by old Timber Mop there.
One more Fleshcrafter. I think we go for
we leave the Fleshcrafter unCC'd now, right? We can break it out early because we just need to get that cleaver in. We don't need to beat the next shield because we're going to kill the boss before the next shield. Out comes other Frozen Binds. The pre-freedom, perfect from Yips there on Anarchy. Out comes that cleaver, and down goes the boss. Now they just have to kill off the Fleshcrafter.
Nice.
And here comes some assistance in the form of this Kyrian here. Unfortunately, the Fleshcrafter's just thrown a cleaver, so we won't get one for a little while. But that cleaver will activate the Kyrian here in a second and bring it into the fight.
Dude, 3 hours into the day, they're out of this dungeon, though. Now they're able to go onto that 19 stone vault, and no speaky, world first 21 Necrotic Wake. You see that world first tag on there? They are up to 78 points, and this is a huge deal because they are the first team to be able to take this down, and many other teams have been struggling to even get runs started in the 21 Necrotic Wake. Is this it? Are they going to be able to return, and are they going to be able to get the 19 stone vault done in a really quick pace today? Those are questions that we have to answer with the final remaining 2 hours of the day, but this is a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, 2 hours for a 19 stone, right? For 17 2-chest into 19 stone vault, I'd be feeling pretty good about my chances there if I was no speaky. And if you're a no speaky fan, honestly, now it's time to start hate watching these other 21s, right? You start looking at the streamer zone, having to reset their key, and you're like, yes, minus 15 minutes, baby. That's great. That's what we need here if we're rooting for no speaky. Because no speaky, their tie breaks among the other dungeons are not phenomenal, if I do say so. The Siege, they're quite slow in. The Dawnbreaker, they're decently fast in, although that's a key that we do think has maybe some chance of going up to 20, so that might not hold. But they're definitely one of the teams that's fast enough in there to potentially be able to do a 20. And their City of Threads is also quite slow, so no speaky will need some time to fix their tiebreakers, and that time will be afforded them each time teams like Streamer Zone, teams like Mandatory wipe in these 21s. That is more good news for no speaky as they move into the Stone Vault to catch up on the scorecard.
It's one of those things, too, that tomorrow you're actually going to have a lot more time to be able to rerun those dungeons to fix your time tiebreaker like you were calling out, because you're only going to have one dungeon. No matter what it is, say it's Grim Batol, you're going to have a ton of time to be able to rerun, but even if it's Arakara, you'll still probably have a couple of hours to be able to rerun dungeons for time tiebreakers if you feel like that is necessary.
Yeah, okay. Would you rather be no speaky now or say Streamer Zone, right? Because, like, you know, obviously no speaky have the 21 Necrotic Wake, but Streamer Zone, you know, the team with the best timing, looks good.
Listen, I'm taking the 21 immediately, even though, you know, long term it might be a bit of a problem, because it seems like this Necrotic Wake is, what would you say the success rate is of it for a lot of these teams? Probably like 1 in 10, 1 in 15.
Yeah, I feel like it's somewhere around 1 in 10. Yeah.
I mean, No Speaky took 3 hours to get that dungeon dealt with today. That it's tough. I mean, it's a tough dungeon. They were maybe able to get it dealt with in 2 hours, but choked the ending there in that one run. I think that I would rather be No Speaky here with the 21 and then have the opportunity to go run back some of the other dungeons. But it's difficult because I think the obvious answer is, like, Streamer Zone has such good time tiebreakers in a lot of these dungeons that they're poised very well, assuming that they have the 21 as doable, right? Like, if the 21's not doable for them, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, I think the variable is basically, like, will Streamer Zone be able to get this 21 up before No Speaky can get the Stone Vault up to 19, because the Stone Vault going up to 19 takes roughly an hour, right? Like, it maybe takes an hour and a half, but it doesn't have like an uncapped amount of time that it'll take, right? Like, unless things go horribly wrong, that takes an hour and 20 minutes, right? Getting the 21 Wake on the board takes between 30 minutes and 10 hours, right? It's somewhere in that range, and you don't know where.
Yeah, and like you said, I think that all of the teams that are currently in the 21 Necrotic Wake are teams that have at least done it during practice, so they know that it's possible for them to be able to do. Now, how long is it going to take is, like you're saying, a very large question. Is it going to be 30 minutes, or is it going to be 10 hours? And I think that there's going to be some teams that were at 19 on all of the dungeons yesterday that might not actually have this 21 Necrotic Wake done by the end of the TGP.
It's got to be feeling so good for No Speaky, because they basically did this dungeon twice before any team did it once. Like, the previous run before that 21, they got all the way through the dungeon. It was just Fleshcrafter silliness that got them, right? Like, so it could be extremely demoralizing if that happens to you, but the fact that they then immediately came back in and, killed it at the pull afterwards has got to feel so good. No Speaky, you've got to feel like, they've overcome some hardship, and all the things that are under their control, they're playing perfectly, and they're overcoming the things that aren't under their control.
The big thing that I want to see for No Speaky for the remainder of the day is basically, if they can two-shot this Stone Vault, that's a huge deal. So they two-chest the 17, immediately time the 19. If they can only spend an hour in that Stone Vault, that gives them the opportunity to either, one, go rerun dungeons for time tiebreakers like you were kind of alluding to, or potentially go and try that Dawnbreaker 20, depending on how they're feeling about both of those situations. But either way, if they have an additional hour at the end of the day today to kind of improve their standing in the tournament, that would be massive for them.
Yeah, they are on break right now, so taking some of that required break time, but once they come after that, they'll be ready to get started with almost certainly the Stone Vault. There's no way you'd go anywhere other than that, while all of our other teams are working on these Necrotic Wakes.
It's been so good to see. Oh my gosh, you were both just like going through that. I was back here muted, yelling in the background. So exciting to see that world record set. Tettles and Dratno, so glad we got to share the moment together and with chat. But you two are actually going to go take a break yourselves, and we're going to be getting Nagura and Zyronic. But thanks, Tettles and Dratnos. It was awesome.
Bye.
Bye. And Nagura, Zyronic, welcome in. I mean, holy. Okay, so we've been waiting for weeks for plus 21 to be in the realm of happening, and here we are. It's happening. It's now. I mean, it's ironic. We just saw the world first plus 21 Necrotic Wake on stream from No Speaky. Gotta love seeing NA shine. What are your thoughts on the run, or what this changes for our team, Zyro?
Oh, shout out to Unk, by the way. Not Tony. I don't know who Tony is, but shout out to Unk for sure.
Uncle Tony.
Hard carrying that Necrotic Wake for No Speaky, and doing a lot of work for our other teams that are still attempting that 21. That was a fantastic run from No Speaky. Also, the fact that they had to do it twice because Unk decided to fly around instead of port up to Nalthor's platform with him the first time around. I think it was because they were calling him Tony the most of the time, to be honest with you.
Probably.
Didn't like being called by the incorrect name. But that was a fantastic run for No Speaky. They get to go to what seems to be the easier dungeon of the day now in the Stone Vault, push that up to 19, and then they're going to have probably an hour at the end of the day here to, work on something else. Potentially, we could see the Dawnbreaker. Maybe the correct play is, like Tettles was saying, to go for a little bit of faster times, because they are a little bit slower in some of these keys than Streamer Zone than mandatory, but I think I'd like to just see them go for some higher keys. The Dawnbreaker in particular, I remember they were unhappy with their speed in the Dawnbreaker during the group play, and they said that they were going to work on that dungeon a lot in the week leading up to this weekend, so maybe they can push that up to the 20, Nagura.
Yeah, I do think it's possible. I mean, after seeing their performance in that 21, I mean, that was incredible. And as you said, they had to do it twice because of that unfortunate thing with that Fleshcrafter. And I do want to go back to what they said in the group stage. No Speaky said that they think that they're one of the most consistent teams. And I think they're, again, proving that, right? Like, being able to get those 21 keys done so fast, that is incredible. We see how much Mandatory and Streamer Zone are struggling after being so consistent before getting to this 21 Necrotic Wake. But this is such a difficult key, and the fact that No Speaky managed to get it done so quickly is so good for them. So definitely want to see some higher keys done by them as well throughout the rest of the day here. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of 21 Necrotic Wake that we're going to be seeing. It's very possible that a lot of the teams that are in there do have to reset the dungeon a few more times, while ESC Gaming on the top left still trying to work on that 19, and hopefully also being able to get the 2 chests in here, making sure they get that 21 available to them as fast as possible, because they do have some catching up to do still.
Yeah, they still have catching up to do, but they're going at a good pace, right? They've got this 19 Necrotic Wake. Hopefully they can get the 2 chest here, which it looks like they're on pace for. And then they'll be on that 21 that the rest of the teams are also on. And they'll be pretty much 1 dungeon away. Like you said, though, they still have to go back to Stone Vault, but I think they still have that one in the bag as well. ESC, since they had to play a little catch-up from yesterday, they're just going to be a little bit behind today. But they're still in a pretty solid spot, I would say, to compete with the higher-up teams, because you mentioned, this 21 Necrotic Wake is proving to be quite the challenge for all of these teams, not named no speaky. I'm a little worried about Stamp in particular because they started in the Necrotic Wake today, so they still also need to go back to the Stone Vault, just like no speaky is about to do. So there's a little bit more pressure on them, in my opinion, to get this 21 done sooner rather than later. Hopefully they can clean that up and get that done. But, I think the biggest thing for these teams is just the consistency in the 21. Like we saw from No Speaky, it was just 2 runs, right? They got all the way to the last boss in the first run, then they got all the way to the last boss in the second run, and that was the one that killed them. Double deaths for Stove on Mandatory here. Died to the Throw Cleaver from the Fleshcrafter, then took a res into an instant AoE pulse that took him out from the Tortured Echoes from a Marth there. Once those AoEs start to subside, he can retake that res, but that's 2 battle reses and 2 deaths over the course of 2 seconds for Mandatory here at the end of a Marth. And hopefully they can finish this boss off before the next final harvest here, because he ate that cleaver, that means this boss is going to be a lot higher. Unfortunately, Modemos goes down here, so they don't have any healer left for the final duration of the fight. There's no battle res to get him back up. Can they finish off a Marth here? I'm not quite sure it's possible to get one more cleaver, but Skylark has to stay alive in the Frostbolt volley from the mage that was out from Mode's shackle that he wasn't able to reshackle. Just ends up killing them off. It's just unfortunate circumstances back to back to back for Mandatory there.
Oh, that was just so unfortunate. That cleaver as well. Stove managed to get the cleaver into the boss there at the very last second, but the boss only went down to 3%. Didn't quite manage to finish it off. That volley finished him right after the cleaver hit the boss. So if the cleaver would have been enough, they would have still been able to finish, but not quite. So unfortunately having to reset that key and have to go again. Mandatory definitely having quite a bit of issues today. Now, it is a 21 Necrotic Wake, and it's incredibly hard, and we see all of the teams have issues there, but they also had some problems earlier in that Stone Vault as well, so definitely not their best day so far. I mean, I kind of put the expectations really high for Mandatory. Of course, they're playing incredible still, right? But Mandatory is just one of those teams where we expect perfection, right? So when we consider that for their standards, they definitely do struggle a bit today. But yeah, let's take a look at the other teams. In the meantime, we have ESC Gaming at the top left, and they're working at 19 still. We were wondering if they're able to 2 chest this 19. They're now on Stitchflesh, and they have 5 minutes left, so I think they have the time. What do you think? 2 chests for ESC Gaming?
If they get to the final boss with the Bloodlust, which it looks like they will with less than... Well, if they have at least 3 minutes, I think they're definitely on pace if they pull the boss right away. Something I want to point out, though, as we get higher and higher in the key levels in the Necrotic Wake, I want to point out a really interesting stat that we have that we can show off to you guys why this key is so doable on the higher key levels. It's really all about this use of the Fleshcrafter that we keep talking about, but we can't really show it to you in the middle of the dungeon, so we'll show it to you based off the logs. We have 3 different logs from No Speaky here. I believe this is the 19, the 20, and the 21 for them in order from top to bottom, and you can see the damage of that Fleshcrafter as you get into higher and higher keys just keeps scaling up and up and up, doing more damage than the Enhancement Shaman on the 21. That's how good that mob actually is. It's an extra DPS in the entire key, and is part of the reason this key is doable on the higher key levels. Without that Fleshcrafter, they're probably struggling to do a 20. But the Fleshcrafter being there and the mind control tech, very, very cool in the dungeons. That's why they're spending their entire dungeon just completely dealing with a mob. They need that Fleshcrafter to help them kill off important mobs. They need to kill off the Necromancers. They need to kill it Narzuda. They need to kill off the mini-bosses in the Necropolis. And of course, they need to use it to kill off all 4 of the bosses they encounter in this dungeon, because all of those mechanics are doing so much damage. You know, Dettles was talking about spreadsheeting out the math on some of the mobs in these dungeons. I went and looked at Not Even Close because I was curious how much some of these mechanics hit for. The frontal on Blightbone, it's like 20 million damage. The Spew Disease on Rot Spew in the Necropolis, just that mini-boss right before Surgeon Stitchflesh, yeah, that's 16 million damage they have to find a way to mitigate every time it goes out. On 21, the scaling is just insane. It's ridiculous, and they have to figure out what buttons they need to press to actually live through those mechanics. So the fact that No Speaking made that look so easy in their first couple of attempts just goes to show the amount of practice in just perfect planning these guys have put into these keys.
Yeah, that's absolute insanity, the amount of damage they take in this 21 Aquatic Wake. It's crazy to see. We do have EC Gaming now on Nalthor in the top left, still on 0 deaths, so definitely having a very good run here. And they are on 2 chest pace, so potentially EC Gaming can catch up a little bit of time here and get to that same key level that we see all of these other teams working on, that 21 Aquatic Wake, if they choose to go there, because they also have that 19 Stone Vault that they still have to do. They did unfortunately have to reset it earlier after wiping on Machinist 20 minutes into the key, but up until that point, they actually looked really strong. So yeah, just unfortunately having some issues there. We'll see what they decide on doing if they 2-chest this 19, which, as I said, looks pretty good. In the meantime, we have No Speaky back on the bottom left side, and they are now working on that Stone Vault. Of course, they put up that 21 wall first, but they had to spend quite a bit of time in the Necrotic Wake. So they just now managed to get into the Stone Vault and match up to those 19 points that the other teams got from this dungeon. Well, everyone that was there except EC Gaming, as I said, they're still on that 18.
Yeah, and they'll have to work their way back there, of course. But great job in the 19 so far from ESC Gaming here. Minute 25 on the timer here. 30% on the boss, which means, you know, 3 or 4 more cleavers, plus the damage that their players are doing, especially if they're able to get one of those buffs upstairs like we see on speed right now. They should be able to burn this boss down. Cleaver coming out, the boss is all the way on the side. They're able to get it in, break the shield, that's important there. A little bit of a scary moment with the boss all the way on the side. Usually you want it to be kind of in the middle of the room. Moving around is not ideal, but looks like they've gotten it in time. A couple more of those and they should be good. I think there was a Shadow Melt on that Dark Exile there. Fortunate for Elbro as he gets sent back down. Honestly, though, you don't want your Boomkin downstairs, so it's a smart play for sure. Boomkin would just go down and die. But I think they're going to be okay here. One more cleaver into the shield, and I think ESC Gaming is going to be home free. Just need to not have a tank death at the last second here. The Fleshcrafter is out. That's on purpose, though. They want to start cleaving it down so they can make sure they kill it off. This actually might be quite tight if the cleaver doesn't line up perfectly. This cleaver will finish off the boss. But that means they're not going to get another cleaver for about 15 seconds. 25 seconds on the 2-chest timer. Angel's coming down. They need to burn this Fleshcrafter in the next 20 seconds or they're not going to get the 2-chest. This cleaver's going to go into Xandria whenever it comes out. Xandria will help them out with a few melees at the end here. These melees do a ton of damage. Is it going to be enough for them, though? Yes, it is. ESC Gaming get the 2-chest by only a few seconds. Healer death for Stamp, dying to a throw cleaver. Very typical. Once again, cleavers being the bane of the healer existence here. Was that a battle res? No, it looks like it was an instant release on these two mobs. There's not a whole bunch of healing that needs to be done. As long as you have mitigation up for the throw fleshes, you should be okay. If you get 2 in a row without a heal, you're probably in some trouble, though. Okay, scary moment. MJ, good Feral Lunge.
This is the one moment where you have the double assistant and the Fleshcrafter, where you have 3 different targets that are throwing cleavers around, which makes the potential of dying to a cleaver a lot higher, especially also because sometimes you don't even know which mob is actually targeting you with that cleaver. It could be a lot of them. And sometimes you can even get targeted by multiple. Mandatory, though, we do have a death on mode to that frontal that we talked about doing so much damage on a 21. If you get targeted by it multiple times in a row, it's just going to be so difficult for you to survive if you run out of mitigation. And maybe that is what happened to Mode here. But they're going to be able to finish off the boss with that last cleaver coming through from a Fleshcrafter. So they're going to be able to continue if they want to, and it looks like they will. In the meantime, we have Streamer Zone on the bottom right, finishing off a Marth. One more cleaver, and that boss is going to be done. So on a pretty good run. Streamer Zone had to reset this key a few times. And this one looks like a good run, but yeah, the Necropolis and the last 2 bosses. pretty difficult still for them to go through. Timer, of course, looking pretty strong.
If you're just now tuning in and wondering what all the hype is about here, not 15 minutes ago, we had our world first key of this TGP. Didn't have one in either of the group stages, took to the second day of the grand finals here and to get it off, but it was no speaky getting that world first 21 Necrotic Wake, and they made it look easy. We have 3 other teams currently attempting it right now. None of them have gotten to the 3rd boss yet. We had tons of wipes to a Marth so far, lots of wipes to the Trash Marauders, cleaving down tanks all over the place, but no speaky. We're able to keep it clean and just get through that dungeon incredibly easy here. Now they need to work on that stone vault that some of our other teams have already pushed up to 19. Big moment here for No Speaky. If they're able to get the 2 chests in the 17 and get that 19 down quickly, they can potentially push for even more in the last hour of the day here. Huge moment for Streamer Zone now. Kira going down to a melee. The tank dying is the worst thing that can possibly happen here. They had a very quick battle res. It instantly killed off their melee player, Crims. Of course, they're going to take the brunt of that aggro right after the tank goes down. Have they potentially saved this pull? We saw Kira using that shield from the dungeon here to try to mitigate as much damage as possible while they wait for Crims to get back to the group. He's going to have to kite this out, though. I think they might have just barely been able to save this pull, though.
Wow, this was so scary for them. They did manage to get Kira back up, immediately bubbling and also using the shield to mitigate the damage on the group to be able to get aggro back on everything. Really nicely done by Kira to be able to recover this. And of course the rest of the team as well, making sure to get that rest up immediately and being able to use defensives and all kinds of utility to not go down after that tank died. So really nicely done, but they probably used a lot of resources that they were meant to be using on other parts of this area here. So hopefully they can continue this run and be able to do the rest of this Necropolis trash. We can see just how difficult it is. Just one mistake by the tank or by anyone else really, and somebody is going to go down. This is just so much damage onto the group. In the meantime, we have Stamp on the top left that are now fighting Stitchflesh. They are also in a really good plus 21 run there on their side. Stamp is the team that also went to the Necrotic Wake first, very similar to what we saw No Speaky do. So they need to get that 21 on the board if they want to move on to that Stoneworld as well and follow up to that No Speaky run. But yeah, Stitchflesh just doing so much damage to the group. Ooh. We do see some cleavers landing on a boss though and just nuking that boss.
They're going for the fast strat here, though. We've seen 2 different strategies, right? We've seen the safe strat, which you can kill off the creation with, but we can see the problem with this strategy. With 2 creations out, too much AoE damage going on the group. They've lost Supreme. They missed the meat hook on the boss, like you mentioned here. They've killed off the first creation. They have the meat hook on the boss. They only have the Augavoker left alive. With this Fleshcrafter, though, if they're able to stay alive and get 2 cleavers into the boss, they can still find a way through this boss. They need to make sure this cleaver goes into the boss. That creation needs to be taunted out. Supreme, get that mob out. No! The cleaver goes into the creation, and look at the health bars. They are rotting out. Tien does not have the healing to keep them topped. Maybe one little surge will help them out here, but they still need to find a way to get this next cleaver into the boss, or they're going to just rot out over time here. Can this cleaver finish it off? Is it going to be enough damage? Can they get it done to the last second? Yes! They can! Wow! Stamp! Able to somehow get through, and with 5.5 minutes, I think they might just barely have enough time to get through Nalthor. But Nagura, they're going to have to do it with no battle reses and no bloodlust.
This is going to be so difficult for them to execute. And the fact that their tank managed to survive after this creation was alive for so long, that was just incredible to see that they were able to recover this. But yeah, now, can they do Nalthor? They do have the 5 minutes left, which I do think is enough. But yeah, as you said, no battle rest available. They have to play this perfectly. And they probably also just used a lot of resources to survive this. So they also need to play the cleavers perfectly in the Fleshcrafter as well. Any extra damage coming through here by any of these shields might be causing somebody to die. So it needs to be perfect management here by the Evoker with those sleepwalks.
Okay, also, they have to do every single down phase. They cannot skip them. And the worst part about this is because of the way that fight went, Supreme does not have his Shadow Meld available. So if he gets the first Dark Exile, he's not going to be able to Shadow Meld it. Fortunately, when on MJ, he got the Spellbot from the tank. He'll be able to Wurnstone back up if he's in position. Voodoo's on the wrong side, though, I think. I think maybe, let's see, do we have the Oh, okay, we got the Hornstone back up. Okay, and he'll be able to do that without dying because he got the spell bot from the tank. That's huge for them. It's going to help them out with their damage at the start of the fight. The big problem, Supreme is going to have to find a way to do the bottom platform as a boomkin. This is scary. They do not do well down there. I would love on this next Dark Exile for Supreme, can we get a Supreme POV? Can we show how hard that is for the boomkin to kill off that Siphoner downstairs? Perfect. Supreme,
Right, so
do you win this 1v1?
If he's really worried about it, he can send cooldowns. He obviously doesn't want to do that. It looks like he is. He is actually pressing his Incarn here, making sure he can finish this one off. But yeah, this one just does so much damage. So you can see him kite it out, use Typhoon to get the Siphoner away from him. And there we go, he does have it. Again, the Cleaver is doing so much damage to Nalthor, doesn't necessarily need to use those offensive cooldowns for the boss. So making sure to play it safe here and using those offensive cooldowns to get that mob down does make sense.
He used offensive cooldown, Nature's Vigil. He didn't use the skin, so I guess that's nice. But, oh my god, and the Ice Patch almost kills him in 2 ticks as well on the way back up. Oh my god. He's going to have to do that at least one more time. He can Shadow Meld the next time he gets Dark Exiled. That's going to force his Shaman to be sent downstairs, unfortunately. Man, what, can he do it one more time? I think he actually just has to save his cooldowns for it.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think if Supreme gets hit again, usually if you have Battle Rest available, you can skip the downstairs phase by using something like Wild Charge, right? But obviously not having any of those Battle Rushes means that you have to play it as safe as possible.
Their Augavoker got sent downstairs. That's not ideal.
Oh.
Can they win the 1v1? No,
They
they
could.
can't. They're down an Augavoker. This is a big deal. The Augavoker is one of the people that's in charge of taking control of the Fleshcrafter when the Druid gets sent down. So this is going to be pretty much all on Tian here to deal with his Fleshcrafter while the Augavoker is dead. Are they going to get the Battle Res back up before the end of the encounter here? No, 2 minutes? Can he get this Cleaver in? They need to.
That shield.
Oh, that's so much
my God,
damage.
That tank was so close to dying there. Somehow did manage to survive. But yeah, Tian having to deal with his Fleshcrafter and also getting the fixate on him. We do see their Shaman go down. They have Ankh available. He can get back
He can't
up, but
Ankh?
he's actually
He's in the ice?
He's in the ice. He can't actually take it.
Oh,
This is
no.
a full wipe for Stem. This is heartbreaking. They were so close after recovering that disaster there on Stitchflesh somehow with some miracle gameplay, and then unfortunately not being able to execute Nalthor because they didn't have any of those battle rushes left to use on some of those exiles. Just heartbreaking. They'll have to go again. Streamer Zone also having some issues as their Augavoker does go down there in the Necropolis. They do have a decent amount of time left, but I think they're about to pull Stitchflesh here. Yes, they're waiting for the Augavoker to fly back. They're now on Stitchflesh. This is an important moment for Streamer Zone as well in their 21 on the top right side of your screen.
That was just the slowest bleed out in the world that we've ever seen from Stamp. They tried their absolute hardest to make that work. By all means, I think about 99% of Mythic Plus teams wouldn't have even gotten through Surge and Stitchflesh from the position they were. So the fact that they were able to kill off that boss and maybe be in a position to finish off this Necrotic Wake just goes to show you how incredibly good that team is, and also just how difficult this dungeon is. No Speaky made that dungeon look way easier than it has any right to be. And the good news is for them, at least now they know that it's possible. They can definitely get that key done. Just a matter of being consistently getting back to that boss, which can take a lot of time, or it can take no time. We'll see. If they're able to get that done quickly, it's important. And also, it's important to mention, like you were talking about when we were talking about Stamp last time around, they still have to go to the Stone Vault at some point. They haven't done that dungeon yet today, which makes that wipe all the more painful for them.
It definitely does. I am looking at Streamer Zone though as they're fighting Stitchflesh. They did do really well in that first phase. They did get, they did leave the creation alive to get the boss back down after that first getaway, and then they had to use the cleaver to finish off that first creation to make sure it doesn't pull too much AoE damage while the second creation spawned, and then that next cleaver they got into the boss to finish it off. So really cleanly done by Streamer Zone here. They have 5:30 left for this last boss for Nalthor here, and they have 2 battle rushes available, which is really
It's
important.
huge.
We did see how difficult it was for the other team to be able to do this boss without the battle rushes for Stamp. So Streamer Zone, 2 battle rushes, Nalthor left. Hopefully they do deal with the Fleshcrafter properly and get all of those cleavers into the shield. And hopefully they also are able to deal with those exiles that are just so crucial.
They burned through the first shield there. with just damage. That's good. The cleaver was a little late, but it should be lined up for every other shield afterwards as long as they're able to get the proper CC on it. And like you said, Streamer Zone is almost in the exact same time situation that Stamp was just now. Key difference is that they have those 2 battle reses. Obviously, those are going to come in clutch, especially when they like send a Boomkin downstairs without a spell bop or something like that. They can just let the Boomkin die instantly, or if they get in the situation that Stamp was in, where somehow the Og Evoker gets sent downstairs, which should never really happen. It only happened because of an unfortunate circumstance where Stamp had players dead at the wrong time. So, we'll see. Can Streamer Zone capitalize here? 5.5 minutes for this boss is enough time, but like we just saw from Stamp, the timing of everything here is incredibly difficult. You are heavily relying on the throw cleavers from that Fleshcrafter to break this shield before it gets a lot of ticks off. But that's 4 ticks! That's 4 ticks of AoE damage. Kills off AJ, almost kills off Jizu, somehow able to barely stay alive here, but without their healer dead and with Yargi downstairs, the battle res has to come from the engineering bracers, which is not going to be ideal. AJ's only going to res with 40% of his mana here. Should be enough for a Disc Priest as long as the crafter throw cleavers are at the right time here, but the next shield comes out. No. The cleaver is not at the right time, and that's 2 further deaths for Streamer Zone, and they only have the 1 battle res. And now Thor the Rhinebinder is going to throw yet another one of these 21 Necrotic Wakes into the garbage. Streamer Zone, you have to go again.
Oh man, just not being able to control the cleaver perfectly there. And not getting the timing correctly to get rid of that shield, getting so many ticks off. You can see how crucial it is now to be able to get those cleavers in the perfect time. It needs to be controlled absolutely perfectly. These shield ticks are just insane. And yeah, I mean, just... Streamer Zone. It's heartbreaking to see them wipe there at the very end after being able to get through this dungeon. And to see just how difficult the rest of this dungeon is as well. And then just not making it to the very end, both Stamp and Streamer Zone as well. So I guess we're looking at the next team now that has the potential to finish off this key, and that is Mandatory. Mandatory on the top left side, also on the 21 Necrotic Wake. They are currently working on that Necropolis area, getting through those trash packs. They only have that 1 death on the board, so they're looking pretty strong. They also have all of the battle rests available. Didn't use that 1 battle rest on that death that they had. So they want to hold on to as many of them as they can. But first of all, of course, they need to get through Stitchflesh. Actually, first they have the assistance here, so they're not quite through the trash just yet.
Yeah, they got a couple more mini bosses to kill. Of course, they have to do the trigonometry of the triple cleaver pull here. Actually, they're just leaving the Fleshcrafter and the Mind Control in the back for a little while, so they don't have to worry about all 3 of those cleavers going off at the same time. That's pretty smart to make sure people know where those cleavers are coming from. We're going to see what happens when they get to Raw Spew, though. Like I was talking about earlier, every single one of those Spew diseases is essentially doing double your health bar and unmitigated damage, so you really have to find a way to live through every single one of those damage events. Hasn't been too much of an issue for most of our teams that have gotten this far, but still something they have to think about in the back of their mind. We'll see how Mandatory deals with Stitchflesh once they get there in a few minutes here. No Speaky, though. In this 17 Stone Vault, a couple deaths, and this is a very, very tight timer on the 2 chests. They are passing the 3 chest timer right now, so they're going to have about 6.5 minutes to not only run back to the start of the dungeon, right? But they also have to deal with 4 trash packs, skip past the trash pack as well with their Shadow Melds, ideally. And they'll also have to finish off Voidspeaker Eirik in the next 6 minutes in order to unlock the 19, or they'll have to do an entire extra dungeon run of that Stone Vault 18. I think it was only ESC Gaming that we saw have to go for that earlier today, so hopefully they're fast enough here. You can see Cryptic setting up for the Shadow Meld skip here off on the left side. Team's going to be on the right. Quick Bear Taunt off to the side. Once his team is by, he'll pop that Shadow Meld. In a moment
Looks like
here.
it might have to...
Maybe they have to be pretty far away. Any moment now, he'll run through and pop that Shadow Meld. Perfect skip from the team here. Nicely done, and they can move on to the trash. But this timer is still going to be very tight from them. Less than 6 minutes now to get through this next trash. They might have to go for Pot of Greed if they're going for the 2 chest here. They might have to chain some of these trash packs in.
Yeah, we'll see if they manage to get the 2 chests here. On the bottom left, though, Phoenix Sky Media, they are also in the 17 Stone Vault, and they are not going to get the 2 chests. They will have to run that 18 afterwards. They only have the 1 death on the board, but they seem to have played it quite a bit safer compared to the other teams. Just not really going for this 2 chests, just making sure they get the 17 done here, which is good for them. Honestly, they need to do some catch-up for sure to the rest of the team. So just getting the 17 done for them, already a good sign. But yeah, no Speaky after getting the 21 World First Necrotic Wake, they definitely do want to follow up with that 2 chest on the 17, making sure they can go straight back into the 19. ESC Gaming, unfortunately, having a wipe on their 21. Honestly, I think ESC Gaming actually did really well in their 21 here. They are not in this dungeon for long. They did manage to 2 chest at 19. Yeah, I'm not sure if they reset maybe like once at the very start, but this is one of their first attempts. So yeah, I think ESC Gaming doing really well here in the 21 Necrotic Wake.
Ooh. On the Rot Spew, mini-boss mandatory here, getting prepared for Surgeon Stitchflesh here. These cleavers really help out so much on these mini-bosses. One little spew disease for the road onto Soda there, able to live through that, no problem. And they will be setting up for the boss that has started the slow collapse of several of these runs. This back-to-back boss encounter of Stitchflesh into Nalthor has been the bane of some of these runs, having to expend so many cooldowns near the end of Stitchflesh because of the damage these creations can just put out over the course of time. If you aren't able to finish off the boss quickly, just leaves you with nothing left for the final boss mandatory. In a great spot here, though. All of their battle reses, Bloodlust prepped and ready for the burn phase of this boss. Can they get it done? Are they going to play it safe, actually? We've seen both different strategies that you were talking about earlier, right? We've seen the Cleaver the Creation down just for safety, or just Cleaver the boss and try to burn him down. And both of them have worked, but one of them is definitely a little more risky than the other.
Yeah, another interesting thing to talk about here, I guess, for this 21 Necrotic Wake, this is such a difficult key. Like, the 21 Necrotic Wake, in my opinion, and I think we can all kind of agree on this one, is quite a bit harder compared to some of these 19 keys that we've seen. So even though they're both like the highest key level in the dungeons, 21 Necrotic Wake being a lot more difficult. So one thing to mention here is, do you care about tiebreaker at all, or do you just want to get this done? Because yes, you can play it safe a lot of the time, right? Sometimes you can just, wait to pull Nalthor until you have some cooldowns available that maybe were on cooldown when you did Stitchflesh, but tiebreakers, maybe not something that's really important to them compared to just timing the key. But yeah, mandatory on Stitchflesh, they did get the first getaway at 40%, which is actually still really pretty high on the boss. Yeah, that's very high.
Most of our other pushes have been near 20%. I think they just played it incredibly safe. They didn't want to worry about that creation staying alive at all. I think all of their cleavers went into the creation, so they're going to have a lot of boss to chew through here. This cleaver is going to hit the boss. They've got a perfect setup here. That cleaver does a ton of damage to this boss. Remember, Stitchflesh doesn't have that much HP because it's assumed that you're going to spend a lot of your time doing damage to the creations, and the boss has lesser HP because of that. Each of those cleavers doing about 13-14%. So one more cleaver will finish off the boss, but you can see that rotting damage from the creation being alive starting to stack up. They need to actually kill it off here, or the boss could run away a little bit. I think they would have had it low enough, and that cleaver does finish off the boss, and that is a perfect execution from Mandatory here. They have the count they need. Of course, that Fleshcrafter is going to be the remainder of their count once they get upstairs. If they're able to finish off Nalthor, they have all three of their battle reses here as well, so It's about as good a setup as you can get for Mandatory.
Yeah, that was such a clean Stitchflesh, and even like the rest of the dungeon also just so clean by them. And now we'll see if they get Nalthor done. In the meantime, before they start pulling, let's take a quick look at No Speaking in the top right. We were talking about their 2-chest timer. They have 1:30 left for 40% of the boss, which I think is doable. Definitely still close, though. Their Bloodlust did just run out, and they do have some cooldowns coming up, so I do think they can make it. But yeah, let's keep an eye on them, as we do have Stove.
It looks like they weren't able to get their Fleshcrafter snap up perfectly. It's still downstairs. Now, this is not the worst case scenario. It can still come upstairs. It's a little unfortunate that it's aggroed onto Stove, though. They need to stand in the right spot for it to port upstairs. Looks like they've moved it off to the right side. Are they still in combat with it?
Moat died.
I mean, we saw this earlier from No
melee,
Speaking.
Right?
Yeah, he was getting melee through the floor.
Yeah. Oh, they're still in combat because you see Skylark getting hit by it.
Yeah. It looks like it's ported up. Okay, they've got it now. This is fine. This is fine. They have time for this. This is okay. Sometimes it can be a little finicky getting upstairs. Them being in combat and getting meleeed is actually good. It means it's not off in the distance like it was for No Speaky, unable to be, returned to the platform. Mandatory, they lost about a minute here, which sucks for your time tiebreaker, but you're just trying to get the key done right now. So they've got the setup here. waiting for the right timing on the throw cleaver here so they can get into the boss and line it up perfectly with the shields. I think they've got the timing down, and we are in. On to Nalthor here. 6 minutes on the timer. Plenty of time. Just have to execute here.
Yeah, in the meantime, No Speaky did manage to get that 2 chests in their plus 17 stone vault. That is really good for them. Being able to go back into that 19 stone vault and hopefully one-shotting it. We did see some teams having to reset that key a few times. So we'll see what No Speaky can show us in that 19. But yeah, let's take a look at Mandatory. They are potentially the second team to finish off this 21 Necrotic Wake after No Speaky. But we saw so many other teams struggle on this boss and deplete the key at the very, very end. Mandatory, though, looking pretty strong, even though they need to have some issues with getting the Flashcrafter up. They have 3 Battle Russes available. And we do have the XL on Soda as well, which is probably the best target to be hit by that XL. So, looking good so far.
Yep. Perfect setup. In the meantime, we did have No Speaky 2 chesting their 17 stone vault. They'll be moving on to 19 here very shortly. But, of course, the main event here is the 21 Necrotic Wake. Who's going to be the first team to match No Speaky with the completion of this dungeon here? We've seen Stamp go down to Nalthor. We've seen Streamer Zone go down to Nalthor. Soda downstairs taking a long time to finish off that ad. Coming back up with a 6 stack of this debuff. Going to be a large ice patch on the ground that is going to drop off. Needs to make sure he feral lunges perfectly in order to not take more than 1 tick of damage from this. The timing was a little off on Roshan on yesterday, but he's able to get the timing right today. No problems there for Soda. He's awarded with that crit buff. Going to do a ton of damage in that window. Meanwhile, Stove is downstairs, I believe, just dealing with that phase natty. No cooldowns. Oh, no, he's back up. They did the Wernstone tech on him, so that's good. They got him back very quickly. Very fortunate for them here. Next Dark Exile coming back out. Who's it going to be on? It's going to be on Soda again. We like the RNG here. Mandatory just making this look easy.
Yeah, and look how fast the boss is dropping. They still have 4 minutes left. Not only is this going to be good for them, they timed this, of course, but Soda does go down to a Comet Storm. Does have an Ankh. Yeah, there we go. So they're back immediately onto the boss. Also, still have some shields to go through and need to get some cleavers into the boss here. Need to make sure they do this perfectly. We do see another cleaver come out on Macy. The shield is up. Did perfectly get through that shield. 21% left on the boss. 3 minutes 30 left. Of course, a timer, no problem for them whatsoever. They're looking super good on a time tiebreaker. We do have another XL on Soda. Soda is just downstairs. He doesn't even get to see the boss at all. But that's good, right? We do want to have Soda downstairs. The best target to be able to deal with this, a Siphoner. And we do have another cleaver on Maystine as the shield is coming at perfect execution again, getting through that shield immediately.
This is just the best RNG. Not only is Soda the best person to have downstairs, Stove's the best person to have upstairs. They get to just have that perma root on the Fleshcrafter. Every single cleaver is so easy for the squad here. One last cleaver into the boss here. 5% HP. Nalthor has gone down for mandatory. 2.5 minutes to finish off the Fleshcrafter, and our second team will be completing the 21 Necrotic Wake. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is actually going to be a faster run than what we saw from No Speaky. So Mandatory might be stealing away that world record tag here.
I think so as well. That's an incredible fast run, considering the fact that they still had issues to get the Flashcrafter up and lost quite a bit of time to that. That was just such a fast run. I mean, that was incredible by Mandatory. We'll see what they do now, right? Mandatory, they already did the 19 Stone Vault, which is the key that No Speaky is working on right now. So, Mandatory, putting themselves in that lead into the #1 spot of the leaderboard. And now, they're going to have to attempt a key that we haven't seen before. Either they go for the 20 Dawnbreaker, or they potentially try to improve some of their time tiebreakers. But I would like to see them go to the Dawnbreaker.
I want to see the 20 Dawnbreaker. I think that is the most reasonable of the keys that we've seen. Although apparently some of the teams have been whispering about they think 20 Stone Vault is at least livable through, although they don't know if they have the time to do it. It's definitely a time-gated dungeon, not a live-based dungeon. Really, Skarmorak just eats up so much of your time the higher the key level goes. That might be like a 6-minute encounter on a 20 if they even are able to live through it. Let's see where Mandatory chooses to go to next, because they have an hour and a half at the end of the day to really set the bar for the other teams. We're going to have to wait 10 minutes, though, as they have to take the remainder of their break, unfortunately.
Yeah, they are going to have a break. But they will discuss what they're doing now, right? So I think Mandatory is in a really good spot. We talked about them maybe having some struggles yesterday, some communication issues. Today also not being able to get that stone vault done as quickly as some of the other teams. And now they're back in that number 1 spot. Now they really showed us what they can do. And now they're going to be in such a good spot. They are going to have 10 minutes to take a break, to discuss where they're going. And I mean, I would love to see a 20 stone vault and a 20 Dawnbreaker. Just do them both. They have the time. Just go in, one shot a Dawnbreaker, 20, get a 20 stone vault on their boards. Easy.
I mean, every single time we do
22
GGP...
Necrotic Wake? Sorry.
Is there time? I mean, they were pretty far under. They were 3 minutes under.
They
But you have to think again, every single key level goes up in damage multiplicatively. If you were having trouble living something on the 21, it's 10% harder on the 22. I mean, if they can live it, if they can find a way to get it done, that'd be insane. But thinking of Stitchflesh from Mandatory, they had the boss at 40% on the first runaway, right? It would be at 50% on the 22. They'd have to do an entire extra
more
phase. The Cleaver does do the same percentage of damage, obviously, but oh man, what's it going to be? I can't wait to see what Mandatory cooks up when they get back from their break. In the meantime, though, we still have a lot of action on the screen. We have Stamp in Streamer Zone after their encounters with Nalthor, working their way to get back there, and you can see just how difficult this dungeon is. This first area, Blightbone section of the dungeon, with the massive trash pull, with those frontals on this boss, it is so difficult to get a good attempt at this dungeon because this first section of the dungeon is really a wall to the rest of the key.
It definitely is, and we do see EC Gaming on the bottom left now also back from their break. After wiping, I think, around 10 minutes into the key on their first attempt on the 21. Honestly, a very good run for their first attempt, getting through this first initial area. That is incredibly difficult, like we just talked about. So it bodes really well for EC Gaming, honestly. And now they're back. They have to go through all of this again, though, because of that wipe. And we'll see how they do. Streamer Zone on the bottom right had this heartbreaking wipe at the very end of their run earlier on Nalthor, not being able to control the cleavers properly and getting too many ticks from the shield onto the group. But now they're on Blightbone. Blightbone also, honestly, a difficult boss. We don't focus too much on Blightbone because it's an early boss, right? And if you wipe, you don't lose too much time. But I do think that boss actually is also incredibly hard. As you said, those frontals just doing so much damage on a 21. And if you get targeted multiple times in a row, you eventually just run out of cooldowns and you die. On top of that, having to control multiple different cleavers on this boss fight, while also having to position a frontal of the boss, can be incredibly difficult to manage.
It's so hard, and watching how, some of these teams make it look easy. We were like, oh yeah, okay, what, 3 deaths? Oh, totally fine. What level? Plus 21? Excuse me? It's wild to see, and now we've seen 2 teams put this up. No Speaky doing that first mandatory, afterwards world records. And I mean, Zyronic, looking at their 2 runs, I'm curious, what do you think bought mandatory the most time? Because they were like a minute 17 faster. What do you think kind of got that for them?
A lot of it is really going to come down to, especially in Necrotic Week, just efficiency with the throw cleavers. Obviously, I mean, we have the same POV you guys do on the stream here. We're watching the exact same stream you guys are seeing. When we're focusing on one of the boxes, we can't see exactly where every single throw cleaver from every single team is always going to go. Usually it's going to come down to the efficiency of those throw cleavers, right? Making sure they're going into Gorgrind, making sure they're going into Rodspew, making sure they're going into Nalthor, making sure they're going into the bosses instead of one of the ads that they spawn on a Marth. Any single cleaver going into the wrong target, you have to think about that. That's 5% of a boss that you're going to have to do with your player character instead of with the cleaver. So a couple of those in the wrong place could really easily make up that timer, which means this Necrotic Wake, with as volatile as it is, might actually be one of the best dungeons for these teams to go into for a potential time tiebreaker, either today or later tomorrow if the teams feel like there's no other +1s they can reasonably attempt. So I would suspect we're going to see a lot more of Necrotic Week, even once these teams start to get the 21 done, just because I think they can gain so much time if they get perfect cleavers at every single cleaver scenario they're in.
Yeah, I agree. I do. Oh, we actually do see a death here in Phoenix Gaming. Oh, as they were in that 18 run. But yeah, I do agree that the cleaver management can save you so much time. Like, we just saw Mandatory have a pretty perfect run, and they did have issues with the Fleshcrafter there at the very end, and still managed to be quite a bit faster than No Speaky. So No Speaky maybe having more issues on their side with their cleavers. So yeah, I think making up like a minute or two in that 21 can be done. The problem is, though, of course, it is also one of the more volatile dungeons from the highest key levels that we've seen, like I explained earlier. Like the amount of wipes and resets we've seen in the 21 is also just like infinitely more almost than what we've seen on some of the other highest keys in the other dungeons. So either I think it's a high risk, high reward kind of choice that you're making. If you choose Necrotic Wake and you somehow manage to get it done pretty quickly with perfect cleaver management, you make up a lot of time. But potentially you can also wipe forever in that dungeon without ever timing it, right? So maybe using your time in other dungeons in the 19s, even though the potential of time that you can save is lower there, the potential of timing the key at all is higher, right? So I think that's a decision that we're gonna have to see about tomorrow. I think that's something we will really see a lot of tomorrow, where teams really decide on fixing their timers in some of those dungeons. Today, though, I think a lot of teams are still going to be spending their time pushing keys. The only team that maybe would be looking at some time tiebreakers would be Mandatory, right? Mandatory already having the 21 on the boards, and the 19 Stonevault as well, and the 19 in all the other dungeons. They're currently still on their break, but once they're back, they do have that potential to choose either to go to a 20 of a dungeon we haven't seen timed yet in the group stage, or they try to get a time tiebreaker improvement in some of their dungeons.
Yeah, and they didn't have the best times yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. We had 4 teams at the end of day 1 with the triple 19 scores. Mandatory were in 3rd place. They were about, I want to say, 3.5 minutes behind Streamer Zone. So they didn't have the fastest runs yesterday. They could go back and try to improve those times, or potentially go for a +1. We think the Dawnbreaker is probably the most likely if they do go for one of those +1s. But again, they're still on break right now, finishing off their break timer for the rest of the day. We'll see what they choose to do next. Let's see. You know, I was thinking about it when you were talking about the way that this first boss works, about how we don't really give it enough respect. It kind of reminds me a lot of our previous TGP back in Dragonflight. It reminds me so much of Azure Vault, right? It's got the same cadence at the start of the dungeon, where they go for an insane first pull and like front load a ton of the difficulty, and they reset that first pull a ton. And then they've got this insane first boss with tons of one-shot mechanics that you have to spreadsheet your way through. And then once you get through that, most of the trash is more of a tank check that you're just trying to live through. But of course, just because it's the highest pushable key, it's just so difficult with all the scaling the key has to just properly get through it. I would be so excited to see if these teams get through all of these potential push keys tomorrow and then realize, well, the only other place we can potentially get a +1 is maybe in the 22 Necrotic Wake. I was looking at the numbers. It looks like it might actually be doable to live through things. It might require literally perfect throw cleavers the entire dungeon, though, to get through.
That would be so cool, though. I mean, I hope we can do it. I think these teams have shown that they definitely have the capability of making it happen, right? But whether or not they're going to go for it in the greater scheme of the strategy and the points that they need and everything else, we'll have to see. But I definitely think the pressure is on, because these teams can only go so far in so many of these dungeons, so they've got to figure out where they can push that ceiling even higher, right? But, you know, it's been a good time. We've had some exciting action. These +21s have been incredible. Seeing Mandatory put that one up and even faster than No Speaky was incredible. Nagura, Zyronic, for now, though, we'll say farewell to you. So,
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, Mandatory 20 Dawnbreaker.
Wow,
Let's go!
yeah, Mandatory. Hopping
Let's
into
go.
Dawnbreaker.
Love
+20.
this. Love it. You know what?
right.
Make Stratnos, welcome to the desk. We are obviously just continuing with the action here, and as we get into it here with Mandatory on this +20, feel free to touch on it. But when you get a chance to, you know, maybe you could give us a little bit of a rundown of where we've been so far today with the teams as we come into the last hour.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So I was literally just looking at our leaderboard because Nagura and Zyro were talking about the potential time tiebreakers between the teams. And I was trying to figure out where Mandatory would be going after their break, because they don't have the fastest times in a lot of these dungeons. I looked at their City of Threats, I looked at their Dawnbreaker and their Siege of Borealis, and in every single one of these dungeons, they had at least one death, and some even 2. So they can shave off time there if they want to, but it seems like for now, they want that extra point, and they want to show us that the 20 Dawnbreaker is on the table and doable, and honestly, I'm really excited to see it, Dratnos.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the most possible of the options that we still had there. And honestly, I think second would be the 22 Necrotic Wake, as Zyro was theory crafting as well after this, because I feel like City of Threads, Siege of Borealis are just both so brutal on plus 20. Not to mention, yeah, Stone Vault, I don't know. That seems really, really nasty. So, yeah, it makes sense to see mandatory here, though. I think this was the most likely place for them to show up. They've had a really good day today. You were talking about how they don't have the fastest times in a lot of the dungeons. All the dungeons yesterday, they don't. The 2 dungeons today, they do. They've been owning in the dungeons today. So, mandatory really on fire on Saturday. Now, of the days to be on fire, you're hoping it's Sunday. Sunday is going to be probably the most important one to finish this out strong, to make those final improvements, to push up whatever key we have of the last one that we show. But this is going to set up mandatory to be in a really strong position, especially if things like this keep happening to StreamerZone.gg once again wiping in Necrotic Wake plus 21 there. That is not good news for StreamerZone. They were looking so good. They were so far ahead of the curve a couple of hours ago, but they have had a really unfortunate string of catastrophes in Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, that's unfortunately true, but there is still some more time in the day, to give you a little bit of an overview. We still have 1 hour and roughly 12 minutes until those final runs will need to be started by all of our teams, and then they're allowed to finish them out. And then, of course, we have a whole new day tomorrow with just 1 additional dungeon. Now, we don't know what that is, but I would allege, even in the case of it being an Arakara, you're probably not going to be spending 5 hours there either. So I assume it will all move a lot closer once we actually get there towards the end of the day to see who can really get for these tiebreakers, these fastest runs in.
Yeah, I think there is going to be a good chance that we're going to have multiple teams ending up with similar scorecards. Of course, if mandatory can be the only team to get, say, a 20 Dawnbreaker, that's going to be huge for them. And if some of these teams continue to choke on the 21 Necrotic Wake, that's going to be reverse huge for those teams. But assuming all the teams do get to an equal spot on the keys, we'll move into time tiebreakers. And that's actually going to be really interesting. So if you look here in the bottom left, we have the fastest runs, right? The teams on the left of this graphic have the fastest run in each of the keys. And you can see that mandatory were not the fastest. Actually, they were pretty slow in Dawnbreaker and City of Threads and Siege, but they were really fast in the Stone Vault and the Wake today. Of course, only 2 teams to do each of those dungeons. And this actually sets them up pretty well, because now they're looking to replace their Dawnbreaker, and they have a bunch of time to gain, in particular in that city. Even though they're third in the Siege, it's actually not by as much. It's still by less than a minute that they are behind StreamerZone in there. StreamerZone are kind of in a... It's actually sort of cursed, the spot they're in, even though they're on the board in a lot of these. If they went to improve their time in any of these dungeons, they only have small time gains to make in any of these keys. So if they wanted to fix their time tiebreakers, it would take them multiple runs to get multiple minutes of time tiebreaker. Whereas teams like Mandatory that have, like, Mandatory and No Speaky, for instance, both have multiple minutes that they could get in City of Threads in one attempt, right? A much more favorable position in terms of just how long it will take them to fix their time tiebreakers.
Well, a big up where they could save some time is both that 19 Stone Vault and that 21 Necrotic Wake that both No Speaky and StreamerZone are working on right now. So there is still space for them to maybe pull ahead once they actually finish these dungeons. We're going to, of course, keep in touch. I'm looking at No Speaky's 19 split timers, and just comparing them really quickly, they seem to be quite a bit slower than what Mandatory put on the board. So Mandatory had 7:16, where No Speaky has 7:38, and then they had 16:03 for Skarmorak, whereas No Speaky has 16:51. Now I will say, Mandatory 2 deaths, No Speaky 1 death. There's still like 15 seconds Challenger's Peril that they can maybe make up for, but they will need to be a little bit faster than what we're seeing from them right now if they want to take a shot at maybe being faster than Mandatory in the Stone Vault.
Yeah, the tough news for No Speaky against Mandatory is they are more than a minute slower in the 21 Wake. And there's almost no way that you're going to be able to rerun the 21 Wake for time improvement, just because it's such a volatile key. So that is probably going to stand for mandatory and be a huge bonus to them if they go to time tiebreakers against anyone. No Speaky, they look kind of weak and slow in City of Threads, and in Stone Vault, like you were saying,
You have
and then
to say it like that.
they're kind of medium in Siege. But the good news for them is that they were fast in Dawnbreaker, which might mean they can do the 20 Dawnbreaker as well. And if No Speaky can put up the 20 Dawnbreaker, then all of a sudden, and the other teams can't, for instance, we won't need those tiebreakers. They're going to be in great shape. So I think actually which dungeons they're strong in and which dungeons they're weak in mean it might be bad news for them if they go to time tiebreakers, but they actually have a pretty good chance of avoiding the need for time tiebreakers.
Yeah, we are hoping for that, right? A big question is, are all of the teams able to do that Dawn, and are all of the teams able to do that 21 Necrotic Wake? And we are going to be taking a look here at ESC Gaming.
That warrior.
And a very unfortunate wipe, once again, a Marth claiming souls.
So that warrior was there under the boss, just not CC'd and not quite killed in time. We saw a random death right beforehand. That was maybe the person who was going to CC that warrior. But yeah, then the final harvest cast goes off. And if any of those reanimated ads are left alive and aren't crowd controlled, that will one-shot every single person in the group. So tough news for ESC Gaming. Currently in 4th place. ESC Gaming have had a rough day. Their Stone Vault is sitting only at a plus 18, so they have some work to do to get the point back there. And they have been spending a long time, like the rest of our teams, in this 21 Wake without anything to show for it yet. So yeah, ESC Gaming and StreamerZone.gg are both under a lot of pressure because Mandatory and No Speaky have put that 21 on the board. Stamp are under a little bit less pressure. We can see them up in the top right because they actually already have the 20 in there. So it's kind of a little bit less bad if they end up having to leave here, but it's also kind of more bad because they still don't have that Stone Vault done at all. So they definitely owe a lot of time debt in fixing their scorecard. Hopefully they can do it by the end of the day. If things go perfectly for them in the rest of the day, they could still end up at that 97-point mark that Mandatory are sitting at right now, but pretty much any more depletes for Stamp are going to take that off of the table for them. And then we have Phoenix Gang Media, who aren't currently even on screen. They're working on their Stone Vault plus 18 as well. They failed to 2 chests of 17. They are a team now that's looking like they are a level or 2 behind in all of these dungeons. So they are fighting to avoid 6th place. And as it stands right now, they look like they are going to have their work cut out for them to try and make that happen.
I will
ESC
say...
Gaming again.
Yeah, it was at the beginning. It's just a 3-minute loss. That's not that bad. I will say Stamp earlier basically went through the entire 21 Necrotic Wake, even being able to recover a Surgeon Stitchflesh fight that looked absolutely undoable. So massive, massive applause to them for being able to get that done still. But then they went up to Nalthur, and unfortunately they had a little bit of a situation there as well, and then they bled out. We know that they can potentially finish out this 21. They just need everything to go right for them as they are approaching Stitchflesh once more. And for ESC, I think the story is actually a little bit different because, yes, they had to spend some extra time today going back into the City of Threads, getting some extra timers there, but they have the fastest City of Threads and they have the fastest Dawnbreaker, which, like you mentioned earlier, might set them up for success in a potential 20 Dawnbreaker. So once they're done by the end of today, if they are able to get to the 97 points, we potentially have a team that can be very fast, and we know that that is a good thing. They just really need to make sure they get through these keys and get them on the board. I wouldn't count them out by any means just yet.
Yeah, I mean, none of our teams really should be counted out just yet. There's still a lot of time left, and like you said, we have one more dungeon being revealed tomorrow. That dungeon could either be Grim Batol, which caps out pretty low, which means the teams wouldn't have to spend too long in there, or it could be Mists, which goes up to 20, and I guess maybe 21, which how long it takes you to do that could be important. That could be a big opportunity for teams to catch up. Or it could be Arakara. And if it's Arakara, that would mean that teams will owe a little bit more time to actually bring it all the way up. But it's another opportunity for comeback. If one of our teams can get that 21 Arakara, get it on the board quickly, then that would be something where, you know, again, it's sort of like this Wake where it could be an equalizer tomorrow. So no matter which of the 3 dungeons we show tomorrow, it will have comeback potential for whichever teams are ending today a little bit behind.
Yeah, that's right. I'm very curious on how it's going to play out and what we're giving them tomorrow, because of course we also don't know. But I do want to do a little bit of a check-in and compare Mandatory's first boss split and their 20 Dawnbreaker. First time we're seeing this key. This key has not been done on live servers, has been tried, has been missed by a couple of seconds. We know that it should be potentially possible, even though teams on the tournament realm don't have access to avoidance. This is the first time we are seeing a team in this dungeon to potentially put in a world record key. The fastest 19 we have is, like I said, from ESC with 8 minutes 35, and Mandatory clocking in 1 key level higher on 9:47.
Yeah, that's the first boss split for Mandatory. It is looking pretty solid. Yeah, I think there is enough time in this dungeon. I mean, you know, they're sitting on a 29:20 Dawnbreaker. That is 3 minutes under the timer, which should be enough for them to, you know, have the key level go up. That costs about 3 minutes in this key. They should be okay if they can live the dungeon. That is the challenge, is as the key level goes up, some of these mini bosses, and actually this second boss in particular, that's going to be the real hard part for Mandatory. The other hard part is that we're now at a key level where a random death or two, those 15 seconds, might make it on the wrong side of the timer. So they need to play really perfectly. But so far, this run is looking good. It's definitely going to be an important one to follow here.
Yeah, especially where they are right now. I remember in their 18 and 19, there were a couple of oopsies whenever they dealt with this specific mini-boss, and of course the pack before that, and they are getting through this cleanly. From everything we're seeing here, we're of course going to keep in check with a potential second world record key that we're getting here. I'm very, very excited about this Dawn finally being attacked by teams. We had the potential of maybe Streamer Zone going there on the first day, but they decided not to. I'm really wondering why they went for that siege instead rather than showing the 20 Dawn. Well, we're gonna need to figure that out as the day moves on. Once they have this 21 Necrotic Wake on the board, I would expect them to also venture over to the 20 Dawnbreaker, hopefully.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a chance of that as well. I've been looking through some of the runs of 19 Dawnbreaker, just like the times of it. There is a timed 19 Dawnbreaker that had a boss 1 split over that 10-minute mark, but there's not a lot of boss splits that are this close. Like, even of the plus 19s that were only timed by a few seconds, most of the time, that first boss split is faster than Mandatory is here in this plus 20. Now, of course, those runs might have had stuff go wrong afterwards because it's plus 19, and they gained time in the first split and then lost time in the later parts of the dungeon. But it is, I think, going to just highlight here how tight this run is going to be for Mandatory. Again, I think as soon as that death counter goes above 0, they are going to be in a lot of danger on the timer.
I fear so too.
Sorry to sneak
Go
in
for
really
it.
quick. Dratnos, while we have you for a moment, chat had a question that I thought you would be able to dovetail off of there, which is, do you think theoretically it's possible for anyone to even live on the second boss of 20 Dawn without avoidance?
That is a very, very good question from chat. Yeah, so on the live servers, of course, you can have avoidance for these, for all these dungeon runs that you're doing, right? On the tournament realm, the only avoidance sources that you get are from enchants, so you have to play. I mean, you're in some cases down 5-10% avoidance compared to a super geared live character. So, is it possible? I mean, I think Mandatory probably wouldn't be here if they didn't think so, and I trust their decision-making process because the improving time tiebreakers would have some value. If they don't think this is possible, that would be a good use of time. I think the hardest part's going to be not just living the straight-up one-shot as well, but having enough cooldown coverage to have enough for everything, especially the 3rd and 6th AoE casts that line up with those Dark Orb explosions. Those are going to be super deadly, so we're going to have to watch with... I mean, the scary part as well is they're not going to have Lust for this fight either, so that's going to be a long boss fight.
It is going to be just that, but of course, I'm pretty sure all of the teams have prepared dungeons like that 21 Necrotic Wake that we're seeing right now, and they must have considered that 20 Dawnbreaker as well, seeing as it was incredibly close to what was done on live. So I think all of the teams have potentially looked at the 20 Dawn before, and if Mandatory is going into this dungeon and saying, yep, we are going to do this over improving time tiebreakers, which they definitely have multiple dungeons they could do that in. I was just counting it off earlier. At least 3 dungeons where they had 1 or 2 deaths, right? That is a lot of time you can potentially save and be better than. I think they are confident that they can do it. And I'm honestly very, very eager to see how they're going to do it, because it is incredible how much damage that second boss there does.
So I've looked this up. The base damage of these abilities, the Dark Orb does 10.46 million base damage on the explosion there, and the Shadowy Decay is a channel, so it doesn't do this all at once, but it does 24.84 million damage. There are some sections of this boss fight where you're taking over 30 million damage in the span of about 5 seconds here. So Mandatory, and again, they don't have a bunch of avoidance to reduce this, right? If you have avoidance, that reduces it by bias. All of this damage does get reduced by avoidance, and Mandatory don't have any of that on their gear. But, they do have Zephyr, Barrier, a lot of cooldown, rescues, Feint for every single one of these, Earthen Wall Totem. Yeah, Soda actually can kick the little ads as well, and I think that'll give him damage reduction against the damage from the boss, because of the way Shaman have this cool thing where, like, if you kick a shadow spell, you'll get shadow damage reduction. So they do have some tools for it, but yeah, it is going to be extremely scary. We'll have to check in with that. In the meantime, we do have 2 other runs nearing the conclusions here. No Speaky up in the top left, have the Void Speaker pulled. They actually don't have a lot of time left on the clock here. I mean, I think they're on the good side of this timer, but it's going to be tight. As we do have Mandatory having some deaths here, so they're actually going to have Town Portal. Okay, unfortunate. Even the mini-boss took them out, so we won't get to see that second boss attempt from them. And yeah, no Speaky. I mean, they're on pace, but it's not going to be good for time tie breaks.
Exactly. So they will need to get it done, but like you're saying, are potentially setting themselves up for, do we need to rerun this as they are a bit slower? Of course, if they're a lot faster in other dungeons, then maybe they don't need to come back here. But for me, the big story is whether or not Stamp can get through the 21 Necrotic Wake this time around. They've already been so close once before, and right now they do have their Boomkin, unfortunately ported down, had to go all the way, and now comes back up to the rest of the team, as they are still dealing with Nelthar. You can see that they do have Uncle Tony ready on the left-hand side. They need to make sure that he gets his axe in every single time this shield comes up, of course, to make sure it's broken as quickly as possible. And there is a lot of lethality in this fight that they need to avoid, that they need to get through, as they are chopping away on this boss fight's health, just slowly but surely getting another one in there.
Yeah, nicely
How did
done.
we get the stiffener up there?
Somehow we've got the downstairs ad coming up to. There must have been like a Wernstone snap thing for them. Streamer Zone wiping in their 21, and we have a death for Stamp now. It's okay though. It's our Shaman, so that's an easy onk. And we're actually on pretty good time pace here for Stamp as well. 30 minutes is the time to beat from Mandatory, which I don't know if they will. It's going to be close here. This run is looking really good for Stamp. They only have that one death that they just happened, and that may have actually been a planned death as well. Sometimes it's faster to do that. That Fleshcrafter hanging out in a Hex over there as they're getting ready to break it out and deal damage to this next shield in a few seconds here. Yeah, you can see planning out this eruption, breaking that Hex. Here comes that Throat Cleaver. Ooh, into the shield, perfectly done. And re-CC'd immediately afterwards. 20% now on the boss. Stamp do need to also kill the Fleshcrafter to stop the clock after this as well. They do need that bit of count, but you can see they are almost certainly going to be faster than No Speaky in here, and they are maybe going to be faster than Mandatory as well. We are about to get this next Cleaver. That's going to do a decent chunk of the boss's damage as, Dark Exile comes out. Okay, good. It's not on our Cleaver target, mercifully there.
Yeah, it can sometimes get really tight with these overlaps. It is on our Shaman, which is exactly the one person that we would like it on, has the best options to deal with this downstairs area as he is running towards Okay, I see. This is how we get to Siphoner up, just running by on our shaman, and they are already on to the 10%. To give you a little bit of an idea what Stamp are trying to surpass, 30 minutes is the fastest 21 Necrotic Wake that we have on the board right now. Can they be under that? They still need to kill off the Crafter as well, which is why he's being dragged into melee range right now to get early damage onto him. I think it's going to be incredibly close here, but we are over the 30-minute marker, and Stamp with just a few seconds over getting the second fastest Necrotic Wake 21 on the board.
Wow, great work by Stamp. It is the second fastest, but it's only 3 seconds slower than Mandatory. They are going to be very, very happy with that. Meanwhile, No Speaky finishing off this last boss. It's not the fastest Stone Vault plus 19, but it's actually not even that slow either. It's also within a couple of seconds of Streamer Zone and only half a minute slower than Mandatory. That is going to tie them on score with Mandatory. No Speaky are 1 minute and 27 seconds slower across these 5 dungeons than Mandatory. So the bad news for them is that almost all of that is in the Necrotic Wake, which is time that they can't really go and fix. But the good news for them is maybe they can go and do this Dawnbreaker 20, and maybe it'll work out for them faster than it does for Mandatory. Both teams now have almost an hour at the end of the day to do kind of whatever they want. 97 points is all of the points that we thought were, super possible are now on the board for both of these teams.
Yeah, we are still trying to figure out how that Siphoner got back up there. It's a bit sus to me.
So he got spell warded. So the first time he got sent down, he had spell warding, so he didn't have the Dark Exile debuff. That would mean he would die after 45 seconds. He tagged the Siphoner that was downstairs that time, and then used Wurnstone to come up.
Right.
Then, because they killed that guy, it activated the angel, and nobody needed to take that angel, right? So the angel was ready to be clicked downstairs.
I see. Wow.
And then when he got sent down the second time, there was a ready angel because they'd killed that first Siphoner. So he was able to just walk over and click it, and then that second Siphoner would snap up afterwards as well. So pretty fortunate that the earlier one landed on the person who was holding the Wurnstone. It is, I guess, 2/3 chance, right? Either it lands on the Evoker holding a Wurnstone or their target. But it would have been a little bit annoying if it had gone on the Moonkin right then. But still, that's a really cool, really slick tech from Stamp.
We've seen the spellboarding Wurnstone a couple of times, and I figured that would be the first time the Siphoner came up. To me, it wasn't quite clear what happened the second time around, because the angel was there. But your explanation makes perfect sense. It's basically like a chain reaction from outplaying the Siphoner the first time around. So very, very nicely done by Stamp there, getting that Siphoner up to the team to then enable that angel to be there before they use the Wurnstone. Because a lot of the other teams, they just go down, they Wurnstone, and they come back up, and they don't even kill the Siphoner, but it must have been that their shaman tagged it to get it infied and up. So very, very nicely done by Stamp, and I'm sure that's probably something other teams are going to consider. In the meantime, we are seeing a couple of do-overs here on ESC Gaming. Now, earlier I did say it's okay if they wipe early on in this Necrotic Wake, and of course we are front-loading a lot of damage here, but only so many times, okay? Even if it's just 3 minutes, if you do that 10 times, then they add up. So they need to maybe get that sorted sooner than later, because this is like the 4th time I'm seeing them restart this Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, I mean, ESC Gaming, they also have a weakness in the Stone Vault, right? Like, they're not like Streamer Zone, where they're sitting on 19s in all the other dungeons. They also still have an 18 that's kind of at the back of their mind that they need to go and fix in the Stone Vault. So not great news for ESC Gaming, currently in 4th place on our leaderboard. And I think that's definitely the place that, like, it's not one of those fake 4th places where they have extra 2 chests or whatever over the people above them. They're just straight up in 4th behind Streamer Zone, No Speaky, and Mandatory. But if they can get this 21 Wake before Streamer Zone, that will be big for them. And they do have some strengths in the other dungeons as well. In particular, ESC Gaming have a really fast City of Threads, so that's a nice one for them. They also have a really fast Dawnbreaker, which is actually
Hopefully they
it's
can
sort
do a
of nice
20.
because it indicates maybe you can do the 20, but it's also not great because maybe all the value of having a fast 19 is going to get erased if multiple teams can put a 20 up and they're all 10 seconds under the timer.
Yeah, so to me, I want to view it the way as, they're just really good in that Dawn, and hopefully that will transfer over to the 20, and hopefully they'll get a quick time there as well, because it would be a shame if you're looking at your 19 Dawnbreaker and you're like, oh, that's quick. And then it's like, well, we're all going to the 20, and it doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, ESC Gaming definitely have a little bit of work cut out for them. But of course, even with Arakara coming in tomorrow, if that's the dungeon, right? That's pure speculation, but that would be a dungeon that requires the most time out of the options that we have. We were talking about this earlier for a little bit. Even that wouldn't need a full 5 hours. So then they will still have time tomorrow to maybe rerun some of the dungeons that we are seeing today even. And I think that is something that we'll need to keep in mind as the day is closing in, to see who of them has potential to maybe rerun a dungeon for a lot of time saves.
Yeah, exactly. No matter what the dungeon revealed tomorrow is, because it's only one dungeon and they're going to have 5 hours tomorrow, teams are going to have a lot of time to either fix what went wrong today and yesterday, or improve time breaks, right? Do some fine tinkering of their scorecard and really try and make themselves bulletproof. It's going to be interesting, though, because if you make the decision to fix time tiebreakers and another team can then do like a crazy +1 key level in another dungeon, you might feel a little bit foolish if you're sitting there having gained a minute and another team has gained a whole point. So it's going to be a very interesting dynamic as we move into tomorrow. We're already seeing a little bit of that with No Speaky and Mandatory making the call to attempt these +20 Dawnbreakers. No Speaky just at the start of their run. Mandatory are at the start of their second run. We do have a little bit of replay of how their first run went awry. This is that mini-boss here, the Attendant, and that Shadowy Decay damage. Pretty substantial across the group. A bunch of trash comes in here as well with them. They have those Shadow Walkers and those Tacticians. Skylark eventually going down to that dot, that Umbral Rush from just pulling the Shadow Walkers, combined with the incredibly massive auto attack damage of those Tacticians. The Tacticians get this enrage that makes them do a way more damage, like 100% increased physical damage while they have that enrage. You can soothe it, you can shiv it. Presumably, the rogues will be using those shivs. They won't even, because they have to save those the shivs for the primary target to increase their damage. So they're playing assassination. So yeah, it's tough. That's a lot of extra damage that they have to mitigate on those tanks. In theory, you're supposed to kite it. It's this enrage that makes the Tacticians big and slow and do extra damage. And so you can walk away and they walk slow towards you, but in practice, the tanks are just tanking it.
Well, Skylark did tank it.
Yeah, we're not
He just
tanking it,
didn't
as the
survive
case may
it.
be. Yeah.
But we are continuously seeing something that I don't love. ESC Gaming continuing to wipe in that Necrotic Wake 21. On the other side, I'm seeing something that I love, because No Speaky deciding to join Mandatory in the 20
Whoa.
Dawnbreaker. They did have an oopsie daisy here, so we're going to go again, but still great to see them join the 20s on the Dawnbreaker end. And I am wondering if you're ESC, at what point do you say, okay, let's just do this 21 Necrotic Wake tomorrow, let's focus on something else for now? Because
ESC,
it is starting to get tilt-towny.
They do have that 19 Stone Vault to do. I think what I would do if I was ESC Gaming is, as soon as I wipe with less than 15 minutes left in the day, I'd probably just go start the Stone Vault, because the Stone Vault, you're going to get 30 minutes of dungeoning out of, whereas if you're starting a Necrotic Wake right at the end of the day, you might only get 5 minutes before you wipe, and that's a little bit less time efficient, right? You want to try and be at the start of a long but reliable key as we move into our overtime section of the day, which... Again, the rule is, so in 45 minutes, we're going to stop the ability for teams to start a new key, but we'll let them finish any key that they're in the middle of. To get full value out of that, you really don't want to be at the start of a Necrotic Wake 21 because it's so volatile. You'd rather be at the start of a 19 Stone Vault that's a little bit more likely to last for a bunch of extra free time.
Yeah, I do agree. I would rather see them in the Stone Vault, especially after so many wipes here in this Necrotic Wake. I will say, though, that they tried the 19 Stone Vault earlier on, and now I think the wipe point was Machinist, so they got pretty far into it, and then unfortunately they had to abandon due to a wipe. So that is also a dungeon that they're probably not entirely sure how reliant it is in order for them to time it, but it looks like, at least for now, this first poll is working in their favor. Bottom right corner is what we're looking at, ESC Gaming, as they are finishing out that first poll in the Necrotic Wake 21. Now, my issue is, yes, this first poll is very difficult, but it doesn't stop there. This dungeon is just an onslaught of continuous, very, very hard breakpoints that you will need to pass. So hopefully they can move on from here on and deal with Blightbone in a fashion that works for them. We're going to keep an eye on them as they are working on it. Mandatory, once again, has gotten through that first boss, similar time as the first time we saw them there, and I am curious on where No Speaky is going to land once they actually get the first boss down in the 20 as well.
Yeah, definitely will be interesting to watch. In the meantime, Phoenix Gang Media have got this 18 Stone Vault going in the bottom left as well. They are a lot of points behind the top of our field here, but if they can put up some decent runs with the rest of the day today, they can maybe put themselves in a position to... I mean, at this point, they are 8 points behind first place. They are so far behind, it's going to be really hard for them to contest first place, but they're only 5 points behind fourth place as it stands right now, so maybe there's room for them to kind of try and catch up and sneak some extra placements out from these teams that are having a lot of time lost in these 21 wakes. ESC Gaming looks like that's going to be their story once again, wiping to the second pull. Bad news for ESC Gaming.
Okay, how much longer are you willing to set
I'd throw
time?
another 30 minutes at it still.
Actually, 30 minutes?
Yeah, just keep
even
it
if
going.
it costs you mental?
I mean, the problem is that there's not anywhere else that's going to feel good to go to on your scorecard. Right?
Yeah, I see.
You don't have like a nice key that you haven't started yet. You've done all the other keys. The only thing that's worth doing is the 19 Stone Vault. But that has already gone wrong for them today. And I also think it's a good candidate for their overtime key. So
I would argue with 20 Dawn probably coming in at like the 32-minute marker, there could have been an argument made for ESC Gaming. Venturing into that dungeon instead of the 21 Necrotic Wake, because we know their 19 Dawn is really fast, right? So there is an argument to be made on potentially their 20 Dawn being good as well. And maybe that would be a good dungeon to kind of get your mental solidified once more. I'm just a little bit worried seeing so many wipes in that Necrotic Wake in such a short time.
Wiping in the Necrotic Wake is, of course, worse than succeeding in any of the other keys, but the problem is, like, the 20 Dawnbreaker is, I think, similarly difficult and volatile to the 21 Wake, and it's less valuable for their scorecard. And it's, leaving a dungeon after 2 hours of wiping in it versus attempting it for the third hour, both of those feel, in many cases, similarly bad, so... I don't know. They're just in a tough spot. No matter what they choose to do, they need to kind of get back in control of their day. But the problem is, they've done all of the easiest keys, right? The only ones left are all really hard.
I think maybe just a scenery change could help, but I do agree that it would also feel real bad if they weren't able to do it at all today. So, yeah, I think there's just no winning here for ESC Gaming, unfortunately, as it seems like. But let's see how they do as they are in that 21 once more. I'm trying to look across the board. Phoenix Gang Media, we talked about it briefly. They're working on getting the Stone Vault upped. We saw them in the 17 previously, now working on that 18. And StreamerZone.gg trying to get this 21 on the board. They are going to be the fourth team, actually. Stamp did it too. The fourth team to hopefully finish this 21 Necrotic Wake. And I'm very, very curious on where they're going to land because they are pretty fast in a lot of the dungeons. So hopefully they can be fast here too. And then they have comparative time tiebreakers. 2 No Speaky, 2 Mandatory who are currently sitting in those top spots.
Yeah, so Streamers don't have a lot of silver medals in these dungeons. They are the second fastest in 3 of our 5 dungeons as it stands right now. So if they can put up a good time in the Wake, being the second fastest in every dungeon is probably good enough for time tiebreakers, especially in this kind of post-Echo world where it used to be if you were second in every dungeon, it was because Echo was first in every dungeon, and so you lost to them. But these days, it's like if you're second in every dungeon, and ESC Gaming is the fastest in some of them, Mandatory is the fastest in some of them, then you might be the fastest overall. So yeah, Streamer Zone are, I think going to be reasonably happy with something like, if it's like a 30-30 wake or faster, I think they're going to be really thrilled about that, and they're going to be in a great position for time tie breaks. The challenge for Streamer Zone is, like I was saying earlier, if you are the second fastest in every dungeon, and another team starts trying to improve their time tiebreakers, other teams might be looking at dungeons and being like, oh yeah, we can gain 2 minutes in here. And you're looking at every dungeon and you're like, man, we're already pretty good in all of these. We can only gain 30 seconds in each of these dungeons. And so actually gaining a lot of time would take you more attempts total. So that's kind of the downside here for Streamer Zone with this format. If teams have a few hours to fix time tiebreakers, Streamer Zone could go from looking good to looking bad very quickly because of that.
Yeah, you'd rather have 2 dungeons you're real bad in
right.
than 6 dungeons
as long
you're
as you could fix them,
decent
right?
in. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like if you have a slow
Assuming
city
that
of
you
threads
can fix every
because you
dungeon,
had 5
basically.
deaths, right? And you're just like, oh yeah, we go back in there, we fix that, we gain a bunch of time. And if it's a case of like, oh man, we can barely time this key, other teams have it 3 minutes under, but like we can't fix that, right? Like we just don't have the strat. We have a different route in here. Something is slower for us, right? That is a very unfortunate feeling to have. So yeah, it's going to be an important variable is which of those cases are the teams that are slow in these dungeons actually in. That will affect whether they can compete for time tiebreakers. And the other important variable is just how much time you have to fix your tiebreakers. No Speaky and Mandatory already kind of entering that free time section of our tournament. Streamer Zone are 1+21 away from being right there with them. Of course, right now those teams are attempting the stretch goal of the 20 Dawnbreaker, which Mandatory are back at this mini-boss that got them the last time, so hopefully they're going to be able to get through it this time. Unfortunately, as I say that...
Why did you have to jinx them?
There's the Nightfall Tactician taking another head here. Skylark goes down, so does Soda. The Ankh comes out from the Soda. The res is active on Skylark, but he doesn't accept it, and the rest of his group is going to pay the price here. Down goes Mandatory once again in this +20. They're going to have to reset, and that pull. Those Nightfall Tacticians, they're auto-attacking for nearly a full health bar. Whenever there's 2 of them like that in the pull, it's just so deadly.
It absolutely is. We just saw how that looked like. But in positive news, ESC Gaming making it through the first part of this 21 Necrotic Wake as Blightbone does drop really low. Hopefully they can finish out this boss unscathed as well. 5% more to go. And in the top right, we do have Yarkey going down to one of the cleavers. Quite unfortunately, possibly positioning here on a Marth, and that is going to explode the entire group. I was looking at their timing for a Marth to kind of see where they would land, but they are quite a bit over the slowest 21 we've seen from teams, which was the no speaky one. So that was 16-16, and as they just wiped in that dungeon, they were already on 16-40 with the boss not being very low just yet. So potentially rather slow in this 21 Necrotic Wake, unless something went quite wrong for them there that shouldn't have been this way.
Yeah, it's tough to tell, especially we're trying to track 6 different teams in these dungeons, so it can be hard to see. Even stuff in Necrotic Wake in particular, like a cleaver going on the wrong target, that can be easily -20, -30 seconds out of these runs. So definitely going to be something to keep track of, as No Speaky are about to finish off Speaker Shadow Crown here. This is going to be a faster Speaker Shadow Crown split than we saw out of Mandatory as well. It does take a little bit of time to die at the end of it, right? It's got that fun little bit of RP here. Yips forced to commit their Ardent Defender and Gift of the Golden Valkyr, as it does finish off an Obsidian beam cast right before it dies as well. So he's going to be a little bit vulnerable on pull here, missing those defensives. But yeah, Speaker Shadow Crown, going to die here around that 9:32 mark, 9:31 for
That's
No
like
Speaky.
25 seconds faster than what we saw from Mandatory yet.
Yeah, they're on good pace here.
I like that. Okay, let's see how No Speaky keeps going in this dungeon. This part, I mean, I feel like I can say that about every single part in this Dawnbreaker, but this part is so much damage that goes out onto the entire group. There's a lot of planning required, especially if those voids live long enough to do the AoE, so hopefully they can deal with them quickly as they are working on that pull. We have Mandatory in the bottom, also working on getting back to that same spot. We'll see what their timer in this dungeon is like this time around, but of course, a big part is also in when are you dealing with the second boss, when are you dealing with the third boss, as teams are sometimes a little bit different in where they plan their cooldowns. We've seen some different splits all throughout. Stamp, as well as Phoenix Gang Media, working on getting that stone vault upped. And I dare say it, ESC Gaming advancing in that 21 Necrotic Wake. They have made it to the first pack of Marauders and are getting closer to that big pull where they probably are going to commit that lust.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary thing. Like you said, right? You're looking at these dungeons, it's just like, oh yeah, this is the hard pull. Oh wait, hang on, no, this coming pull is the next hard pull. Oh no, it's here comes another hard pull.
All of them are hard pulls, let me tell you.
We'll have to definitely keep a close eye on really all of these runs. Stamp up in the top left, probably in the most likely key to succeed, starting off just with that plus 17 Stone Vault, although whether or not they can two-chest it will be an important variable for saving that time. So that'll be an important thing to keep track of. And yeah, ESC Gaming starting up another wake down in the bottom left. This one actually, they've gotten past that first section, like we were talking about, right? That first section that just kept getting the better of them. So the problem is, again, it's another one of those dungeons where it's like, okay, here's another hard part. The gruesome cleave. It's going to take down Yaunt for ESC Gaming. Out comes the B-Res. They still land the kick on the fear. The retaunt has landed as well. Here comes that next cleaver, and that's going to finish off the Marauder. So ESC Gaming losing only 15 seconds and a B-Res there. Should be at least still doable for them. They'll now think about making their way in the rest of the dungeon.
I would prefer a death like this than some of the other ones that I've seen, but they will need to get that Fleshcrafter back with the group. So
yeah, so they're mind controlling over the Necromancer here to just get it killed off by those throw cleavers, taking it away from all of its little minions. And it should die to this next cleaver here, as they have all those minions controlled out there to the side. Very dangerous mob these Necromancers are. In come some of those warriors. It's going to be the Void Tendrils and a Mass Entanglement actually holding them out there, followed by a Cap Totem. The Reshackle on the caster. No Speaky
Wiping.
Wiping.
Making sure that everything comes in there, but like you're mentioning, we are getting another set of deaths in this 20 Dawnbreaker, and I'm starting to get a feeling on why it took so long for us to see this dungeon as well, with how many lives it's claiming in the short time that we're seeing it here on our screens. But ESC Gaming have made it through that pack. Uncle Tony is with Pillow, and they're working on getting the next big group together. Nice grip there from Pillow, making sure that everybody else is coming in closely without needing to pull anything. And here is that pull, I assume, where we're going to be seeing that Bloodlust like other teams have been doing as well. In comes the Marauder, everything being grouped up. Yaunt has a lot of trouble doing this pull. The tank needs to live, and it is not easy, but that Bloodlust is helping for some of it.
Yeah, Big Lust. Looks like ESC Gaming doing all right, but yeah, it's a dangerous pull. That Crafter getting recontrolled, brought into the mix here. It's going to be a little bit difficult there. Okay, they've removed it back out. You can see that diamond marker over the head of the Fleshcrafter. And they're going to be dropping its mind control here in a moment to get this next cleaver on that Marauder if they can. A lot of the other trash here is still alive, so maybe they're just going to leave it in that MC for now. Somehow it looks like they're going to be able to be okay here. This is great news for ESC Gaming. They really need this run to work out. They've been losing so much time in this Necrotic Wake.
They are, they're mind controlling that mob there, and I'm going to mind control another mob in Tettles. If I can bring you onto the desk here, we were seeing some amazing runs. We're seeing 20 Dawnbreaker, which, you have been so hyped for. What do you think, having seen this little glimpse? Like, is this possible for them?
Get a DM key right after that wipe from No Speaky, all caps. This dungeon is insane.
Yep.
And a lot of it actually comes down to tank survivability. But I think that by far the hardest part is Anubikaj. You know, we're going to see a lot on these tanks here, Skylark and Yip's ability to be able to live through the first 20 minutes of this dungeon. Any mob that includes a Tactician, insane. Any mob that includes a Shadow Walker, craziest thing ever. And then you have to be able to live Anubikaj, which is not just very difficult for your tank, but it's difficult for the entirety of your group. Timber's going to have to really clutch up for No Speaky. Mode's going to really have to clutch up for Mandatory. But it's definitely possible. It's just going to be incredibly challenging.
So with how many wives, and we're seeing one more in the top right corner here from No Speaky, with how many wives we've been seeing thus far in the 20 Dawnbreaker, how are you feeling about Anubikaj waiting around the corner? Because we haven't even gotten there yet.
You know, I think that this is kind of... Dragnos and I were kind of talking about it earlier when we were talking about the Necrotic Wake. I feel like this is a dungeon as well that you're in on 20 if you've timed it in 20 during practice, or at least you've done like a walkthrough and you've done every single pull and you've kind of pieced it together and you think that the 20 is doable. Obviously, it's going to be a very long dungeon. Yeah, that is absolutely terrible for Stamp here in the 17. Now, bad news.
It's still timed,
is that
but it's not going to be a 2-chest.
Yeah, they're not 2-chesting it, so they're going to take this Stone Vault from a 1-hour endeavor into an 1.5-hour long endeavor, and I don't even think they're going to be able to have time
I
to
think
put
you
the
town
19 on the
portal
board.
right now. I think you town portal right now, you go back into the 17, and then if you 2-chest it, you can start another key before the end of the day.
So then
I
you
agree with Dratnos.
you'd actually be able to put the 19 up on the board?
Yeah. You'd have time, because if you finish this key, not only are you then going to have to do the 18, but you wouldn't have time to finish the 18 and start the 19. Whereas if you do 2-chest this 17, I guess you could go straight to the 19. Yeah, so you'd have time to redo the 17, 2-chest it, and start the 19. Oh, Pillar,
no.
or ESC
Oh my
Gaming.
god, the final harvest.
No.
Not again. Amarth claims another victim. Just CCing those ads has proven to be so difficult for so many of our teams, as there's just so much going on then, especially with that added juggling of the crafter in the meantime. So ESC Gaming losing some more time. 26 minutes and 52 seconds left for teams to get their last run started and start one more key. So this is going to be a pivotal end-of-day section here, especially for our tournament leaders, Mandatory and hot on their heels, No Speaky. If one of these teams can succeed in this 20 Dawnbreaker by the end of today, they're going to be feeling so good about themselves going into tomorrow.
I'm actually so upset. I was really, really hoping that this time around for ESC Gaming it would finally work out after how much time they've been spending on this 21 Necrotic Wake. But a similar story is true for StreamerZone.gg. Both of these teams are having a lot of problems with this dungeon, and it might sound a little bit mean. It's not meant in that way. I didn't expect StreamerZone to stutter as much as we are seeing from them in this 21 right now.
I mean, they had the best day one by a significant amount, and the fact that they've been choking on the highest level of speed, just for lack of a better term, is a little bit concerning. It's kind of making me wonder: are they gonna have enough time for the 20 Dawnbreaker? It really depends on what dungeon we're gonna get tomorrow. The dungeon that we're gonna get tomorrow is, I think, make or break for them, because say we get something that caps low, say we get a Grim Batol. Honestly, these mistakes in this 21 Necrotic Wake, not that big of a deal. If it is Arakara, that is probably the worst case scenario for StreamerZone.gg if they're not able to put up this 21 Necrotic Wake.
Well, so okay, Arakara would be the dungeon that would require the most time tomorrow, so it would be the worst to be like behind going into tomorrow, right? Because you just have less time to fix that.
Yeah.
But if you're a team that can successfully do Arakara, right? Like if you can get the Arakara 21 and one-shot it, and the other teams can't.
Okay.
That's right.
Then all of a sudden, that's a comeback mechanism for you. So kind of no matter which dungeon we have tomorrow, right? If it's the Grim Batol, then they'll have a lot of time to fix every other key. If it's the Arakara, then they'll have the opportunity to put it at a very high level. And if it's the Mist, it's kind of a mid-ground of both.
I think the Mist,
the 20 is more reliable.
Yeah, you need to see 20.
Mandatory.
I think that time tiebreaker is actually a huge deal for like a Mist 20, to the point where you probably go for that double stag horn pull at the very end of the dungeon. While it is much harder, it is much faster, and I think that's like a big deal for that.
Very sad chain reaction both on Mandatory and No Speaky as the Dawn 20 once more shows us the claws. It's such a hard dungeon, and I'm honestly so worried. Like, at this point, I'm not even sure all teams can do this dungeon from what I'm seeing here. And that is for sure going to be a determining factor.
Dawn 20?
Yes.
I think Dawn 20...
Have you been seeing these attempts?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. I think Dawn 20 is doable by all the teams. The problem is I don't think it's doable in the amount of time that is allocated for a TGP by all of the teams. I think
Okay,
that...
yeah, that's the same thing I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think that, like, you know, probably 5 out of the 6 of these teams have timed 20 Dawnbreaker during practice in some capacity. Now, the ability to be able to actually time it during this time-controlled format is a much bigger ask, and I think that there's probably going to be 1 to 2 teams, maybe best case scenario 3 teams that actually have this Dawnbreaker 20 timed by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, you mentioned sort of the walkthrough situation. There may be teams that have sort of a, you know, they've done Speaker Shadow Crown, right? They've got a Dawnbreaker run with that dead, and then they like wiped a couple times in the middle of the dungeon, but they were able to get through it, right? And then like they killed a Nubikaj after a few attempts, right? And then they killed Rashanan probably on their first try of it, right? But like, you know, they have like in theory the dungeon doable, but they've never necessarily put it all together in a single run before, which of course you have to do to time the key. So that might be what we're looking at here for these teams. Of course, you know, the attempts have been not looking great for Mandatory and No Speaky, but just the fact that they are both attempting and sticking with this key means that they're confident that it's doable, right? Because if you weren't, you would be going and fixing time tie breaks. Both of these teams have more than a minute to pick up in City of Threads if they wanted it.
I've been getting DMs that swear this dungeon's doable for days. Like, I think that this dungeon's been timed in practice, is kind of how I read into those DMs, where it's just a situation where I'm pretty sure this has been done.
I too think that it's been done in practice and like complete runs, because a big part of these dungeons, specifically on how the scaling works in this season, is being able to live. And in order to live, you need to allocate cooldowns. And in order to allocate cooldowns, you need to pre-plan them for every single big ouchie, similar to what we're seeing in raid prep, right? So I am very, very confident that in practice it has been done, it has been laid out, they have gone through it, they've timed these keys. But I think with how it's playing out here right now, just shows how lethal it is, how unreliable it is, how volatile this dungeon is, and that makes me very worried for what you were saying, Tettles, with the allocated time, with another dungeon coming in tomorrow, with some of these teams not even having all of the score just yet. I worry for, will all of the teams have a fair shot at maybe getting this magical run in this 20 Dawn, as yet another death thus come in for Mandatory into a chain reaction, and once more they go again.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, you kind of brought up the weak auras and stuff like that, kind of similar to what we're seeing during Race World First. They actually use pretty extensive MRT lists for particularly tank cooldowns, but even group survivability cooldowns, and the healers also very meticulously plan out where they're pressing their Mind Blast, where exactly is their Radiance going to happen, like what global... They're basically like global perfect on a lot of these bosses and situations to make sure that everything perfectly lines up and just is in the right spot every single time.
Yeah, I think that it's especially true in the Wake, right, where in addition to planning out your globals, you have to plan out all of those cleavers as well, exactly where the crafter's going to be, you know, how you're standing so that you can land it on the right target, how you're making sure that none of the other enemies are in that line of fire between the Flesh Crafter and the target. Even on a boss like Blightbone, like, look at the way that they're moving here, knocking away those carrion worms, making sure that none of them get hit by it instead.
Would you rather be in
nice tech there as well? Little piece of advice: Blessing of Sacrifice, for some reason, makes you immune to the damage from that vomit. It just completely
it's not for some
you to
reason. It's because it's attached to a disease, and there's the talent from the Paladin that has Sacrifice doesn't allow you to get applied with diseases and poisons.
It's weird because it's like an instant damage tick disease thing, but
there's probably no reason that it's supposed to work.
Disease, let's just say that.
It makes sense.
These are tech that whenever you see it work for you, you're like, hold on, wait a second, that's what we needed.
Yeah, so it's the kind of thing where, you know, you're just happy it works, because otherwise that would be a lot of extra damage that you're taking over the course of that fight instead of getting to sack. I think you sack every other.
So would you rather be Stamp or Streamer Zone right here?
I think I'd rather be Streamer Zone still. I mean, Streamer Zone have been struggling in this wake as well, but Streamer Zone have a lot better times. Like, look at the siege times between Streamer Zone and Stamp. Look at the Dawnbreaker, right? Like, yeah, look at the City of Threads. I mean, they have like 6 minutes on Stamp across those dungeons. It's crazy.
Can we just quickly mention the double flesh crafters on ESC Gaming as they're dealing with Blightbone here? Very, very nicely done as they finish that out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just the difference on the Blightbone split between ESC Gaming and Streamer Zone, right? Almost a minute faster, or actually more than a minute faster.
Well, it's
our ESC Gaming.
It's the triple Gatekeeper versus the double, but ESC actually does this Gatekeeper after the boss. So,
yeah, and it dies super quick as well because they still have those 2 crafters.
Yeah, this Gatekeeper is basically the Blightbone kill time for Streamer Zone. That's basically the same thing. So ESC Gaming is still 40 seconds ahead.
Right. Very fast.
Hopefully they can not only be ahead, but also stay clean and lift this dungeon. As we mentioned before, both Streamer Zone and ESC Gaming have been meeting their makers in this 21 Necrotic Wake, really. It's been an absolute fight for both of these teams to get this on the map. And then in the bottom, we're seeing the 2 teams fight in the other dungeon that's absolutely lethal, which is this 20 Dawnbreaker that we've been talking about. Now, I have a little bit of a question for you guys. What is the dungeon that you want to see tomorrow? Like, personal preference, and why?
Well, it's got to be Aura. I want to see the 21. I like the highest keys. I'm a simple man.
I'm rooting for Grim Batol because I think that's a no speaky home field advantage. So, and I'm rooting for no speaky.
I think there's a chance that you can time the 19 in GB. I think there's a world where you can get the +1 in there, but I don't know. I don't feel great about it.
You're saying that with not a lot of conviction, so I'm not inclined to believe it.
It's one of those things that, the 18 was so fast by all the teams, and then there's no real reason that the 19 should be impossible. Like, you're not getting one shot by anything necessarily, but your tank probably isn't living the 19. So you don't feel good about it, because that guy's just going to get completely obliterated by every single mob.
Do you want to ask Yips and Skylark how they're feeling right now? Because I'm pretty sure
they're smiling.
The
both
feeling
of them
is mutual in this dungeon. But yeah, I was hoping we'd bring Mob Souls back
for the finals.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Give him a curveball.
Yeah, just hit him with we can hit him with Operation Floodgate, the new dungeon coming next season.
Yeah.
Put that up on the tournament realm real quick. Yeah.
Into the Cinder Brew Meadery we go.
Ooh. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that dungeon in M+ next season.
Yeah, me too. It's great.
What's wrong with my co-casters? They're just talking.
We're just offering some ideas.
Also, I have a correction. This guy's not Uncle Tony. He's Unk. It's different.
No. See, there's 2. You can have your Unk, and Uncle Tony is still the main guy.
No, this guy's more powerful than Uncle Tony. This guy's Unk.
No, Uncle Tony's perfect.
Look a little bit more like Uncle Ben for ESC Gaming, just the source of initial tragedy for them over and over again in this key.
What? Okay, moving on. Streamerzone.gg, this is the Bloodlust poll. So this is actually a poll where a lot can go wrong, especially your tank towards the end with these Marauders needs to survive for quite a lot. So they will need to be careful here. We've also seen in group weekends at least some of those fears go through. That is something that can by no means happen to you, as ESC Gaming are a little bit behind in the overall dungeon progression, but also working on getting closer to that Bloodlust poll.
Yeah, as long as you get the lust somewhere good here. I mean, you can see just the way they do this pull. Oh no, the Throw Cleaver, once again, claims a victim on ESC Gaming rather than one of these hostile enemies. And you could actually compare the way that Streamer Zone were doing that pull and the way that ESC Gaming were.
Production.
Yeah, as this is just a much more slow and steady approach to this section of the dungeon from ESC Gaming. And the problem is, it's been slower, but it's not even been steadier than Streamer Zone and the other teams in this area, as Pillow forced to run over their reshackle, but that Frostbolt volley comes out, does barely survive with a fraction of his health, and mercifully the rest of the group was out of range. But that would not have been good there. And they're down a B-Res as well here. Another one coming up soon, but yeah, the way that they handle this section of the dungeon seems so sketchy to me.
I think that
Yeah, I agree.
I think that how the other teams are doing it while leaving that Necromancer and that full Hex, while it maybe is a little bit slower. I think that you would rather pay that for the consistency every single time here.
Yeah, I mean, the problem has just been that it hasn't been consistent, right? ESC Gaming have just been, they've been doing the pull that slower way and still having problems in this section of the dungeon. Although they've made it through and are about to get into this pull known as a Tank Buster pull because of the debuffs from those Flesh Crafters here.
Yeah, the Bone Cleaver mobs.
Bone Carvers, rather.
Or Bone Carvers, yeah, with the bleed that makes your tank have less max HP. That's like a huge deal. Okay, if Streamer Zone GG doesn't time this key by the end of the day, is this a big throw? Like, I feel like we're starting to get into... They were in great position coming into today. They were the team that was in first. They had the best time tiebreaker by a minute and a half. Is this a huge throw if they're not able to time this, or is it something that is recoverable?
I think it's both, right? Like, obviously it's bad, but depending on the dungeon tomorrow, in theory, you could do this key on your first try whenever you try it tomorrow and be right back in there, no matter which dungeon we have tomorrow. And kind of no matter which dungeon we have tomorrow as well, you should be able to get it done within a couple of hours. And Streamer Zone will then still have a bunch of time to reattempt this, but of course they would be really happy to get it done today, because if they can get this key done today, they'll join Mandatory and No Speaky at 97 points, and they'll start to kind of get to directly compare their time tiebreakers against these teams. And I think they're going to be pretty happy with that result. As long as they're under, say, 31 minutes in this wake, they have a much faster City of Threads than both of those two teams, so they should have time tiebreaker.
Like, they don't even need a fast Necrotic wake, because, like you said, they have that minute and a half. They have to be able to just get the dungeon done. Dude, why am I looking over and Make's just completely missed the Uncle Ben joke? And there's Uncle Ben's rice as a screenshot that's in our chat asking if that's real.
Don't expose it like that.
She wasn't alone. I thought it too.
What am I reading?
I thought it too.
Okay, Uncle Ben's rice does go crazy, though. That's some nice food as well.
Anyways,
like
so No Speaky, bottom right, wiping in the Dawnbreaker again. That pull that happens right after Speaker Shadow Crown, where you got the Tacticians and the Shadow Walkers there. We've seen that pull wipe both them and Mandatory a bunch of times. It's going to be kind of whether or not you're able to get through that, whether or not you're able to get through the mini bosses, and a new Bocage is obviously going to be the hardest part of this dungeon, I feel like.
Yeah, it's been that second mini, or the last mini boss that they do, actually, the one up at Grandma's house.
Oh, yeah.
Which,
that one,
it's always a nice place to be. Grandma's cookies are quite delicious, but sometimes you just wipe there and you're feeling kind of bad about fighting that mini boss.
Maybe there's a safer pull they can do without the Shadow Walk.
So
Maybe.
This is the issue with the Dawnbreaker, though, right? None of the polls are safe. Like, there is not a single group of mobs you can do in there that gives you nice count that is safe.
Well, the Dark Casters are nice. Those don't do anything. They just cast that beam on you that you can just interrupt over and over again. But there's pretty much nothing else. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, even the Umbral dash mobs, even if you play them correctly and have them dash your tanks are taking so much damage at this key level that can contribute to those death logs. We've seen it happen before.
Let's look at Mandatory right here. So in the bottom left here, they've just killed Speaker Shadowcrown, and like you're talking about, those Umbral Rush mobs from the Shadow Walkers is like a huge deal. Skylark is going to open up with spell warding on himself and tag all three of those Shadow Walkers. He's basically in a full immunity because of that. Yeah, you see he's got the Forbearance on him. He's basically opening up with that immunity because that Umbral Rush just does so much damage. And now this pull doesn't get much easier. Now he's got the Tacticians and the Shadow Walkers meleeing him, and they're going to Umbral Rush him again in another 20 seconds or so, and he's not going to have his Forbearance available, so he's not able to bubble for a little bit longer. On top of that, there's also these Manifested Shadows that if you don't kill these off within them doing the massive AoE, you also wipe. So there's just a ton of damage that's happening to this pull, and this is by far the hardest dungeon for your tank I think that Blizzard has ever made. It's just insane.
Do you want to know something cool about Prop Paladins? They can actually bubble now while they have Forbearance. There's a new talent on the class tree. Yeah, it's called Light's Revocation. And in addition to some other effects where you got to heal for removing dots with Divine Shield, you can now also Divine Shield while Forbearance is active.
Do you play that?
You do, yeah. It's because it's just on the class tree, so it's a pretty low cost one. In fact, I just looked at the inspect tool, and it looks like they're playing it. Let me see.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
he's playing
check
it.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. In the meantime, I do want to shout out that Stamp has ventured back into that Stonevault 18. We were kind of talking about whether or not they would port out after being unable to get the +2 in the 17. They decided to finish that 17, now going into the 18. And with how our day here works, we have 9 more minutes for teams to restart a dungeon run, and then all runs will be locked in. And we are actually speeding towards the end of that day. I didn't even realize it had gotten this late already. And teams will need to be very careful now. ESC Gaming on the end of Amarth. Can they get through this boss fight this time around? They do have 3 deaths, but we know it's possible to finish this dungeon with a couple of deaths as other teams have done it. Streamer Zone already through Amarth, working on the Necropolis. Both of these runs could be potential go-agains in the next 9 minutes if they are not able to move on here, if they have any big oopsies. And also, mandatory no speaky, working on that 20 Dawn. I really want to see a new Picage today on this 20 Dawnbreaker.
This area for Streamer Zone GG is total smoke for the entirety of your group. Any throw flesh can just one-shot your enhancement shaman and your priest, but they're kind of through the worst of the throw flesh mobs there. They're making it onto this last Stitchwork pack. I mean, Streamer Zone GG, they're looking like they're getting a pretty decent run here through the hardest parts of this dungeon and Deathless. I mean, if they're able to time this, even though they spent probably a little bit more time than they would have liked in here, if they're able to do this dungeon and do it Deathless, except for the sacks on the final boss, they're going to have a really good time tiebreaker, which is a big deal.
Yeah, I think this is looking really solid for Streamer Zone. Of course, 2 difficult bosses still stand between them and victory. We've seen both of these bosses end runs, especially Nalthor. A lot of runs have been lost on Nalthor, so hopefully Streamer Zone are able to keep it going up until that point. In the meantime, we've had a couple of Shaman deaths actually for Stamp and for No Speaky. The best player on your group to die, just hit the Onk button, but it is a little bit of resource lost and time loss as well, so that'll be important to track for both teams. 7 minutes left in our day for teams to restart these runs. I don't think any of our teams are in position to finish these keys and start another within those 7 minutes. Even Streamer Zone, they're going to be the closest, but I think they're going to be on the wrong side of that timer.
I think
Yeah, I was
you're right.
looking at the numbers too. The fastest Necrotic Wake was 30 minutes. And they would need to be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes faster than that. As HE does go down.
That's a double whammy as well. Whenever somebody dies to a cleaver, not only has somebody died, but you've also missed a bunch of free damage on an enemy as well.
Cleaver.
Yeah, exactly. You got to lost 2 players, right? You've lost your Fleshcrafter, your 6th player. As another throw cleaver takes out Crims now for Streamer Zone. That is unfortunate. They are going to be able to eventually land the end of this pull, but now with 2 deaths on the board, that is 30 seconds of potentially vital time tiebreaker that Streamer Zone aren't going to get back.
Look at Mandatory here. They've actually made it to the Orb mini-boss, which is the second lust of the dungeon that's actually being deployed here. This Orb mini-boss actually does insane amounts of damage. You want to try to kill it off as fast as possible. In lower level keys, whenever you're deploying lust and all of your offensive cooldowns on it, you normally only are getting like 1 orb, maybe 2 worst case scenario. But it looks like Mandatory is maybe going to even get that 3rd orb here. Yeah, it looks like they're not even going to be able to kill it off, but they are pressing Zephyr, and Cloak has been pressed for Stove, and everybody is super healthy as that Cloak getting insane value for Stove there on that Assassination Rogue. And now Maystine in mode, continuing to line of sight, making sure that none of the debuffs go out on their players, because I think if this Aug Evoker here got hit by this Abyssal Blast, he's just going to die immediately. Oh my god, and Maystine gets hit by it, but the mini-boss goes down. Yeah, the mini-boss went down right on time, but yeah, he still got PS'd. The mode was very scared for him there.
All right,
Not
things
just
are
mode,
heating
me
up.
too. I was holding on to my chair. Nervous.
I was so wondering where you were going with that.
I was also wondering where I was going. You know, you never know.
Elbro goes down for ESC Gaming. That's another Shaman Death, adding to our Shaman Death collection over the last few minutes.
So can we time this key with only 1 battle res?
Yeah,
I
especially
think so.
if we use that stamp tech with the Wernstone switcheroo maneuver.
nice.
Do you think
Yeah.
they have that already checked out? Because obviously they were playing while it happened, and I haven't seen any of the other teams use Spellwarden into Wernstone, into kill off the Siphoner, into just have the Angel ready there. I'm not sure ESC Gaming has done that.
Yeah, the snap of the Siphoner is the obvious.
Yeah, that's the
missing
thing that nobody else has
element
done.
There, yeah.
That's right.
So maybe with, I mean, I think you're still good with 1B res.
Their timer is fine, but a little bit tight. They have about the same Amarth split as No Speaky had. So, 1630 is totally fine.
Yeah, they're on track for, a 31-minuter here. Unlucky here, the two cleavers targeting the same person. That's a time loss in this section from these assistants.
We got the third cleaver, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just another small time loss. But ESC Gaming keeping it going. About 3 minutes left in our day. If you're going to wipe, do it now so that you can start another key attempt, because in 3 minutes, we're going to be locking the keys. No more reruns for any of our teams.
While time
But in an
tiebreaker is
ideal world, you don't wipe. You finish the run you're in time, right?
Yeah.
That would
we
be
don't
even
want
better.
teams to wipe.
we kind of hammer time tiebreaker a lot, but I feel like this Necrotic Wake is not a dungeon that you care about time tiebreaker on at all. This is like all right, we've completed this dungeon, we're fist pump in the air, let's get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to come back and play for time tiebreaker in here, but it's also a dungeon where, like, a fast run is 3 minutes under the timer, and a slow run is right up against the timer.
Yep.
It's a huge amount of bonus time that will matter for that time tiebreaker. Like, Mandatory's got to be feeling really good that they have more than a minute in this dungeon over No Speaky, and precisely because of the fact that you can't rerun it, or, I mean, that it's so hard to rerun, like, that time tiebreaker will probably stand, whereas if you're a minute faster in one of the other dungeons right now, that can get erased with one run by the other teams.
Streamer Zone looking pretty good here. Bloodlust has been popped on Surgeon Stitchflesh. The creation is about 15% HP, so it's one cleaver away from going down. Surgeon Stitchflesh himself, he's one cleaver away from actually being pushed to that point of which he can no longer cast his escape ability. I think that Streamer Zone GG, assuming that creation gets killed off and Surgeon Stitchflesh gets hit by this cleaver from the Flesh Crafter, they are kind of making it to the last boss, and I mean, this was a very clean Surgeon Stitchflesh kill from them. We've seen some nonsense happen on this fight, but StreamerZone.gg making it look easy.
They absolutely are. Stitchflesh should go down any second now. Last percent remaining. ESC Gaming hoping to do the same thing here in the top right as well. Looking at our timer, it is getting closer. We have sub 2 minutes left, if I'm not entirely mistaken, for those final runs to start. Stamp and their Stone Vault are working away on getting towards the Master Machinists. Mandatory lining up to give us a first peek of a newbie cache in this 20 Dawnbreaker. And Streamer Zone, as much as I would wish for them to finish this dungeon in time to start another one, I don't think it's going to be in the cards with how tight the time is here.
Definitely not, but this is huge for Mandatory. They are finally through that mini-boss section that has been so tough here. And they're working on the second boss that is going to be even more deadly. Watch the health bars here as this Dark Orb explosion nearly one-shots their players already, and this is going to overlap with the Shadowy Decay damage later. This Shadowy Decay deals like 25 million damage over the course of its channel to the team here, so very scary. That was just the first cast of it as well. The first cast isn't so bad. The second cast isn't so bad. It's a little bit scarier. The third cast overlaps with a Dark Orb explosion and is terrifying.
It looks like for the first cast, they went just personal defensive. So you had Shaman Wall, you had Evoker Wall, Priest was pre-flash healing themselves, and basically everybody was just pressing their personal defenses. I think that they're about to go Zephyr. Oh, actually, they're not even going Zephyr here. They're going another round of personals on the Shadowy Decay again. So they're going to actually have the Power Word Barrier available with the Zephyr for the next overlap here. They do have the Cloak also available on Stove, but Stove on that Rogue doing a great job. He's going to be able to press Feint every single time and actually reduce his damage taken by a substantial amount. This is going to be really dicey for Mandatory. The next couple of AoEs are the parts of which you can absolutely die on.
We are now in final run territory, so no more attempts after this, but all of our teams are looking good and deep in their dungeon run. Streamer Zone nearing the end of this 21 Necrotic Wake that has been so tough for them today. Watch Mandatory now, though. Here comes that overlap. The Decay and the Dark Orb at the same time, but they have thrown so many defensives at this
Nice
set.
Zephyr.
That's where the Zephyr comes out. Beautiful work by Mandatory. So they
saved
survived
the
their
Kira.
Kira died. No,
Kira died.
We have a combat rest. Kira's back with the team. Can they get it under control?
He might die again here on the
is
side
running
shard.
around a little bit. Can they recover with AJ
He might die
under
again,
pressure
yeah.
here for Streamer Zone? Kira dead once again. Do they have any chances of getting this back together? They would have 2 more combat rests, but there's just no time to cast them and get the team back up there. 3 minutes on the clock.
The
Not
3 p.m.
enough.
curse. It comes out
Dude.
again right after the clock stops. There's no way to start another run here for Streamer Zone, and that is tragic. Now Thor the Rhymebinder stood between them and probably ending the day in first place. As it stands, they are likely to end the day in 4th here as a result,
where's Mandatory?
or even 5th if ESC Gaming can succeed, as ESC Gaming are... The timer is looking... I'm not feeling fantastic about this timer, Tuttles.
The timer's fine. Like they need like 3.5 minutes for the last boss. You know, they just have to be clean. The last boss, you know, it hits your tank for 75% of his health per icy shard, so it's going to really be on Yon to not die. But I mean, they have to be able to make it there. And I mean, Surgeon Stitchflesh 15% HP, but
Second
now
creation.
Tuttles,
Second creation.
We're dying!
we might be wiping this.
Can we have
Yep.
any way to send in those
One more
cleavers?
cleaver for the road.
Pillow.
Oh, bang! Down goes the team, and another wipe comes out for ESC Gaming. Brutally running into the wall here in Necrotic Wake. 94 points they'll be ending the day at in 5th place. Streamer Zone ending at 95 in
Wait.
4th place.
Mandatory's rotated back to their Zephyr without pressing their barrier.
And here
Now
comes
the
Barrier and
Here it
Zephyr.
is.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, Stove still's got his Cloak of Shadows available as well. I think that Mandatory, assuming that Skylark's not going to die to this terrifying slam or some of the melee swing damage
jinxed him.
on this boss
I'm
as
so
well.
scared.
I mean, dude,
Don't do that.
It's real. Like this boss
Are 2 teams
kills,
enough?
There's a reason that this boss kills every tank. Like every tank has died to this boss a ton of times. This guy does so much
Not
damage.
Skylark. Not this time. Maystine dropping really low here.
That's going to be bubble for
10%.
Skylark to stabilize against that slam. Here comes another Shadowy Decay. Maystine not topped here this time, but defensives are coming out. The sack lands on Soda as well. A rescue is going to provide that Twin Guardian Shield to both Maystine and Mode to get them through those final ticks. Another Animate Shadows now is going to spawn some ads. And as long as they can keep this under control and handle this next Terrifying Slam and Dark Orb, they should be through the boss. Here's that Dark Orb. Baited onto those markers, and out of the way they
Yep.
go.
Damage
This hit, they don't have much left for. Here comes that slam as well.
Nice.
Maystine,
Oh my God,
2
Maystine.
HP.
Wow.
That's going to be enough.
So I ran
A
some. I ran
frame
some.
of an HP bar.
I ran some calcs on this earlier. So whenever you're Chrono Warden Aug Evoker, and you get Warp DR, basically how it works is you get 20% DR, decaying rapidly over 3 seconds. If you have all 4 stacks of that Temporality Warp DR, you're actually able to live a plus 20 Anubikaj Dark Orb with 0.5% HP remaining. Now, this requires you to have leniency. It requires you to have Devo Aura. But, I mean, Maystine, they're dropping so incredibly low, but that's just how close it realistically is. And he has to press his hover there at the exact perfect time to make sure that he's getting the DR for that.
All right, so now Mandatory are on the mini-boss here at the end of the dungeon. The question now is mostly the timer. Are they going to be okay on that timer? I think they are. Anubikaj at 23:37.
Yeah.
That should be... So I pulled up some of the slowest timed 19 Dawnbreakers on the live servers, and in a lot of these cases, Anubikaj would go down at around that 23:51 even one of these runs had, and then they still timed the key. Now, obviously, it's plus 19, so it's a lower key, but if they're on that pace, Mandatory, I think they should be okay to time this run, but it is going to require a deathless end of the dungeon, I think.
I feel like you're spot on. I feel like this is totally timable. I think sub 24 minutes. Yeah, that's normally the number that you're looking for to be able to time this. But yeah, they have to be deathless. And the Architect actually taking Stove with his last dying breath
Now-
in that tormenting eruption. But
Now it's going to be close, right? Now this timer is starting to feel a little bit suspicious, even though we're still under the 2-chest timer when we pull this boss. On a plus 20, Rashinan just has so much health that you have to get through. Now they will have Bloodlust. They'll have it whenever they want here, lining up with Ascendance, Power Infusion, everything. They'll have the ability, of course, to build some resources on those training dummies during the flight as well. But look at the damage just from that Erosive Spray, requiring those defensives just to survive.
Yeah, and I mean, then Mason has to go and pick up all these bombs as well, and the bombs, as you're carrying them, just do an insurmountable amount of damage to your player. Rashinan is by far the easiest part of this dungeon, but it's not something that you should look at and be like, oh, they're home free. They can absolutely wipe here. However, I mean, this is actually a good situation. So Soda didn't have his Ascendance up right on pull, but whenever you're looking at that, we get this healer PI. This healer PI, it allows Mode to basically just make sure that everybody is topped permanently. He's going to have an insane amount of healing, and while the Ascendance is going to be up immediately right in the last phase, and that kind of situation is what we're going to be looking at for the future, it's totally fine because now you have a much safer power infusion for that healing gain right there.
All right,
yeah,
the
that's
interrupt
something
comes
that
out.
Is very, very important as they are trying to survive this part here. Now, I assume Stove is at least trying to keep his death mark, right? Going to try and keep that up there as Rashinan is flying by. We're going to be seeing Soda and Skydog get a couple of stacks here while they're making their way towards that final boss part. But of course, the danger is by no means over. They still need to deal with all of the danger at the end of Rashinan, and that is very, very hard to out-heal on these high levels because of the way that Disc Priest works. It's just doesn't have great tools for dealing with a lot of the damage that does come out there as players are running out of line of sight and all that kind of stuff. So they need to be very careful here. Every single time a Stove goes down and Shadow steps back up, every single time Soda feral lunges, we've seen that before, doesn't have to have any leeway in where that timing is going to come in, as they have arrived on the platform and are working on defeating Rashinan.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes on the clock for them to deal with 4% of Rashinan's HP. It should be
The timer's
enough.
okay. Yeah,
the timer is okay. It's going to be closer than you'd like, but I think they are on the good side of this timer still, despite that death earlier. Any more mistakes here would be really bad. Phoenix Gang Media, down in the bottom left, having a Throw Cleaver death. Looks like that's going to be recovered nicely for them. And No Speaky up in the top right are working on their second-to-last mini-boss as well of the Dawnbreaker. So as soon as we're done watching Mandatory, we're going to be watching No Speaky to finish that out. And meanwhile, Stamp are just trying to put this 18 Stone Vault on the board. They are in great timer here, but No Speaky are also going to be wiping and ending their attempt at this 20 Dawnbreaker. So they will be ending the day in second place against the field here. Still a great place for them to be, but unfortunate that this dungeon went this way for them. Still, they'll have a bunch of time tomorrow to throw at it if they want, and they actually don't have to hearth just yet. They can do some practice at it if they want until their key is depleted.
Why are we letting Dratnos on that final shift? What is going on? There's too much cursing going on all of those teams. Can you just not talk about Mandatory? No. I'm using my caster powers to not make that happen. Soda with a perfect lunge, everything going great. Nobody talk about Mandatory. Talk about Stamp and Phoenix Gang. We'll all watch, and especially Dratnos is not allowed. Tettles, anything you want to say?
Well, I'm going to talk about Mandatory because it's the most important run that we see on screen here.
Yeah, you're allowed. You're allowed. You're not a cursor.
Looking at their offensive CD situation, Dratnos was kind of looking at the whether or not this is actually going to be timeable. So they're actually going to get they're going to get multiple Ascendances during this phase. So they're going to be able to press the Ascendance again around the 2 minutes and 10-second mark remaining in the dungeon, which means they would get another 10 seconds of that Ascendance, that Death Mark, that Breath of Eons combo if they press everything immediately on CD. And so I think we're in a situation here where, assuming Mandatory don't have any deaths, I think that they are going to be well under the timer. But even if they were going to be a little bit close, getting the additional Ascendances and whatnot should, I think, be able to carry them over the line. The Bloodlust was actually pressed preemptively as a healer Bloodlust, and now they're pressing their Breath of Eons, they're pressing this Ascendance Power Infusion as well, and I think that they're actually just going to be able to do a really good job here of taking the boss's HP over the next 2 minutes down to 0. I think they're going to be probably somewhere in the order of like 45 seconds under, just looking at the timer here.
Yeah, a lot of damage comes out. Ooh, Stove forced to cloak. towards the end of that cast as well. So not going to be a full value cloak, but it is going to be a life-saving cloak. Sacrifice also used here. Dangerous times coming for Mandatory, as not just the offensives, but most of the defensives are now down. Zephyr will maybe be needed here in a sec. Power or Pain Suppression actually is going to be used on Maestein there. Okay.
Yeah. That's really good. PS is a very valuable tool here. Basically, your healer's never getting targeted by the Spinneret strands, and so the Aug Evoker eventually runs out of defensive cooldowns to be able to live those, especially if they're on them over and over again. So they have to get a lot of help. Typically it's from the Paladin, you're getting like Spell Warding and Sacrifice, but the Pain Suppression, again, very valuable tool. You also have the Rescue every minute to nullify out some of those Spinneret strands, and so that's pretty valuable. I'm kind of interested in seeing what gets pressed here by Maestein. Maybe it's just going to end up being his wall. Depending on the situation, like because the wall lasts 15 seconds for Aug Evoker, depending on when the Erosive Spray is, you want to wall the Spinneret strands versus just getting an external. And so, yeah, that wall lines up for the entirety of that Erosive Spray and the Spinneret strands debuff, giving it double value, which is huge for that Aug Evoker to continue to allow him to be able to live one of the harder bosses for him.
We need to see this boss's health drop by more than 0.01% per second. That's the pace that they need to be on here as we're watching those two timers. Look, they have 33 seconds and 0.33% to do here. This is going to be so close. They will have 7 seconds of Ascendance at the end of this dungeon that can maybe get them over the finish line, but they can't afford to give up on the defensives either. They need to keep staying alive. They're a little bit ahead of that timer now, and they are going to get a tiny bit of damage cooldowns at the end here. A few seconds of Power Infusion, a few seconds of Ascendance. 10 seconds left on the clock now as they have to do the final little bit of damage. Here comes that Ascendance. The last cooldowns as they manage to stop the clock with 3 seconds. Wow.
Incredible. Mandatory being able to take that 20 Dawn down, now sitting on 2 world record keys. One of those, a world first that we just witnessed, and the only team being able to do that at least today. Back to greatness after a first day that had some people doubt them just a little bit too much, I will say.
Oh my God. Editor, can you roll the tapes at the beginning of the day whenever I said bold prediction, one team was going to have 20 Dawnbreaker? I feel vindicated. This is good.
Honestly, I think that the big shout out we have to make here is that Mandatory not only was able to do that, but also able to do that despite Dratnos trying his best to curse them. It was a double whammy in terms of impressiveness.
Yeah, well played indeed by Mandatory. 98 points to end the day here. Stamp will be advancing to 96 points. They're going to be missing the relatively easy 19 Stone Vault and the incredibly difficult 20 Dawnbreaker to tie things up with Mandatory if they want to be able to do that tomorrow. But still, well played by them in 3rd place overall. And we just have Phoenix Gang Media left to stop our day here. So they're working on the end of this 19 Necrotic Wake. This was a key that a lot of the other teams were able to 2-chest, but it looks like Phoenix Gang Media will instead be playing just for the 1 chest here. They have 8 deaths in this run, but as long as they can stabilize here, yeah, they've managed to hook the fixation. That's good. The next one will have to go up to the stage. Oh, but it looks like they're just going to be killing off Stitchflesh's creation here, playing it a little bit slower and safer. That does make sense. Yeah. And actually, they're maybe with this cleaver. Yeah, they're close to on pace.
Getting close.
And the creation actually is going to live here to get this hook out as well. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Beautifully coordinated by Phoenix Gang Media.
Would you rather be Stamp or Streamer Zone again? I'm going to ask it again.
Okay. Did you change your mind by now?
I would still rather be Streamer Zone, I think, even though Stamp have an extra point. Because Streamer Zone's time tiebreakers are just so good. And I think they'll be able to get that 21 Wake tomorrow. But yeah, the difference is Stamp already have that 21 Wake, so it's going to have to come down to that for Streamer Zone tomorrow. And then, of course, Phoenix Gang Media are in the worst spot of our teams. We have this interesting spot where right now we have 98, then 97, 96, 95, and 94. Those are our top 5 teams. And then Phoenix Gang Media here are sitting at 89. They are way behind the field. Today has just gone so poorly for them, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen with the leaderboard. But they'll at least be able to advance to 91 if they can put this key on the board and be in the 90s, although 93 would have been really nice aesthetically.
I will say, I think what they're doing right now is at least exactly what they need to be doing, making the most out of the overtime that teams have the potential to unlock here. They at least had their keys work out in a way where they are spending the most time in that overtime. So that is really good for any chances that they want to claw back. I think if I'm looking across Phoenix Gang Media scores on the overall, I'm just a little bit worried for where their cap is in some of these dungeons. Their City of Threats on the 18, for example, is as slow as some of the 19s, so they will really need to speed that one up, run it again tomorrow. They also still have the 19 Siege to do. They still need to push up their Stone Vault to an 18 and then a 19. And then, of course, they're working on getting the 20 Necrotic Wake unlocked now. We've seen some teams do the 21, and now the first team being able to do that 20 Dawnbreaker. That's a lot of keys to be able to do tomorrow, even if there wasn't another dungeon being released. But we are giving them one more tomorrow, so if you're in the corner of Phoenix Gang Media, you really have to hope that everything goes great for them. That unrevealed dungeon is a dungeon you don't spend a lot of time in, so they have any chance at getting these higher cap keys on the board.
Dude, today's been an insane day. Like, I think it's one of those things that mandatory, they were coming into today in third place. They were behind No Speaky. They said that they thought that they could be playing better. And man, they put their money where their mouth is, and being able to time that 21 Necrotic Wake, getting down the 19 Stone Vault, and then just clutching up with that 20 Dawnbreaker, that is a huge day for them. And I think that if they end up winning the TGP, those are kind of the moments that you look back on, and those are like really game-defining moments. That is a TGP winning day that they had today.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a huge day. I mean, it wasn't perfect for No Speaky, right? Because they failed to get that 20 Dawnbreaker. They got the 21 Wake first, but then they had to go and do all this homework in Stone Vault. And by the time they were done with that, Mandatory also had the 21 Wake. We do have a death coming out here from Phoenix Gang Media. Only the one B-Res is left for them, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be able to land that res here in a moment.
They didn't get the Crafter.
That's not good at all, Tettles.
They didn't CC the Crafter. Basically, you have to just like throw Hodge at it one time, and you're able to get the shield broken. But their Moonkin coming back up right on time, actually able to break that shield, even while being down.
And they actually could have let that cleaver through. I'm not sure if they can let this cleaver through now, because now I think they have to wait for the next shield. But this cleaver is going to go in. Okay, I think they're not going to have a cleaver for the next shield either.
Ah!
The Shaman's dead.
Oh, another death?
Are they going to wipe? They're wiping. They're wiping here. Oh my god.
They're in so much trouble. They have to break through that shield. 4 stacks of it now from that Icebound Aegis. You can see just how much damage it starts to do. Here comes another cleaver, though. This is going to do a lot of damage to the boss. They might be able to just get this boss killed before the next shield. They have to. They have to get it done before it shields, because if it shields again, I don't think they're going to have the damage to get over the finish line, and they won't have... There's that shield. Here comes that big pulsing damage on the group now during a Comet Storm as well. Are they going to be able to live this? Here comes another cleaver.
Look at their timer.
The group is dropping so low. Down goes another player, and like you said, Tettles, even if they lived here, that timer was just going to get them 15 seconds on it. The Crafter's actually low. Down goes the boss. 10 seconds. Can he maybe do this?
Can he do it?
Mr. Paladin, you have to kill this Crafter. 5 seconds.
The rest of the group releasing, but they're so far away. It's just 1v1.
Respect the
Paladin
1v1
versus one Flesh Crafter. And the Flesh Crafter is barely going to survive long enough to end this run. 4 seconds over the timer for Phoenix Gang Media. What a tragic end to their day, staying on 89 points. They are just in absolute despair after that one.
Oh, I mean, getting so close when they'd fought for it, only to have the Paladin in a last stand just fall a little short on that timer. I mean, honestly, impressive runs all around today, and although that was the final one that we saw there from Phoenix, like we were saying, they've got an idea of what they need to work on tomorrow, and all of our teams, I'm sure, are going to be taking that away as well. And while we saw the lowest of lows right now, we've seen the highest of highs today as well, with these world records being set. Mandatory sitting comfy at the top, having earned their way there with that 20 Dawnbreaker and that 21 Necrotic Wake, fastest times in world records. Incredible. I mean, this has been a phenomenal day. So let's just look at it. We've got fastest dungeons here, obviously, and the top 3 teams are so close together. I mean, Tuttles, Do you think it's going to come down to trying to get tiebreakers in 19s or 21 pluses, or do you think that that plus 20 Dawnbreaker you were wanting is going to kind of be the new bar that these teams have to clear?
Yeah, I think it really is going to actually come down to what the final dungeon is tomorrow. We kind of speculated a little bit. If it's Mists of Tyranid Scythe, the teams are going to be able to put up a 20 rather quickly, and I think without a ton of issue. And so then that would open up the Dawnbreaker 20 to be done by all of our top teams, and then like you were saying, maybe you're rerunning for time tiebreaker. Similar story with Grim Batol. However, if it's Arakara, we know the Arakara 21 is doable by some of our teams. Stamp, for example, put that up during the China time trials, and so we kind of expect that some, if not maybe all, of the teams in the finals can put up 21 Arakara. And then it kind of less comes down to time tiebreaker and more comes down to, are you able to put up 20 Dawn, 21 Necrotic Wake, and 21 Arakara together? But then if somehow multiple teams are able to do all three of those, then it would come, then you'd rerun for time tiebreaker. But I think it's really going to heavily be dependent on what dungeon we see tomorrow.
For sure. I mean, like we've been theorizing, there's a big difference between whether or not you're going to be able to get another plus 21 or not. If Arakara is on the table, we'll have to see. But, I mean, this has just been phenomenal with all of the runs for it to be so close between these teams. Dratnos, while we've seen these big plays and these high numbers, we also had some tough wipes for ESC and Streamers on GG, sort of in that Necrotic Wake at the end that has them a little bit lower today, I think, than they wanted to end. What do you think they need or Phoenix need to do to kind of creep up the lower half of the scoreboard and secure a place tomorrow?
I think realistically, Phoenix Gang Media are pretty much toast. They have so many dungeons that they're behind by a key level or two in, that even if they have the time to fix all of that, there's no way they'd then have the time to push up whatever dungeon we show tomorrow. I mean, that would require 5 perfect hours out of them, and even then, the other teams will be improving their time tiebreakers. So I think they're in the most trouble when it comes for fighting for first. But they can still try and compete for fourth, for third with these other teams on the assumption that some of those teams have a bad day. So they definitely still have it to play for tomorrow. Streamer Zone and ESC, meanwhile, they're still in the hunt for first place. Streamer Zone in particular, they're only 3 points behind first place. As soon as they get that Wake on the board, they're only 1 point behind first place. That is still going to take them time, right? Even if they were able to one-shot it, the 20 Dawnbreaker, the 21 Wake, that would take them an hour to get both those on the board. And one-shotting those keys is very hard to do tomorrow, right? Like, especially given how much we've seen them wiping in there today. But if they can do that, the good news, especially for Streamer Zone, is they have some really good time tie breaks in some of the other keys. So the other teams might be fixing their time tie breaks to catch up with Streamer Zone in those keys. Streamer Zone might be doing the high keys to catch up with mandatory, and then we'll get to a really exciting end of day where they might be just a couple of seconds out from each other. So really all 5 of our teams that aren't Phoenix Gang Media, I think, are still very much in the hunt for first place here.
Oh, completely agree. And I mean, no matter what, you always want to get as high as you can because, of course, that prize pool is on the line, and there's a big difference between even 6th and 5th place, right? But these teams that we have here in this group, I mean, it's unbelievable. Mandatory yesterday said, we didn't play as well as we thought. And then they came in today and did this. So I have no doubt Streamer Zone, GG, any of these other teams, ESC, I mean, no Speaky, oh my gosh, there were just so many good runs today. I think any of them could also have an incredible day tomorrow, and they're going to want to because, of course, that's where our champion is going to be determined. But Makes, I think this weekend has maybe shifted some of our expectations. I mean, do you think that based off of what we've seen, are you kind of rooting for the same top two teams, or do you have a different prediction after day 2?
Well, ever since Mandatory started playing as a team, I've never not predicted them. So you're maybe asking the wrong person this question. So my prediction still holds for what it's worth. I'm very excited to see them be able to claw it back, put 2 of these dungeons on the leaderboard. I think it's absolutely amazing what we've seen today. The 21 Necrotic Wake, the 20 Dawn. I'm honestly so curious on how tomorrow is going to look like with how crazy today has been already. And I do want to say that all of our teams have given us amazing keys all throughout the day, and I'm very, very excited for them tomorrow.
Can't agree more. A huge thank you to all the teams. A huge thank you to all of you in chat, to the co-casters here on the desk, and to production. I mean, I agree. It's been a great day, and we still have another one ahead of us. So while today is wrapping up and we've seen where everything has fallen, tomorrow still looms on the horizon for our teams as they have to prove themselves as the stuff of champions. World records were made today, but tomorrow will crown and make a true champion here. In the last day of our global finals weekend, there's nowhere else for the teams to push but up. I can only imagine that there'll be even more world records very soon. Be back here tomorrow for Championship Sunday of the Mythic Dungeon International, The Great Push, at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. It all goes down then.